Senate will come to order. Please rise for the invocation delivered by the State Minister Scott Wall, Capitol Commission of Texas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, members. Probably some of you know I pray each day in the house, and I have a different theme for the day, and because I can't say the same prayer every day. And so I started off doing the fruit of the Spirit. So love, one day, joy, peace, patience. I figured today I'd do love. If you don't mind, I'd like to go back to that and pray for love, that we feel God's love, and that we also demonstrate God's love today. So let's pray together. Heavenly Father, thank you. You've brought us through, I know, long days and late nights and moments of unity and also deep disagreement. Yet, through it all, you have been faithful and you loved each of us. So today, I lift up each member here in the Senate, everyone in the chamber too. These men and women have just borne the weight of very difficult decisions, I know, throughout the session. They've worked very hard, and I thank you for them, not just for what they've done, but for who they are. And as this second special session hopefully begins to wind down and we prepare to go our separate ways to our homes, our families, and our districts, I ask that everybody here would be able to leave, not just having done the work of legislation that you've called them here for, but having felt deeply and personally loved by you, especially through your Son, Jesus Christ. And may your love, the kind that serves, is patient and kind, that's not self-seeking, not easily angered, let that love be in their hearts and guide their steps today and in the days to come. In your Son, Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor. Members, we're ready to go to work. Senator Huffman. Chair recognizes Senator Huffman for a motion to not concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 5.
Thank you, Mr. President. This time I move that the Senate refuse to concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 5 and request the appointment of conferees to a conference committee.
Senator Huffman moves Senate not concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 5 and request the appointment of conference committee. Any objection? Chair hears none. Any motions to instruct? The following conferees, Secretary will read the conferees.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 5, Chair Senator Huffman, members Senators Perry, Flores, Campbell, and Hinojosa of Hidalgo.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I do make that motion and want to lay out with some opening remarks here before questions. But I also, when I was listening to Pastor Scott Wall's prayer, he was talking about the fruit of the Spirit. And if I remember right from Galatians, that's love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. And I asked him if maybe we could add expedition to that, knowing that this is going to be kind of a long day, but apparently you can't add to Scripture, so that's not going to work. But anyway, if I can, if you wouldn't mind giving me just a couple of minutes to lay out some things that to kind of remind us what we've got in front of us today. But just by way of introduction, when I began this process, I had two goals in mind. The first goal was for the map, which is now HB 4 that's before us, for the map to be legal in all respects. That was the first goal. And the second one was that it would perform better for Republican congressional candidates in Texas. However, as we heard public testimony through, I guess, the 7 total hearings we had, 6 with testimony, there were numerous citizens and office holders that voiced concerns over the compactness of some districts. Compactness, as you know, refers to a principle requiring districts to be where they can be, drawn in geographically tight shapes, trying to avoid irregularities when possible. And so since that was mentioned so many times during testimony, I ended up adding a third goal for today's map, and that would be that it would also improve compactness for the congressional districts in our state. Let me just talk a little bit about that first goal of the map being legal. With regard to legality, and we've discussed this before when we did SB 4 last special, the legislature can choose to redistrict at any time, including during special sessions and even during mid-decade. Courts have well recognized this broad authority. Therefore, it is perfectly legal for us to have HB 4 before us today in this second called special session. Further, another big step in legal compliance is the one person, one vote standard. The U.S. Constitution requires that congressional districts be drawn with population as close to equal as possible to achieve the one person, one vote standard. And that makes the ideal district for us when you divide the 2020 census by the number of congressional members we have, it comes out to 766,987, and that's our target population for each district. HB 4, that's before us today, also meets this one person, one vote standard. Now, beyond this, beyond the fact that we can do redistricting at this term of the redistricting cycle, and beyond the fact that we need to have equal population for one person, one vote, beyond this, the area of redistricting law is very robust and gets very complex very quickly. Therefore, what I've done, because I'm not an expert, I'm an attorney, but I'm certainly not a redistricting attorney, but I have relied on legal counsel throughout this process. And I have been fully assured by that counsel that HB 4 complies with all applicable law. And the House counsel has come to the same conclusion. I haven't talked to them directly, but our counsel has conferred with theirs. So all that said, members, as we're here today for however many hours we're here, I want you to know that I'll do my very best to answer your questions, and I know a number of them are going to be about legal matters. But I would also ask that you please remember that we are not in a courtroom today. This is not a courtroom, and I'm not under deposition. Again, I'll do my best to answer your questions, but I don't want us to get into a legal debate over nuances. That's not our job. Courts take pages and pages just to talk about some of the definitions that apply to redistricting. And that's just not what we're here for today. I'll do my best, but please remember we're not in a courtroom and I'm not under a deposition today. So that's what I'd like to say about the legality of this map. Next, shifting to that second goal I mentioned of partisan performance, and that's what really everybody wants to talk about. And HB 4, I believe, should elect more Republicans to the U.S. Congress. But I'm here to tell you there are no guarantees. There are competitive districts in here now, more competitive than the current map. And I have no idea who's going to run for what office. And I have no idea which incumbents may decide to stay or leave, or if they'll decide to run for different districts. I just don't know. I believe this map is more competitive, but there are no guarantees that it elects more Republicans. I also want you to know, and I can't emphasize this enough, that I have not reviewed any racial data. In contrast to the complications that are involved with race-based redistricting, political performance is really a pretty easy map to draw, and it's absolutely permissible as a basis for drawing electoral districts. And this map is drawn based on political performance. I have not looked at any race data. Now, regarding the district lines in HB 4, I will tell you that nearly every one of the 38 Texas congressional districts' boundaries are modified, but they are modified, for the most part, with a few exceptions, in very minor ways. The most significant changes affect 5 districts, and I do believe those districts, due to the changes, will now lean Republican in political performance. Those 5 districts that now will lean Republican in political performance are CD9 Houston, CD28 in the RGV, CD32 in Dallas, CD34 in coastal and South Texas, and CD35 in San Antonio. I'll be happy to go into detail on those districts later if anyone would like to. So I do believe that the map is legal. That's our first goal. I do believe it performs better for Republicans, which was the second goal. And the third one, which I mentioned didn't come up until we went through hearings and we started listening to people, is the issue of compactness. As I mentioned earlier, it was developed from these repeated comments in public testimony. In HB 4, which I believe we have made some significant improvements, the most improved district in terms of compactness is CD 35, and that's under both the REOC and the Paulsby-Popper measures of compactness, and those are formulas that are used in courtrooms across the United States to measure compactness. The most improved district under those measures is CD 35. The second most improved district would be CD 29. And also CD 9 is substantially improved under those measures. So in summary, I believe HB 4 meets the critical critically important goals of legality, of political performance for Republicans, and of improved compactness. And that's why I believe it supports or it deserves and merits our support. I will make one final note. HB4, in addition to those three goals, also has the added benefit of fixing a couple of concerns that were raised by our members and actually brought up in testimony from the El Paso area. Senator Blanco had mentioned concerns over Fort Bliss having been taken out in the previous map out of the CD16 in El Paso. There were also witnesses that testified when we had our West Texas focused hearing, witnesses from El Paso that brought that up as well. And so in response, Fort Bliss has been moved back, the critical part of it that they were concerned about, into CD16. And I'm glad we were able to help Senator Blanco and his constituents in that regard. Also, Senator Hall had raised concerns about Navarro County being divided for the first time. And the House actually fixed that as it was going through their process. So I'm glad we were able to make a couple of accommodations there. And with that, again, I would move to suspend the regular order of business.
Senator Alvarado, what purpose?
To ask the author some questions.
Do you yield?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had a lot of discussion about this bill in our hearings. Mr. Chairman, we've covered many topics on the floor, in committee hearings, so my questions today will be focused on the Houston districts and the changes to my home district, the current CD 29. The latest map, Plan C2333, shifts population in Baytown from CD 9 to CD 36, and then shifts nearby population in Baytown from CD 36 to CD 9. Why does the map shift two sets of population in the same city back and forth like that?
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood your question. Could you walk me through that again?
Okay, so the plan, your plan, shifts the population in Baytown. Baytown is from CD 9 to CD 36. And then shifts some nearby population in Baytown from CD 36 to CD 9. So I'm just curious what the reason was for that shift.
Well, the best answer that I can provide you is in CD9, of course, because of the way it's drawn today, it is more compact on the standard measures for compactness, but also the changes that were made in the greater Houston area were made for the purpose of improving partisan performance. And as you know, CD9 should now perform as a Republican district.
Okay, because I know before y'all were talking about that district being a Latino Opportunity District.
I haven't ever talked about that.
The original plan, okay. The HCVAP population of CD9 after your amendment is just barely over 50% CVAP. Do you know what happened?
For which district?
In CD9? So after your amendment, it's barely over 50%. Do you know what drove that or how that happened?
And you're referring to CVAP?
Yes.
Okay, of course, CVAP is citizen voting age population. CVAP is really not census data. This map is drawn, and the only way it can be legally drawn is on the 2020 census data. CVAP is an estimate that's done annually. It's considered very problematic for a lot of reasons. So typically in redistricting, it's not something that someone will want to rely on. But again, I haven't looked at any racial data, and I haven't looked at CVAP, and really, there's no reason to look at racial data or CVAP the simplest, easiest way to draw a map for political performance is to look at election data, at voting data with regard to Republican and Democrat votes. And when you do that, there's simply no need to look at racial data, and you certainly I don't think, want to look at something as unreliable as CVAP. So I haven't looked at CVAP, I couldn't tell you what it is, and I haven't looked at any racial data with regard to any of the districts in Texas.
I have a hard time believing that you or anybody that had anything to do with the drawing of the map did not look at racial numbers, demographics.
All I can tell you is, of course, I didn't draw the map. I adopted the House map as it came over and filed it. SB4 had been filed as a companion to it, but I can tell you that our council have looked over it. Other council has looked over it. It is legal under all applicable law. And again, frankly, there is absolutely no reason to look at racial data when you're trying to improve political performance. The best measure of that is whether people have been voting Republican or Democrat. And if you want to draw a map and the goal is political performance, then that's what you look at. There's no reason to look at racial data. And frankly, I think in many cases it's problematic or illegal to do so.
Okay, let's move on to now we're kind of getting a little into the weeds, but this is about certain precincts. The map drawer, whoever that is, and we'll get to that in a bit, split election precinct 414 4 different times. And that's a lot of fours, but precinct 414 was split 4 different times. What was the purpose of carving up that precinct?
You know, there's a dozen different ways you can draw when you get down to the minutia in a map, and I don't know why the House took that direction and their counsel in that. Again, when I looked at the House map, it met my 3 goals of it being legal, of it improving political performance, and advancing compactness. And so I am recommending that the map to the Senate today.
Okay. The map drawer, whoever he or she is, also split election precincts 533 and 386 in the same area. Do you have any idea what the purpose was for splitting those precincts?
No, my answer would be the same. When you get down to that nuance level, it would be the same as the previous one.
Okay. Let's talk about the origin of the map before changes to the C-2333. You said that you worked on the House map. I'm sorry, you said that you took the House map and filed it because it met your goals and had stalled in the House.
All
and
right, so
you've stated what your goals were. What data did you look at to confirm that the House plan met your goals?
all right, so are you asking about, I mean, HB4 is the only thing before us today, and that's what you're referring
Yes.
to? All right. So I reviewed some of the political performance stats that were provided to me myself, I consulted with our legal counsel, and I mean, it's very clear as you review the map and you look at, and I can, you know, particularly those 5 districts, if you want, we can talk about how in the last election and previous elections that district would perform if it was drawn today. That's very easy information for anyone to get.
Okay, but in terms of drawing the map, you don't have any more details on how and why the map was drawn as it was because Rep. Hunter handled it on the floor?
So the predecessor to HB4, I guess, would have been HE4 from the prior session. The House made some changes, primarily in CD9 El Paso, CD16, and then in the Navarro area. I can't think what district number that is. I don't know I don't know exactly what they did, whether the Ledge Council redrew that for the House. I don't know whether they had outside counsel do it. All I can tell you is that I found out about it Monday when everybody else did. I looked over it. I didn't object to the changes and went ahead and filed SB4 as its companion.
Okay.
But SB4 did not reflect those new changes, and that's why we adopted HB4 when it came over, because it had those new changes.
Okay. I want to now really focus on Houston, because that's where my district is, and the districts that are impacted most within my Senate district. Are you aware that the Latino population of Harris County is well over 2 million?
Not specifically.
Okay. And the total population of Harris County is roughly 4.7 million people. Were you aware of that?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the current CD 29, represented by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, is the only majority HCVAP district in Harris County under the 2021 map?
As I've said, I haven't looked at any racial data.
Well, I'm talking about the 2021 map, which all of y'all voted for.
I haven't looked at any of the racial data in the 2021 map.
And we're just, getting out of a very recent court case on those maps. What is the specific purpose of reducing the Hispanic citizen voting age population in CD 29 by 20 percentage points from 63% to 43%?
I'm not aware that there was any intent to do that.
Really?
As I said, I haven't looked at any racial data. I've just looked at political performance. So I don't have an answer to that.
Okay. By decreasing the HCVAP in CD 29 by that amount, 20 percentage points, it means that there's no longer a Hispanic opportunity district. Do you realize that?
I assume you're operating off the assumption that Republicans won't vote for an Hispanic, which I don't think is a reasonable assumption. But again, I haven't looked at any racial data for any of the districts, including CD9.
Can you explain how the DOJ letter, which incorrectly referred to Congressional District 29 as a coalition district, relates to the changes that we see in the current proposed CD 29?
I don't think it had any impact on it. I personally didn't pay any attention or give any attention to the DOJ letter. For one, it was not addressed to the Senate. It wasn't addressed to me. It wasn't addressed to the House. It wasn't addressed to the legislature. It was addressed to the governor, and it was addressed to the Attorney General. My understanding is the Attorney General filed a response to it in the El Paso trial court, a 3-judge panel. They've already made a ruling on that. I presume that the governor has made some response, although I'm not aware of it. But I didn't take the letter into consideration because it was not addressed to us. I haven't talked to anyone at the DOJ. I have not talked to anyone at the White House regarding this map.
Well, we talked a lot about that letter to the point that we did invite Ms. Harmeet Dillon to the hearing. We still did not get a response. Is that correct?
We sent an invitation that if she wished to testify, we invited her, and to date, I have not received any response.
In fact, some of us on the committee voted for a motion to subpoena Ms. Dillon. Is that correct?
There was a motion, I believe by you or Senator Miles, and it was voted down by the committee, but we did issue an invitation instead.
Okay. Well, I had a lot of issues with that letter. One is that she referred to CD 29 as a coalition district, and it's not. It never was created. It was created as a Latino opportunity district in the early 1990s. How does that relate to the changes that we see now in the current proposed CD 29?
I haven't tried to analyze the HB 4 against that letter, but I'm not aware of any correlation.
Okay. Can you explain the overall purpose behind the changes to Congressional District 29? For example, removing the Latino neighborhoods of Denver Harbor and Magnolia Park?
No, I can just tell you that the changes that were made for the primary purpose of producing a legal map and one that would perform better for Republicans.
Before undertaking these changes to CD 29, did you consider the district to be required or protected by the Voting Rights Act for Latino voters?
I had come to no conclusion about that.
Do you consider that this new version of CD 29 to be required under the Voting Rights Act?
I have no position on that.
Do you believe that this new version of CD 29 offers Latino voters the same opportunity to elect their preferred candidate when compared to the current CD 29?
Again, and I don't know any other way to say it, I have not looked at any racial data, so I don't have any answers to any questions involving racial data, racial voting performance, any of those type discussions.
The proposed plan pushes much of the former CD 29 into the new CD 9, my home, my house, bringing the HCVAP of CD 9 to barely over 50%. Correct?
Again, I don't know. I haven't looked at the CVAP.
Do you believe that a community that makes up almost half of a county's population should be able to elect their candidate of choice for Congress?
I hope that everybody has the opportunity to elect their candidate of choice. But with regard to CD9, I believe it is now going to be Republican leaning.
Do you believe that a community that makes up almost half of a county's population in a county that is big enough for 6 congressional districts is adequately represented by 1 seat?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Do you believe that a community that makes up almost half a county's population, meaning the Latino community, in a county that is big enough to hold 6 congressional districts is adequately represented by 1 seat?
I presume under one person, one vote, if they have the ideal number of 766 odd a number in population, that's at law adequately represented.
Okay. Isn't it true that in the pending case challenging the state's 2021 maps, Latino voters argued that the state violated the Voting Rights Act by failing to create a new Hispanic Opportunity District in Harris County?
You know, I haven't read all the pleadings. I've just generally kept up with that case.
Did you perform any analysis to determine if Latino voters in the new CD9 would be able to regularly elect their candidate of choice?
I instructed our council at every every map we have looked at to analyze it to make sure that it complies with all constitutional law and obviously with the Voting Rights Act as well. And I've been assured that this map meets all applicable legal requirements.
Why did you decide to move a large portion of the current CD 29 into this newly proposed CD 9?
I didn't make that decision. I decided to adopt the House bill that was passed out of the House as it's drawn because I believed it met the 3 goals that I had in mind and I believed was worthy to recommend to the body for adoption.
Is the new CD 29, which you've drawn in your proposed map, a coalition district?
I believe that CD9 meets all the current legal requirements, and
I'm asking
I think
about 29.
29? I believe that CD29 meets all current legal requirements.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have for now.
Thank you.
Senator Zaffirini, for what purpose?
To ask questions, Mr. President, but may I yield to Senator Menendez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Mr. President, to ask questions of the author.
Do you yield?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator King. Senator King, I heard your bill layout, and in your layout, I heard you say your opening phrase, "When I began this process." I was just curious, when did you begin this process? Because we had a redistricting committee during session, but I never heard anything about a redistricting of maps at all during session. So when did you come up with the thought or the idea of filing a new map?
When a couple of weeks or so before, maybe a week or so before the first special session, I got a call from the Lieutenant Governor asking if I would be willing to chair the redistricting committee.
Okay. So you mentioned that you believe in your heart that you believe this map is drawn race blind?
Yes.
Okay. And you've said that you have not looked at any race data with respect to this map, correct?
Correct.
So to that end, if I hear what you're telling me, the map then does it take any race data into account?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to watch any of the House proceedings or been present at any of the times that Chairman Hunter has spoken about the map?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes. Have you had any opportunity to watch any of the House proceedings or any of the times when Chairman Hunter has been describing the map?
Very little.
Very little. Okay, very good. Well, then you must be aware that each time Chairman Hunter has laid out the map, he has listed specific districts and the race population for those districts. So I'm not sure, were you aware of that? Were you able to watch that part of his delivery?
I've actually watched very little of the House hearings.
All right. So if you missed when Chairman Hunter listed the specific districts and the race population for those districts, to me, even though you've been adamant that you have not looked at race data, why is that? Why have you not, if Chairman Hunter's talked about race data, why have you not looked at race data?
Well, drawn, and it performs in a manner that should improve, should be an improvement for Republican candidates.
When you say it's problematic with the law, which law are we referring to?
Well, there's a host of redistricting law. I've got, one little brief here that's just a summary of, we've had 30 years of cases, and I've gone through several redistricting cycles, and you have as well, and we have an ongoing trial in El Paso, and it's just a complex, very robust area of law.
Would any of those be the Voting Rights Act?
Voting Rights Act is always a consideration.
Very good. Does it concern you then that Chairman Hunter has focused so closely on the race data in his discussions of this very bill, House Bill 4?
I am only concerned with what's before the Senate and in my authorship or sponsorship of the bill.
So, knowing that the Voting Rights Act can be, in your terms, your words, problematic, why does it not concern you that Chairman Hunter has been bringing up race when he's describing these districts?
I'm not aware whether he has or not, but from my perspective, why would I use racial data? Voting history is just much more accurate and is well established as a legal way to draw maps, a legal process upon which to base maps.
Okay. So you mentioned that you didn't draw this map or these maps. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so then whoever drew these maps, do we know if they used any racial shading on the computer at any point? Are you aware of that?
So again, I don't know, I don't have any personal knowledge as to who drew the changes between HB 4 as it was introduced in this special session and HB 4 as it was passed out of the House, because there were some changes.
Correct. And I guess what I'm trying to find out is what analysis was made during the map drawing process to determine voter preferences, as you've mentioned, you mentioned the partisan preferences, but also by racial group. That's what I'm trying to figure out, what analysis was made.
All I can tell you is that I very specifically asked our legal counsel to run jingles and the other analyses that are used to determine if a map complies with the VRA, constitutional and other requirements. And I have been well assured that this map complies with the VRA in all respects, as well as all other applicable law.
So I appreciate that. So you're telling me that the legal counsel that did know who drew these maps, that you asked them, run an analysis through the Voter Rights Act, through jingles, and tell me that they're legal. Did they tell you which districts race was taken into account to make sure that they're legal?
I was only presented with their conclusion, not any underlying data, whatever that may have involved.
Understood. So we know race was taken into account to make it legal. We know, I'm just curious, because you're confident that you believe that these districts were presented to you after having been analyzed. I'm curious, how was race taken into account in the drafting? Do you know how the race was taken into account?
All I can tell you is that every map I have looked at, and I haven't drawn a single map, I have in years past, but I have not had anything to do. I have not drawn any map during this process.
Okay.
What I have done is the maps that have been presented to me for consideration before I even looked at them.
Right.
I turned them over to counsel and I said, take it, give it a good legal scrubbing, and bring me back your conclusions.
Okay. So the current existing congressional maps, the ones that were drawn in 2021, did you consider districts that were currently protected by the Voting Rights Act when this new map was drawn? Did you say, hey, these are protected, make sure they stay protected when the drawing of this map? Did you all ask that?
My instructions were that I would not bring a map before the committee, and certainly not before this body, until I was told that it was legal in all respects.
Do you believe that there's racially polarized voting in Texas?
I'm not sure I'm even qualified to comment on that. I'm familiar with some of the prior case determinations that have been made in previous years. I don't know what the state of voting is today. I just know that the map that is before us today is legal with regard to the VRA and other applicable law.
Did you do any analysis or review of whether voting is racially polarized in Texas before, during, or after the drawing of this map?
I have not personally done any analysis.
Okay. Do you know which districts in this new map, in the map that you've laid before us in this Plan C 2333, you know which districts are located in areas that have any polarized voting, racially polarized voting?
I think the map speaks for itself in terms of its geographic boundaries. I have not personally made any analysis that you've referenced. All I can tell you is that I have been assured that this map does not violate the VRA or any other applicable law.
What analysis of Latino voters' preferences were conducted before drafting any of the districts in this plan?
Well, I'm confident for each district there was a jingles type analysis. There are other things that are done, regression analysis and others. I'm not familiar with all of those. What I did, because I'm not an expert on either the statistician side or the legal side, was I hired a law firm, engaged a law firm that has decades of experience and that I could have a lot of confidence in. And I asked them to scrub each map I considered beforehand.
You mentioned they presented you a report, that they said that they presented you a report because you asked them to make sure to scrub it using jingles, Voters' Rights Act. Do you know what elections they looked at?
Not specifically. I just made sure that I have the highest confidence that they did a very thorough analysis.
Do you know what kind of election analysis they conducted?
Not specifically.
Last two questions. Which Latino majority districts in the 2021 maps, the ones we currently have today, do you consider to be protected under the Voter Rights Act?
I don't have an opinion on that.
You don't know which ones are currently protected so that you can make sure these are legal?
Again, I have intentionally not looked at any racial data. I've tried to just focus on political performance.
Okay. And since you believe that these maps that you have before us are legal, could you please name the districts in this new map that are required by the Federal Voting Rights Act? So if these are legal, which one of the districts in here are going to be required to be protected under the Voter Rights Act? Can you tell us which ones?
No.
So I'm sorry, this is my last question. You mentioned that this is a compact, improves compactness, right?
Yes.
And as I look at this, it strikes me as odd, and I wonder why, if you could tell me why. Almost all of it seems that many of the rural districts are somewhat uniformly in shape, but when you get to the urban districts of Bear and Tarrant and Dallas and Travis, they seem to be, and Harris for sure, they seem to be carved up. As you look at the colors, they look like a bowl of something you'd get at Chipotle or something. They're just, why is it that Travis has got districts that you said compact, but yet you go from Travis down to the coast to Aransas Pass? How is that compact?
Well, within the urban areas, it's generally a factor of population density.
Population density. And what?
Let me finish.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It also gets into efforts to try to, where you can, hold communities of interest together. And of course, contiguity, every district has to continue, they can't be broken. But the other part of it is that, and our Senate districts are examples of that as well, but when you have to get, in this case, 766,000 people into 38 districts, and so many of our counties have only 5 or 10 or 20,000 in population, it is very common, in fact, it is unavoidable, that you just have to reach into urban areas, take population, and then reach out and pull in a bunch of rural and suburban counties to be able to balance out that one person, one vote. And that's why, and frankly, it's a lot easier to draw in a county like one of mine that has 4,000 people. It's very easy to draw that whole county into one district. It's much more complex when you have a dense urban area.
You've been a legislator for a long time, isn't that correct? Many years?
This I guess, is my 27th.
27 years. And so we've been through redistricting many times. You mentioned that, correct, right?
Yes, you and I both.
And isn't it true, because through all of the districting, that the overwhelming majority of racial minorities live in these same urban counties that you've cut up in little strips in this map? Isn't that true? I mean, it is true. I mean, it's just population. That's where they live.
Again, I haven't looked at any racial data, but I would just say off the top of my head, South Texas has a lot of rural areas that are heavily Hispanic in population. That's just common.
Right, but I was just asking about the urban counties that have been cut into little strips.
Again, I haven't looked at any racial data.
Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Senator Zaffirini,
Thank you, Mr. President.
for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Do you yield?
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. President. He's been waiting for these.
Pins and needles.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Representative Hunter has claimed repeatedly that Senate District 9 and Senate District 35 in this new map are to be Hispanic majority districts. Is that your understanding?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Thank you. And you have said it is your belief that the Hispanic population in Texas supports Republicans. Is that correct?
I think I'm sorry, I'm not sure how you're phrasing that. Are you asking me if do I believe that Hispanic citizens will vote for Republicans? Yes, I do.
That you have said that, yes, thank you. Are you aware that data scientists can calculate the preferred candidates for racial groups in precise areas, and this is called a racially polarized voting, or RPV analysis?
I'm generally familiar with that concept.
Thank you. You said in committee that you were unaware of anyone had performed a racial polarization analysis of your map. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know if the map drawers were provided the reams of RPV analysis offered in the El Paso trial in May and June of this year?
And let me qualify that last answer, if I could, a little bit,
Certainly.
please. Again, as I said earlier, I'm not a redistricting expert, and I'm not on the law or on the statistical side. I employed a law firm as counsel that has decades of experience, and my direction to them was look at this map, take whatever analysis steps are necessary, and let me know if it complies with all applicable parts of the law, and also will it perform the way I hope it will politically. And they brought those conclusions back to me. So I don't know the specific steps they took, but I'm very confident that they took all necessary steps to make those determinations.
Thank you. Do you know if those map drawers were provided the reams of RPV analysis offered in the El Paso trial in May and June?
I have not been told that they were short of any data that they required to make their analysis.
Did you look at any of those data?
No.
Have the map drawers or anyone else, as far as you know, done an RPV analysis of any mapping proposal filed during these two special sessions? Not during the trial, but during these two special sessions.
Has my legal counsel?
No. Have the map drawers or anyone else, including your legal counsel, done an RPV analysis of the mapping proposal?
I don't have any personal knowledge of that.
Thank you. Are you aware that a majority of the Hispanic population that your map includes in CD 9 and CD 35 prefers Democrats in elections?
Again, I haven't looked at any racial data, but I can tell you the way the districts are drawn, specifically CD 9, it should perform competitively for Republicans.
Thank you. Have you seen the data analysis performed by some data scientists at UCLA on your map? My staff provided yours with a copy of it.
No, I haven't.
Thank you. For example, in your new CD9, 61.99% of the Hispanic population voted for Harris for president. Were you aware of that?
No.
For example, in your CD35, 64.73% of the Hispanic population also voted for Harris for president. Were you aware of that?
No.
Thank you. Based on the map data, you can clearly see that these two districts will elect Republicans, and the only race or ethnic group in these districts that support Republicans are white, non-Hispanic voters. Regarding specifically Central Texas, What is the specific purpose of creating Senate Congressional District 35, representative by Greg Casar, with an Hispanic citizen voting age population of 51.6%?
I can't speak to the minority representation, but the purpose in drawing the district as it is was to improve political performance for the Texas congressional delegations.
Did you create Congressional District 35 with an Hispanic citizen voting age population of 51.6% to comply with the Voting Rights Act?
I haven't looked at CVAP.
Thank you. What role did the metric of Hispanic citizen voting age population play in the creation of this new version of CD 35?
All I can tell you is that the map meets all legal requirements under the VRA and should perform better for Republicans.
Thank you. What is the overall purpose in the changes to CD 35, such as specifically removing from it Southeast Austin and nearby I-35 corridor cities such as Kyle and Buda?
Again, there's always a dozen ways to draw districts, particularly if you're doing them from a political performance perspective. I assume that that was done either to improve that political performance or possibly to round out population or possibly to hold communities of interest together.
Well, before undertaking those changes to CD 35, did you consider the district to be required or protected by the Voting Rights Act for Hispanic voters?
I don't have an opinion on that.
Do you believe that Hispanic voters can elect their preferred candidate to Congress in this newly drawn CD 35?
You'll give me just a second.
Sure. You have all day.
Trying to double check something, if I may.
Certainly.
I guess all I can tell you is I believe that CD 35, as drawn in HB 4 that's before us today, will lean Republican.
Thank you. Do you consider this newly drawn CD 35 to be a replacement for the current CD 35 under the Voting Rights Act?
You know, actually, the numbers that designate CDs are kind of irrelevant. I used to be in a House district, and then we did redistricting, and I didn't move, and nothing changed, and I just had a new number. And so I'm not sure that one number, I think the boundaries are what matter, not the numbers.
Thank you. Are you aware, Senator King, that there are historic Black and Hispanic neighborhoods in East Austin?
Yes.
Are you aware that there are also deeply rooted and rapidly growing Hispanic communities in nearby Hays County?
I know we have rapidly expanding Hispanic communities across Texas.
Thank you. In your proposed map, these communities have been moved from CD 35 with the City of Austin to the newly drawn CD 27, which stretches through sparsely populated rural counties like Austin and Wharton, all the way to the coast, 170 miles away, through Matagorda and down to part of Nueces County. Is that correct?
Of course, the map kind of speaks for itself and what the geography is of that district. But again, we have in our current map and in probably every redistricting map ever drawn in Texas history, we have very vast districts because we have very dispersed population.
So then what was the purpose, Senator King, in this proposed map of moving these communities in East Austin and Hays County from nearby Austin into the communities with Port Aransas 200 miles away? Specifically, what was that purpose?
Well, it could have been a number of things. Again, all I have looked at is to make sure the map is legal, which of course does take into consideration communities of interest and other traditional redistricting criteria. But you can draw a map in many ways. And I'm not sure I follow. Are you suggesting that moving those communities out of one district into another somehow in some way violated some aspect of redistricting law?
Could you explain to us how the dramatic changes in Congressional District 35 would impact specifically the Hispanic population? And 35, of course, is represented by Greg Casar.
I haven't looked at any racial data, so I wouldn't have that information. I can tell you that that district will lean Republican in voting performance.
Thank you. The communities in East Austin that are now connected with Port Aransas used to be in CD 35, is that correct?
I'll take your word for that. I don't have the old map in front of me.
Thank you. Instead of including these communities along the I-35 corridor, the proposed CD 35 extends east into Karnes County, is that correct?
Yes.
So what was the purpose of replacing these communities in East Austin with communities in Wilson and Karnes County?
The purpose was to draw a map that was legal under all applicable law and that performed better for Republicans and that created or improved compactness in some districts.
And how were these decisions made, Senator King?
Again, I've adopted HB 4, which is before us today. I wasn't there participating in the map drawing process. What I can tell you today, though, is that this map is legal. It performs better for Republicans. It improves compactness. And it is, I believe, a good map for the Senate to vote out.
Thank you. Did you or the map drawer at any time perform an analysis to determine if Hispanic voters in the current CD 35 were able to elect a candidate of their choice in most elections?
I'm confident that our council reviewed all appropriate data and made all appropriate analysis to make sure that the map would be legal in all respects.
Did you or the map drawer perform any analysis to determine if Hispanic voters in the current CD 28 were able to elect a candidate of their choice in most elections?
Again, it would be the same answer.
Thank you. The ultimate result of your changes in Central Texas is to pair Greg Casar with Lloyd Doggett in a majority Anglo district. Is that correct?
The objective was to create more or better performing districts from a Republican perspective.
But it's correct that the ultimate result is to pair those two, correct?
Well, pairing is kind of a relative concept. It's different in House and Senate maps, but in congressional maps, since you don't have to live in the district you run in, pairing is not really I think, a valid definition, concern, issue.
And that is true, but their residences are now in the same district, correct?
That's my understanding.
Thank you. Pertaining to Congressional District 28 in South Texas, what is the purpose of increasing the Hispanic citizen voting age population in Congressional District 28 by 18 percentage points in the newly drawn map?
I'm not aware that it was. I haven't looked at any racial data.
Thank you. Can you explain the overall purpose behind the changes to Congressional District 28?
All the changes that were made in the map were made to ensure that it was legal, that it would improve Republican performance, and hopefully improve compactness.
Thank you. In your opinion, could Hispanic voters elect their preferred candidate to Congress in the newly drawn Congressional District 28?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
In your opinion, could Hispanic voters in District 28 elect their preferred candidate to Congress in this newly drawn map?
I really don't have an opinion about that. I believe that every voter in the state of Texas will have the opportunity to cast their vote for the candidate in their district.
Now, at the risk of getting a little too personal, why would you separate Webb County, which includes my hometown, Laredo, from Bexar County, with which we have an historic relationship and wonderful community of interest, and attach it instead to Hidalgo County, home of the city of McAllen, when everyone in the area knows that the city of Laredo and the city of McAllen have a competitive relationship?
There was nothing personal about it.
Thank you. But do you know why it was done?
Again, it was done for the objectives of increasing political performance for Republican candidates and nothing else.
Thank you. Again, continuing in South Texas, specifically Congressional District 15, under the current plan, all of Karnes County, which is in my senatorial district, is in Congressional District 15. Is that correct?
I'm not looking at the map, but I certainly take your word for it.
Thank you. And your proposed plan replaces Karnes County with all of DeWitt and Lavaca counties. Is that correct?
If the map says what it says, yes.
Thank you. Are you aware, Senator King, that Karnes County is 52.6% Hispanic according to the 2020 census, whereas DeWitt County is 34.8% and Lavaca County is 19.4% Hispanic?
Again, I haven't looked at any racial data in
Thank
some districts.
Thank you. Did the DOJ letter in any way refer to South Texas regarding the redistricting need?
Well, it pointed out 4 districts, or 5, I can't recall. It's been a while since I've read it.
Thank you. Senator King, is there any question you expected me to ask that I failed to do?
I think you were very thorough.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Well, Senator King, yield for questions.
Do you yield?
Yes, certainly.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator King, I tried to not repeat questions, but as you know, some of the questions would overlap with previous questions. Regarding the 2021 redistricting map, that's Plan C-2193, you have stated that the map was drawn to protect incumbents and that race was not a factor. So is the 2021 redistricting map legal? Is it constitutional?
You're referring to the 2021 map that's
Correct.
the map for Texas today? My understanding at the time I voted for it was that it was a legal map.
Do you think it's legal and constitutional now?
As far as I know.
Okay. On July 7th, the Department of Justice sent a letter to Governor Abbott and Attorney General Paxton stating that 4 congressional districts in the 2021 map, that's Congressional District 9, 18, 29, and 33, were unconstitutional racial gerrymandering. Do you agree with the DOJ's conclusion in the letter?
No, I believed at the time I voted for the map that it was a legal map. And again, I really didn't take the DOJ's letter into consideration.
But you have read the letter, have you not?
Oh, yes.
So do you agree with the conclusion stated in the DOJ letter?
There was nothing in the letter that compelled me to believe that its conclusions were accurate.
Over the last 4 years, the state has argued in court that the 2021 map did not draw minority coalition districts to address racial disparities because it draws race blind. In other words, race was not considered at all. Do you agree with the DOJ conclusion that minority coalition districts violate the Voting Rights Act of 1965?
My understanding of the current map we have today, and my understanding of it at the time I voted for it, was that it was a legal map under all applicable law, and I would assume it remains so today.
So you don't think that coalition districts are unconstitutional, do you?
Well, of course, we've had a new court case that dealt with that, but again, with regard to the map that's before us today, I believe that it is, I believe from competent sources that it is legal in all respects.
But by your answers, I assume and conclude that you do believe that coalition districts as drawn in 2021 are constitutional.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I believe that the map that I voted for in 2021, I had confidence in it from the testimony I heard and the people that were authoring it and sponsoring it, that it was legal in all respects.
Okay, that would, well, would it be yes, you think it's constitutional to have coalition districts?
You know, I really respectfully don't want to get into discussions. I know we just had a recent case on that out of the Fifth Circuit. I really don't want to get into the nuances of redistricting law. I probably generally understand it the way you generally understand it. I did this map that's before us today is not based on coalition districts, and I believe it is legal in all respects.
Well, my questions were on the 2021 map. But let me ask you about House Bill 4. How many minority coalition districts does Texas have under the 2021 map?
Under the 2021 map?
Correct.
Again, in terms of relevance, we're not on the 2021 map. We're on CD4, respectfully, that's before us today.
Well, it does change some of the coalition districts in the 2021 map, and I think it's very important and relevant to House Bill 4 as drawn. Would you agree there were 9 coalition districts on the 2021 map? Congressional District 7, 9, 18, 22, 27, 30, 32, and 33, and 35. Are you familiar with that?
You know, I just intentionally drawing coalition districts requires looking at racial data. I haven't looked at any racial data with regard to this map. I know that the Petaway decision said that Section 2 does not recognize coalition districts. Beyond that, I think those are more discussions for the courtroom.
Well, question is, under House Bill 4, did you leave any minority coalition districts in the map?
Again, to answer that, I would have had to look at racial data, and I have not looked at any racial data.
Well, do you think that the DOJ letter of July 7th did research and looked at racial data to make and come to the conclusion that coalition districts are made up by 2 or more minority groups, were unconstitutional?
I have no personal knowledge of any of the underlying data that went into the DOJ's conclusions.
Well, common sense, how would you find out what the racial makeup was without doing research and targeting those districts?
My understanding, if you're going to determine if something's a coalition district, you have to take into consideration racial data. So my presumption would be that that the DOJ letter had some underlying data that they were looking at. Whether they properly assessed it or not, I don't know. I don't know anything more about the letter than what you know about it from reading it on its face value.
Well, do you think it was an error or a mistake or just by coincidence that the congressional district named by the DOJ letter were all altered under House Bill 4?
I can just tell you that my analysis and my support, rather, of HB 4 does not in any way take into account the DOJ letter.
So are you saying that it's a coincidence that House Bill 4 actually targets the same 4 congressional districts that were named in the DOJ letter?
I don't have any opinion on that at all. I can just tell you that, to my knowledge, it was not taken into consideration.
There are 3 white Democrats in Texas congressional delegation and 10 minority Democrats. Yet 4 out of the 5 incumbents targeted for elimination in this map, House Bill 4, are minorities. Why did this map only seek to eliminate seats held by minority Democrat members?
Again, I haven't looked at any racial data. I have no idea who might run for office as a candidate, and I have no idea who may be elected. These are, in fact, frankly, these are going to be very competitive. These 5 districts are going to be very competitive.
So do you think, well, you said you didn't draw the map, correct?
That's correct. I did not physically draw the map.
So you just picked up a map drawn from somebody?
The map was drawn by somebody, that's correct.
And that somebody could have taken racial data into consideration in drawing House Bill 4.
All I can tell you is that I don't really have any personal knowledge of the inner workings that went into who participated in drawing the maps. I mean, I know some of the people that are involved in it, but I don't know the interworkings, what they did, how they did it. All I know is that when I saw the House bill that was filed, I asked our counsel to review it. They have assured me that it meets all legal requirements and that it will also perform better politically for Republican candidates, and that's why I'm supporting it.
Well, I know you're familiar with House Bill 4 and the 2021 map. We have, under present law, 9 coalition districts, 1 minority majority out of the 9. Your map, House Bill 4, eliminates 5 of those congressional districts and reduces that to 4. Are you aware of that?
Again, I haven't looked at any racial data.
Well, I think it's important to at least look to make sure, as you said, that this House Bill 4 is in compliance with the Voting Rights Act and the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Don't you think so?
Absolutely, and that's why I made sure that we had a hard time actually finding the right counsel that I could have a lot of confidence in, and I have a very high level of confidence in their conclusion.
And then I just on the, seems like this House Bill 4 came about because of the DOJ letter who relies on the Petaway versus Galveston County decision by the Fifth Circuit. In that letter, it really misinterprets the decision. And nowhere in that decision does it say that we need to do away with coalition districts. Does it?
So my general understanding of Petaway is that the Fifth Circuit held that Section 2 doesn't apply to coalition districts. But to analyze that and determine that, you have to look at racial data, and I have not looked at any racial data.
Well, would you agree that the decision was really a narrow decision based on coalition districts not being able to claim dilution under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Would you agree that the decision by the Fifth Circuit in Getaway versus Galveston was narrow in scope, in that the decision that was made only talked about coalition districts could not file a claim of dilution under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act?
I'm just generally familiar with the case, so I don't have a specific opinion.
So you're not familiar with the case itself?
I'm sorry?
You're not familiar with the case itself?
No, I am familiar with it, but I'm not prepared to go into the detail that you're speaking of.
Okay. Let's talk about communities of interest. Would you agree that the traditional districting principles that have historically been considered in drawing legislative districts have included compactness, contiguity, and the preservation of political subdivisions and communities of common interest? Would you agree with that?
Those are some of the elements of traditional redistricting criteria, yes.
And under your proposed map, Plan C2333, House Bill 4, are communities of common interest considered and protected?
You know, I think communities of interest is kind of in the eye of the beholder. It certainly can be cities, it can be counties, it can be historic neighborhoods, it can be school districts, but of course, none of those align with one another. But it can also be economic regions, it can be port authority areas, it can be TxDOT regions, it can be river basins, water basins, it can be suburban, urban, rural. Communities of interest is really a term of art. It can apply to a lot of things.
Well, in Hidalgo County, you split the county in half. You split McAllen under Congressional District 28 and Congressional District 15. You separate Edinburgh and McAllen, put the whole west side of the Hidalgo County in Congressional District 28, yet you split the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley and put it in Congressional District 34. Those are communities of interest. On top of that, the far San Juan Alamo School District, which is one school district, is split in half. How do you justify that?
Well, a school district itself is not a singular criteria for determining a community of interest, but I would ask, what's the population of the county?
Hidalgo County probably is close to 1 million people.
Okay. So, I'm not excited that Parker County is split. It didn't used to be, but that's just, when you're trying to draw 766,000 odd-numbered people into 38 districts across a vast state like Texas, counties are going to get split, and school districts are going to get split, cities, counties. It is unavoidable. And granted, there are different ways to draw a district, but this map was drawn for the purpose of being legal, performing better for Republicans, and I believe it does that. And I know that there's some people happy. I know Senator Hall's really happy that Navarro is no longer split. I understood that he was upset that it was split to begin with, but that's just unavoidable. Somebody is going to be divided. Wherever you are, there are going to be divided communities in redistricting.
And probably being divided to protect political interest.
Political interest is a valid consideration when drawing maps.
Including when race is taken into consideration?
I'm sorry?
Including when race is taken into consideration?
Again, I haven't looked at any racial data, and I didn't take race into consideration when trying to decide whether to support this map.
And Nueces County, in Nueces County, you also split the county between Congressional District 34 and Congressional District 27. You have the Hillcrest black community, historical black community, with a long history in Corpus Christi, one of the main common roots of Corpus Christi and in Nueces County. You have that down all the way up to South Austin. What do they have in common with South Austin?
Again, I don't have specifics as to that district, but neighborhoods, everyone in those neighborhoods will still get to vote. Again, communities of interest are always in the eye of the beholder, and whether someone lives on one side of the street and votes in one CD and on the other side of the street, somewhere lines are going to be made, and when you are making them for the purpose of trying to avoid any racial inequities or anything that you're doing, anything you do is going to create lines. And I don't have specific knowledge of that one, but I will also say that that neighborhoods under the current map, under any map we've ever drawn, neighborhoods are divided, school districts are divided, cities are divided. It just occurs. Communities of interest are an element of redistricting criteria, but they are not the only element. And I don't like the way some of my district is divided as well. I can tell you that I did not take any racial data into consideration in drawing this map, and to my knowledge, no one else did.
Well, you also divide the port of Corpus Christi, which is #1 in the nation in exporting crude oil, from Texas A&M University, where they work very close together for purposes of increasing their economic impact on Nueces County. In addition to that, the refineries, which are very strong economic drivers in Nueces County. You even split the refineries. Half are in Congressional District 28, the other half are in Congressional District 27. I'm sorry, Congressional District 34. Part is in Congressional District 34, and then the other part of the refineries are in Congressional District 27, Congressman McLeod.
But I understand, but refineries don't vote. Hospitals don't vote. Other buildings don't vote. People vote. And
The
But it's
families that
difficult
work,
to see how dividing a refinery should be considered.
the workers that work there and the families vote. The people who have jobs there vote. Well, let me ask you on the Voting Rights Act. What districts in the 2021 map do you view as protected under the Voting Rights Act?
I don't have an opinion on that. I didn't look at any racial data with regard to this map.
Under the proposed map, House Bill 4, what districts were drawn in response to court orders?
Again, I don't know how many, please, I don't mean this directed at you in any way at all. And your questions are very valid, and I appreciate them. But I have not taken any racial data into consideration with regard to this map. I have requested a determination and believe that determination to be correct, that this map is legal, and that's what matters to me first and foremost. I wanted it to perform better for Republicans. I believe it does. And I also believe it improves some compactness in a couple of districts. And that's why I'm supporting the bill that's before us today.
Senator King, you previously stated during your layout for this, actually what used to be Senate Bill 4, now House Bill 4 with some changes, that you have consulted with your legal counsel and that you were absolutely confident that House Bill 4 complies with all applicable laws. Did your legal counsel testify before the redistricting committee?
No, they did not.
Did the lawyers express their opinion to you only? Did the lawyers express their legal opinion to you only whether or not House Bill 4 was constitutional and in compliance with the Voting Rights Act?
I don't know actually who all they've expressed that to. They have expressed it to me.
They have not expressed that to you?
No, I said, I don't know who all they have told that to, that they believe the map is legal in all applicable law, but they have told that to me.
But I just, again, those lawyers have not testified or informed the redistricting committee that this map is in compliance with the Voting Rights Act and the United States Constitution.
No, that is my testimony today as to the conclusions that have been brought to me.
Thank you, Senator King, for answering my question.
Thank you, Senator.
Members, we are going to stand at ease for 10 minutes till 12 o'clock. Then we'll come back to Senator Johnson when we reconvene. Senator Johnson, followed by Senator Cook, and that's who I have remaining to ask questions. So with that, members, Senate stands at ease till 12 o'clock. Senate will come to order. Senator Johnson, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author, Mr.
Do
President.
you yield, Senator King?
Yes.
You
of
recognize
course.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator King, I'm glad you got a break because you deserve a rest because there's a lot more questions to come, not all from me, fortunately. Senator King, are you familiar in the context of the Voting Rights Act with the concept of racially polarized voting?
Generally.
And I know you've said that you're not here to argue a case as a lawyer, but you do recognize that that's part of the Voting Rights Act and that these maps will be subject to scrutiny under the Voting Rights Act in the courts in all probability, yes?
I'm generally familiar with the concept, yes.
And as to the rest of my question, you're also probably generally familiar that maps of this nature are challenged in court, yes?
Redistricting maps are always challenged in court.
I'll go with always. I was going to say routinely, but you're probably right. As I understand it, in the redistricting trial that recently concluded in El Paso, Texas, there was evidence that the Attorney General's office, the Attorney General of Texas, has a system of analyzing racially polarized voting. Are you aware of that?
I don't have any personal knowledge.
Have you ever heard that?
No.
So you don't know, obviously, whether the Attorney General's system, if it exists, of analyzing racially polarized voting was employed in these maps.
I know that we did not rely upon any counsel or seek any counsel from the Attorney General's office with regard to HB 4.
To be clear, then, you're saying that the Texas State Attorney General's office was not at all involved, not at all consulted in the drawing of the maps that are before us today?
Not that I'm aware of. I can tell you that they did not give me any independent legal counsel.
Okay. You've said multiple times, and I think probably justifiably with some frustration, that you did not consider race in the drawing of these maps, correct?
Correct.
And that question's come up a few times, so I won't ask it. Doesn't the Voting Rights Act require consideration of race at some level?
Well, the Voting Rights Act, I think, protects every district in Texas. It applies to every district in Texas. And, I mean, obviously, since it prohibits any discrimination of minority groups in the voting process, in the electoral process, then yes, it would have to be considered in doing a legal analysis.
Thank you. And my understanding of the Voting Rights Act, like yours, is not advanced. But what I do understand is that when it considers racial discrimination, it looks both at discriminatory intent and, in the absence of intent, a discriminatory effect. Is that also your understanding of the Voting Rights Act requirements?
That's my general understanding, that intent and effect have been discussed and considered in case law over the years.
And so if these maps were drawn with no regard to race, solely, as I believe you've stated here and has been stated in the House, solely with the intent to elevate Republican partisan performance in elections, and there was no consideration of race, is there a possibility that there's going to be a legal consequence for failure to consider race in the context of maps that are going to be subject to scrutiny under the Voting Rights Act, because historically they've come into existence under the Voting Rights Act?
It's hard to answer a hypothetical. I can just tell you that, and I know I've said it before, and please forgive me if I sound repetitive, but before I considered this map, I asked that it be reviewed by counsel in which I had a high level of confidence to make sure that it was legal in all regards. And I was assured that it was. And that, of course, included all aspects of compliance with the Voting Rights Act.
So legally okay under the Voting Rights Act could take us into the gray area of the concept of a coalition district. Are you familiar with the term coalition district?
Yes, I generally am.
And what is your understanding of a coalition district? And I know we're not law professors here, but it matters.
Well, generally, it refers to two groups voting as a single class.
Two groups, put in other words, with politically cohesive interests. Would you, fair statement?
It's probably generally correct.
And historically, the legal context in which the concept of coalition districts has arisen is when two or more typically non-white, referred to as minority groups, are politically cohesive, and together they constitute a single political voice. And yet, there may be a group of typically white voters who have a different political direction, and the coalition district would serve to enable the two or more racial groups which comprise that group to elect candidates of their choice, where absent the coalition district, they would otherwise not. Does that sound like a fair characterization of whether or not it was the future of the law? It at least has been the law up to this point.
I would say that's probably a generally good statement, but again, I'm not a redistricting attorney. All I can tell you is that I am confident that every district in this map complies with the VRA and complies in light of Petaway.
And a group of attorneys have said that to you, and you trust their judgment?
Correct.
Is it your understanding, based on conversation with those attorneys or anybody else, or just your own idea, that so long as in drawing the maps you look only at partisan political performance, race is irrelevant?
I'm not sure that race is ever irrelevant because the VRA is never irrelevant. And the VRA is designed to protect different voting groups. But I believe that it's well established under law that maps can be drawn for the purpose of political preference, political performance, and frankly, it's personal experience, or my understanding is as well, that it's really very easy to draw a map when all you're looking at is political performance.
Is it your intention, and the intention of this bill, to, through a series of judicial appeals, eliminate the concept of coalition districts from the law?
I don't have any intent at all with regard to coalition districts from one perspective or another. My only intent is to make sure that this map complies, that it currently complies with all law.
You stated earlier that at least one of the districts under the new maps is more compact. Is it also more politically cohesive?
I haven't looked at any racial data.
Is it more politically cohesive?
How are you defining politically cohesive?
Where racial groups, or where actually really just the constituents of that district, vote the same way, where the minority groups in that district vote the same way, as opposed to a different way.
I haven't looked at that because I haven't looked at any racial data.
Okay. Last segment here. In North Texas, where I'm from and where Senator West is from.
And I'm actually from there too, so.
And where you're from, Senator King, I apologize. Of course. Between Tarrant County and Dallas County, do you have any reason to doubt the statistics that I've obtained that say that those two counties have increased in population by 547,000 people in the last 4 or 5 years.
That certainly sounds right, particularly Tarrant County.
What I've also been told is that 90,000 Anglos moved out of those two counties. And any reason to dispute that?
No, I wouldn't know either way.
They're just numbers. We're both going off them. I have reason to trust them. But if 90,000 Anglos left and 547,000 people came in, and at least 500,000 of them were non-Anglo, I'll represent to you that that's the case. Would we expect there to be more or fewer districts that consisted of a majority minority voters?
So my understanding is that you can only draw a redistricting map off of the preceding decennial census data. And so this map is drawn not off estimates of years since 2020, but it is drawn directly off of the 2020 census data.
I just want to understand what you just said, that if you're drawing maps mid-decennial, much as I detest it, you can't use current data? You have to use the decennial data when you're conceiving of the maps?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Even if the effect is to shift the proportion of representation for a smaller ethnic group in favor of a ethnic group that is shrinking and in the disfavor of an ethnic group that is expanding.
I can only speak with reference to this map, but it is my understanding that this map completely complies with the VRA and all other applicable law, and I presume that would be obviously with regard to discriminatory intent and effect that you mentioned.
Okay, thank you for this dialogue.
Thank you.
Senator Cook, for what purpose?
To ask the author some questions.
Do you yield, Senator King?
Yes.
You recognize Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Okay, you know, this is my first redistricting process, so I hope you'll bear with me on some of these. But I think it's been pretty clearly established, would you agree, that you did not draw the map? Do you know who drew the map?
So HB4, as it came out of the House, HB4 that's before us, I don't have any personal knowledge as to who physically drew the map, no.
You know who knows who drew the map?
I'm assuming it was a product of the House author and their counsel.
But you haven't actually had a conversation with him about that, or you have?
I haven't talked to him about that.
Okay. So you can't name people who gave instructions for crafting boundaries or any lines specifically?
No.
Okay. So when did you first see this draft map?
I guess it was Monday when it was laid out in the House committee, if I have my days right.
So you saw it the same time everybody else in committee saw it, and it was when the messenger handed it to you in committee?
Yes.
Did anyone on your staff or anything see it before then?
They saw it the same time I did.
Then how did your legal counsel get it to scrub it?
We notified them to go online, take it off the web, pull it down from the website and look at it.
And how did you know what the number was and all of that?
Well, actually, I want to correct that. That's not correct. We found out about it because the House counsel called our counsel and said there's a new map coming out, and then they contacted my chief of staff, and that was Monday.
Okay. So House Counsel reaches out to your council, says, go pull the map, but you guys never even knew what the map number was until it landed on your desk in committee hearing.
No.
Okay. Nobody that's paid by you.
No.
Okay. It's kind of wild to me, I'll be honest. Didn't know that's how it works. And I think you've said multiple times, like this is, or you're establishing, right, the DOJ letter did not impact you in any way.
No, none at all.
Okay. And are you aware, like, had your legal counsel seen the DOJ letter?
Yes.
Have y'all had any conversations about it or anything that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Let me ask you, because I'm so curious about this too. Which city in Texas is the most racially diverse city?
I don't know, actually.
You don't know which
If
city?
I was going to guess, without having looked at racial data, just having lived in Texas, I would guess it's probably Houston.
Yes, and it's very famously the most racially diverse city in the United States. So, and you've served on, this last session was economic development, criminal justice, education, transportation, right?
Yes.
Have you ever like polled in your own races at all or seen ever any statewide polling in your political career?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Did any of those polls have racial crosstabs?
Not that I recall.
You paid for polling without racial crosstabs?
Well, I'm sure they did, but to be honest, I never really dig into the polling. I usually just go over the conclusions with the pollster.
Usually that includes racial data. As a part of your service on the education committee, I'm sure you probably had to process a lot of data about independent school districts and who's on lunch, who's not, racial makeups of those. Is that probably accurate?
Well, this is my first time to ever, I guess second time to ever serve on education, but yes, they do talk about poverty levels and who's on school lunch and things of that nature. But most of the funding formula stuff, though, is really, I mean, finance is so much involved in that.
And I bet on criminal justice, you probably have to process a lot of jail data for different counties and have a pretty bird's eye statewide view of some stuff. And I imagine racial demographics probably comes up in a lot of those discussions. I've seen it come up in those discussions, right?
Not as much as you would think.
Okay. And you knew, without flipping through a book or anything, that Houston is the most racially diverse city in the state.
Yes, I've heard the statements of, and I don't remember the numbers, but it's an amazing number of different languages that are spoken, some of the school districts and things like that.
It's an amazing place. So I guess I'm just trying to understand, maybe you didn't sit down with Red Apple and click on racial demographic data, but is it fair to say, with all of the information and access you have, your view of the state, your tenure as an elected official, that you might have some semblance of some common sense racial data in the state?
I have common sense, yes, I guess. I have common sense data, but I have not drilled into racial data with regard to redistricting.
How many hours of testimony did y'all hear? I tuned in for most of everything, but how many hours of testimony did come out to for the Senate hearings for redistricting?
That's a good question. I can tell you that when we did the South, actually I don't know the number of hours. I can tell you, for example, that when we did South and Central Texas, which also included Bexar County and Travis County, and the RGV, we had 112 people registered to testify, 48 testified. We had 778 click into live stream and view it. I can go through that type of data, but I'd actually have to ask my staff. I can't remember how many hours we were in.
Hours and hours, though.
Yeah, but it was long hearings, yes.
Yeah, we had hundreds of people show up.
Can't get through, like in that day, that hearing, 48, testifying without it taking some time.
Did any of those commenters mention any racial data? Were there demographers? Did racial data come up in those hearings?
At a couple of the hearings, like NAACP or some of the other interest groups who testified, and some of the congressional members who testified, gave reference to, I wouldn't call it racial data as much as general statements with regarding to communities and of interest and groups of interest.
Okay. I just have a really hard time understanding how there's no regard to race at all when we heard hours and hours and hours of testimony, a lot of it focusing on race. You're very aware of some of the racial demographics of the state, even just from a top of your mind kind of place.
Well, but
so can you really say?
You got to understand, if someone stands up, as we've heard testimony today, and someone will refer to a protected district, well, every district is protected by the VRA. And if you had someone testify from maybe Malda for Malk, and obviously they're speaking some of the same that some of the other questions have been today. Are you aware that the Hispanic population has increased X amount in Texas or X amount in South Texas? And yes, obviously we heard things like that, and those are very general statements. But as far as drilling into the racial data to the extent that you would have to draw a map based upon racial criteria, I haven't looked at any of that.
And does your office have
it.
access to demographers and that sort of thing if you?
Well, I know Red Apple has that, but I haven't cranked up Red Apple myself throughout this whole process.
And we don't know who did for this.
Well, I understand there's another program out there that most people are using now other than Red Apple, but I know there are programs that people have access to that incorporate all types of data, and I guess anybody drawing a map could review that and use that, but I didn't.
Okay. Okay, I'm kind of just trying to figure out how this DOJ letter fits in. My district's been highly concerned about it, as you can imagine. Are you aware of any additional DOJ communications to the state of Texas through the governor's office, AG's office, or otherwise regarding the unlawfulness or the claimed unlawfulness of the current congressional map?
You know, all I know is that with regard to the DOJ letter, I know that the Attorney General filed a direct response to it with the author of the letter, disagreeing with the findings in the letter. I know that the Attorney General's litigation team in the 3-judge federal panel, I know that they filed a response with the court, and I believe the court issued a response. I think there had been a response filed by the plaintiffs, if I remember, that asked for testimony to be reopened and some things of that nature in response to the letter. The AG's office filed a response to that motion. My understanding is that the court denied the motion to reopen at this time. The governor, I guess, responded. I'm not aware of any direct response by him. It wasn't addressed to the legislature. I really haven't given it any consideration. At the request of the Democrat caucus chair, and we did issue an invitation, and I think Senator Miles and Hinojosa as well, we did offer an invitation to the author of that letter to come and address the committee, but we have not had any response to that letter.
And are you aware if the DOJ has threatened any enforcement proceeding or action since the initial letter to Governor Abbott?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know who decided that there should be changes made from the committee? I know you kind of talked about this, but I just want to ask it directly. Do you know who decided that there should be changes made from the committee version of this bill?
Say that one more time.
Or the changes, I guess, to the committee substitute?
So do I know, make sure I understand the question correctly. Do I know whose decision it was to make the changes in HB 4 that was originally filed in the House committee in this special session, the changes that were made when they laid it out in committee, the main changes being 16, 9, and Navarro County? I don't know whose idea that was.
Do you know who, anyone who proposed any changes throughout this process? Do you know anybody who had input? I know we don't know who drew it. You don't know who made those changes. Are you aware of anyone who participated?
I don't have
in those.
I don't know the mechanics of how all that came together. I presume that their legal counsel for the House was heavily involved in that, but I haven't talked to them and I haven't asked that question.
Okay. Have you had any communication with Hunter at all, with Representative Hunter?
Not about those changes, no. I don't think we've talked since then. I called him the weekend before just to say, when are you having a hearing, and what are the plans, just kind of make sure we were coordinating things. And he didn't mention anything in that call about any changes, and I want to say that was the Saturday before the Monday that they laid it out. Mm-hmm. And we have not spoken since then.
Okay. And then you just adopted the same map. You did not have any hand in.
No, before I agreed to anything, because we had filed the companion as SB4. And before I agreed to pick that up as the modified version, I again asked our lawyers to look it over, and before I even looked at it, and make sure it was in compliance and still performed from a partisan perspective.
Right. When did you find out that Hunter was making changes, or that changes were going to happen?
I found out Monday. I found out Monday.
When the public found out too, in committee?
Yes, as far as I know.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit before it was laid out. I think it was before the committee hearing. I don't remember what time they had the committee hearing, but maybe early afternoon, Monday, something like that.
And have you consulted with the Speaker, the Governor, Lieutenant Governor, or AG at any point during these special sessions about the map, the legislative process for considering them, or the characteristics of the maps?
Speaker, no. The Governor, no. Lieutenant Governor, yes, about the process.
Okay. And just about the process, those were not conversations about the characteristics of the maps at all?
Well, we haven't sat down and gone over a map, but he's in his role as the President of the Senate and my role as a committee chair that he appointed to that position, we've had the same type of reaction that I would characterize as normal and standard between the Lieutenant Governor and any committee chair on issues that are prominent at the time.
Okay, and in your opinion, is this typically how this goes? You've been through a few of these, or...
Yeah, this seems like a very typical redistricting process to me, yeah.
Okay.
I was through it in, I guess, first one was 2001, and then 2003, and then another, and then we've had a series of them, both interim and decennial census since then, so this seems pretty normal.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Motion.
Members, the following motion in writing.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, pursuant to Senate Rule 7.12A, the printing rule, I move that the Senate order HB 4 not printed. Motion by King.
Members, is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. Members, there is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Would you say, Madam Secretary, would you read that motion again?
Madam Secretary, please read the motion again for Senator Gutierrez. Madam Secretary, read the motion again.
Mr. President, motion in writing. Mr. President, pursuant to Senate Rule 7.12A, the printing rule, I move that the Senate order HB 4 not printed. Motion by King.
Senator Gutierrez, state your inquiry.
I apologize. Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry. Mr. President, how many votes do we need to suspend the rules?
To order the bill not printed is a 5/9 threshold.
I'll ask for strict enforcement, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Echart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hinojosa, Nueces, Hinojosa, Hidalgo, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Sparks, West, oh, yeah, that's right, we've got Alvarado. Alvarado. Middleton. Perry. Perry. Alvarado.
Hold, Senator. Continue the vote, Secretary.
Alvarado. Oh, yes.
Members, there being 16 ayes and 10 nays, the motion is adopted. Senator Gutierrez, for your parliamentary motion.
Inquiry.
Or parliamentary inquiry. You need to go to the microphone to place it on the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Was it 5/9 of members present?
That is the standard, and then it passed 16 to 10.
Can someone do the fraction on that? I didn't do so well in math. 16.6, and so we had 16. So 16.6 is the actual number. I wonder, do we need 17, Mr. President?
26 members.
Well, 16.6 sure as hell isn't 16.
There are 26 members voting. 5/9 equals 15. 16 votes were cast in favor. Therefore, it passes the 5/9 threshold.
I would just say, Senator, I would refer you to.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator, I would refer you to the Green Book, Senator, that gives you the thresholds.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome, Senator. Okay. Okay. Members will continue with questions on the bill. Senator West, for what purpose?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Questions of the author?
Do you yield, Senator King?
I do.
You recognize Senator West.
Senator King.
Senator West.
How are you doing today, sir?
Very good.
You know, before I get into questions, I just want to talk a little bit about your background. Correct me if I'm wrong about this. You are an attorney.
Yes.
You've served as Justice of the Peace.
I did.
You are a former police officer.
Yes, sir.
And you were a police officer for how long?
I was with Fort Worth full-time for about 15 years.
And you achieved the rank of, you achieved the rank of what at the police department?
Captain.
Captain. And just as importantly, you spent a significant part of your time in the African-American community of Fort Worth, is that correct?
Yes.
What did you do in that community, sir?
Well, in the sense of, I kind of grew up in the next door to that area.
Right, and you had?
I went to Eastern, if you know the area, I went to Eastern Hills High School, grew up in Handley. First house Terry and I bought when we married was in Handley.
But would it be a fair statement to say, sir, that you are very familiar with the African-American community?
You know, I'm sure there's a tremendous amount about the African-American community that I do not know.
Okay, would it be a fair statement to say that you know about the African-American community then?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
Would it be a fair statement to say that you know some things about the African-American community?
Well, I know I have friends, good friends that are African-American.
So it would be a fair statement then. So it would be a fair statement then, right?
I don't know what your measuring stick is there.
Well, I'm just saying, is it a fair statement that you know something about the African-American community? That's a yes or no answer.
The best answer I can give you is I do my best to represent my district. I do not know everything about the African-American community.
You've already said that.
But I was,
some things about that.
I served as a police officer in that district almost all those years.
Did you ever go to any of the churches in the African-American community?
Interacted with a lot of pastors. I had African-Americans in churches I attended.
Did you ever go to any churches in the African-American community that you represented as a police officer? Well, hold on. How do you find communities of interest?
I think it's a very broad term that is really in the eye of the beholder. I think it can be everything from a economic district to a transportation district to a water district to a old historic community to a church group, for that matter.
For purposes of redistricting, how do you define communities of interest?
Well, I think I just did in part. It can also be school districts and counties and cities and portions of cities. It can be a river basin district. We've talked a lot about the flood areas this time. Those flood regions can be a community of interest.
Would you agree with me that there can be rural communities of interest and urban communities of interest?
And suburban.
I'm sorry?
And suburban.
And suburban. So you would agree with me then?
Yes.
Now, are urban communities of interest the same as rural communities of interest?
Well, I would say that they have overlapping interests, but they may not be identical.
Would you agree with me that urban communities of interest have little or no real commonality with the rural communities of interest?
No, not at all.
All right. Let's talk about this legislature. Let's talk about health care. Would you agree with me that over the years that you've been here as a part of this body, that we've had issues with having rural hospitals, funding rural hospitals?
Yes, that is a continual concern.
And that's a rural issue, is it not?
It is one rural issue, yes.
Okay, we're going to get down to others too. Okay, but that is a rural interest.
It can be in some areas, for sure.
I mean, in the state of Texas, it is an issue that we've grappled with here in this legislative body. Correct?
It is in some rural areas, yes, absolutely.
Okay, so we're talking about healthcare as a community of interest matter. Okay, so as it relates to having hospitals in urban areas, do we have the same issue in terms of funding hospitals or closing of hospitals in rural area, in urban areas that they have in rural areas?
Well, I guess you'd have to define urban area. I had one close in Bridgeport in the downtown area a few years ago.
Let me be more specific then. In Congressional District 33, as it's right now composed, do we have any urban hospitals in Congressional District 33?
I do not know the answer to that.
Do you represent Fort Worth?
I represent parts of Fort Worth.
Do you represent the Stop 6 area?
I do have Stop 6.
Do you represent John Peter Smith Hospital?
I do.
Where's John Peter Smith Hospital located?
1500 South Main.
What congressional district?
I think that's going to be, okay, let me think through it. It's Ramon Romero's House District. It's my Senate District. And it it's probably was Kay Granger's, I think. So it would probably be Senate District 12 on our current map. Now Craig Goldman, I guess.
So you said it's congressional district?
I think so. It's right on the border there, but I think it's in 12.
Is that in a rural or urban area?
Oh, that's an urban area.
Has that hospital been faced with being shut down?
Well, it's a county hospital, so I don't think it's ever going to be shut down, but it does always has financial struggles. Now, I guess it was St. Joe's that's right across the street from
I'm not talking about St. Joe's. I'm talking about
let me finish.
John Peter Smith.
I am, but I'm just saying it was, if I recall correctly, St. Joe's, which I think is 1400 South Main, that did close some years ago.
So let me go back to John Peter Smith. John Peter Smith has not had the same issues of closing down that rural communities have, hospitals have. Isn't that correct?
It has not closed down, that is correct.
Okay. So continuing with the communities of interest, and I'm not going to go too far down this road, as it relates to schools? Do we have the same issues in rural communities with our schools as we have in our urban communities? And if so, what are they?
What are some of the same issues?
Yes.
Well, the same issues are making sure that you have a good quality of education, dealing with the curriculums, the funding formulas, the security is a common issue, attracting teachers, retaining staff, training of teachers, disciplinary actions within the schools. Those are all.
You hit the nail on the head, okay? You hit the nail on the head because I wanted to focus specifically on teachers. Now, you've been here several sessions. Has there not been a determination by this body that rural communities were having problems getting teachers in their communities? Has there not been a problem with that?
More so, I would say that they've had difficulty paying their teachers at a competitive wage.
That's exactly right, and that's why they've been having problems attracting teachers to rural communities. Did we not, as a legislative body, in the Finance Committee, the Education Committee, say that we needed to do something for rural communities in order for them to be able to attract and pay teachers? Did we not make a difference between teachers in urban communities and rural communities?
So I don't believe we framed it as rural and urban. We framed it as small districts and large districts.
Okay.
And the pay incentive differential was based on the size of the district.
Okay, then
student body population.
Let's go down that rabbit trail. Would you agree with me that the smaller districts are, for the most part in the state of Texas, located in rural communities?
Well, a lot of them are, yes, absolutely.
That the majority
like
of them are.
Crowley and, well, some of the ones in my district are just barely, yes, as a general rule, that is a correct statement.
Thank you very much. So that's a difference between communities, urban communities and rural communities. That's another difference. And I can go on and on down there, but you didn't take into consideration communities of interest and the differences between them in approving this map or getting the committee to approve the map for our consideration, did you?
I would say that as a traditional redistricting criteria, that this bill does not violate any legal standards with regard to any criteria that would be, I'm not saying that very well, let me start over.
No, you're not. Start over on that
Okay,
one.
let me start over. So I'll go back to what I have taken into consideration for this map is that number one, it be legal. Number two, it perform better politically, and that it enhance compactness.
So that's the answer to my question about you taking into consideration communities of interest? If it is, it is. I just want to make sure it's on the record.
I think communities of interest, again, are in the eye of the beholder. And I think that you've named a few, but I think that it is only one of many considerations that are used to support a redistricting map.
Okay, so the answer to my question is you took into consideration communities of interest?
Generally, yes.
Generally?
Yes, I mean, I think one of the things we've done in this is tried to do what Senator Blanco had asked for and move Fort Bliss, which had traditionally been in CD 16, because it's an economic part of the city of El Paso, more so than San Antonio, and we moved it into its historic community of interest, which is the El Paso area, and we did the same thing in trying to recombine Navarro County, which was split, for Senator Hall. So yes, I would say it has been of consideration.
And those are the two areas that it was considered. Is that correct?
Off the top of my head, yes.
Let's talk about Congressional District 33 as it currently exists. Who's the congressperson there right now?
Hey, just a second, let me get out my...
Is that Mark Vesey?
Mark Vesey, yes.
Okay. How long has Mark Vesey been the congressperson there?
Oh, I'd say at least maybe 12, 14 years.
Somewhere off in there, I think so. And that's been an African-American performing district, has it not?
I haven't looked at the racial data for that district.
Okay, but he's been there. Okay, so it could be a coalition district where African-Americans and Latinos have voted for him. It could be a district where African-Americans, Asians, Anglos, and Hispanics voted for him, correct? You wouldn't know because you hadn't taken into consideration race for any purpose in drafting this map. Is that correct?
Well, generally, yes, I have not taken racial data into consideration in drawing the map. I do know in District 33, there is a large African-American community. There is a significant Hispanic community. There's a big white community. I mean, I grew up in that community. I know that from that. I served as a police officer there. I was the commander of the police division over there, so I'm familiar with it. But I went to church there for a long time and got my hair cut there until my barber died a few years ago.
And I'm well aware.
But all that said,
you know, I'm well aware of that haircut.
all that said, I have not looked at racial data with regard to Congressional District 33 or any other districts in the state of Texas.
All right, very good. You know who this guy is right here?
Yes, I do.
Who was that?
Was it Sidney Allen Johnston?
Right. Do you know whether he was a slave owner?
I'm somewhat familiar with Civil War history, yes.
Do you know whether or not he was a proponent of slavery?
It's my understanding that he was.
Okay. So is there discrimination in the state of Texas?
I think there's discrimination of all types everywhere in the world, and certainly in the United States.
So
I think we've made a tremendous improvements in that, from my opinion.
All right, so, and I don't disagree with you there, the latter part, but you do agree that there's still discrimination in the state of Texas?
Sure, there is, of many types.
Okay, so is there discrimination against ethnic minorities in the state of Texas? Come on.
Well, look, I think there's ethnic discrimination. I think there's religious discrimination. We are fallen people.
I'm only talking about ethnic minority discrimination.
I am highly confident. You watch TV just as I do. You have people you know that are prejudiced just like I do. But I do not believe that is predominant
in the state of Texas. All right, let me ask this question. Are there issues that come to the legislative body, listen to this very closely, that minority legislators bring to this body and ask for support because we believe that it's in the best interest of our community? Are you familiar with any legislation that comes to the floor or to committees?
I believe we all bring unique backgrounds to the floor experientially.
Okay.
And we exercise those, and we try to do it in the best interest of our constituency and of Texas.
So the answer to my question is, all of us bring those types of issues to this body? Is that what you said? That's the response, correct? I'm just trying to understand what your answer is, sir. That's all.
My response was that all of us bring different backgrounds and interests to this body. I think we all try to do the right thing. I think we all, I believe we all in this room are appalled at any level of racial, any level of ethnic, any level of religious prejudice.
So if indeed there's a track record of ethnic minorities in this body, the Senate, jointly bringing legislation to the floor that specifically impact communities that they represent that may very well be predominantly African American or Latino, that legislation is not given a hearing or voted down, is that an indication of discrimination?
You're going to have to be more specific. That's very much a hypothetical.
Okay, I'm going to leave the hypothetical on the table right now. Okay? But let's talk about case law that you considered, if any. It's my understanding that you depended upon a map. Well, let me back up. It's my understanding, based on the arguments that have been made or the debate that's been had, is that you looked at legality, you looked at compactness, and what other factor did you look at?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
In terms of bringing this map to the floor, you took into consideration about 3 criteria: legality, compactness, and what else?
Partisan performance.
All right. Let's talk about that for a little bit. It would be a fair statement to say that the predominant factor that you took into consideration is partisan participation. That be fair? That was the dominant factor that you considered in.
No, the primary,
okay.
The top consideration was that the map comply with the VRA and that it be legal in all other applicable regards. And then the secondary goal was to try to make it perform better for Republican congressional candidates.
That was the secondary goal. Okay. Now, you're telling the court, because this is going to court, that you made certain that you didn't look at specifically whether or not this was legal. You relied upon map drawers in order to tell you that. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Well, tell us what you did to make sure it was legal.
Can I finish the whole answer?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Some years back, I had to have some very sophisticated real estate work done. I'm an attorney, but I'm not a real estate attorney. So I went and hired, and unfortunately paid him a lot of money,
that wasn't my law firm.
To a very good real estate attorney. I probably should have gone to you, but I went to a very good real estate attorney. I am not a redistricting attorney, but my number one objective was to make sure that we passed a map that was legal. So we did a nationwide search and tried to find a firm that had substantial redistricting experience. We did, Baker Hostetler. They have decades of experience in it, great references. And after interviewing them along with other firms, I hired them because I believed it was a firm in which I could have confidence that if they studied this, they did the proper analysis, that they could bring a conclusion to me of whether or not any map I was considering met legal standards, legal requirements. I have asked them to scrub HB4, that's before us today, and they have told me that in their opinion, in which I have a complete confidence, that it meets all legal requirements. And that's what I'm basing my conclusion on, that this is a legal map.
So you're basing it on a legal opinion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had legal opinions?
Because I'm not qualified to make an opinion.
Can I finish? Thank you. And you would agree with me that all legal opinions aren't correct. You would agree with that, would you not?
Yes, there are legal opinions made that are not correct.
All right, thank you. Now, what's circumstantial evidence? What does that mean?
You know, I'm sorry, Senator, I'm just not going to get into a debate with you on legal terms and definitions.
Okay, fine. But you know what circumstantial evidence is?
Yes.
Okay, now, isn't it strange that the Department of Justice letter addressed to the governor, the attorney general. It was on July the 7th, 2025. And then we have a special session where the governor, it's one of the items that he puts on the call is redistricting. Do you find that to be just a matter of coincidence? Strange?
The coincidence being that the governor put redistricting on the call after having received a letter?
Right.
I haven't had any conversations with the governor. I don't know what his motivation was. I don't know if he had decided to do that before or after he received the letter. I just know that he placed redistricting on the call.
Okay. Isn't it strange that Donald Trump asked for 11,000? No, that wasn't. He asked for 5 additional seats, Republican seats, here in the state of Texas before the letter went out. Isn't that strange? And then the letter goes out, this letter, and then our governor puts on the redistricting on the special session call, redistricting. You don't find that to be a coincidence?
I don't find it to be relevant to HB4 this before us
I didn't ask you
today.
whether or not it was relevant. I just asked you whether you thought it was a coincidence.
I don't have any personal knowledge of that.
You have no opinion, in other words, correct? All right.
Well, my opinion wouldn't matter.
It matters to me. So, since it matters to me, what is your opinion?
I don't have an opinion.
You just said you had one. But anyway, we'll go on. When you look at some of the case law, and you said you're not getting into the case law. I understand that. But let me ask you, we talked about discriminatory effects. Tell us whether or not there was any analysis by the top-notch lawyers as it relates to discriminatory effects of this particular map.
My instructions to them were that they be exceptionally thorough in scrubbing this map to determine if it in any way violated law. Obviously, discriminatory impact effect are part, the VRA is there to protect against such things, right? And I am very confident that they did a very thorough analysis, and their report to me, and I have confidence in that analysis, is that this map complies with all applicable law.
And the fact of the matter is that you hired them as an attorney, is that correct?
Sorry?
You hired them as attorneys.
Yes, because I'm not qualified to make those determinations.
Sure. So any conversations between you and them would be privileged, correct?
Yes.
So they wouldn't be able to testify in terms of what they actually did in terms of developing these maps, correct?
That's probably correct, yes.
That's probably correct?
Well, under a general rule of privilege, yes, it would be.
So then the reality is that you're assuming that they did a discriminatory effect analysis, correct?
I'm confident that they did all analysis as necessary as extremely experienced redistricting attorneys to decide if this map meets legal requirements.
Let me ask you this question. You're familiar with the Texas Legislative Council's guidance and redistricting rules, are you not?
It's been a while since I've read that publication, but yes.
You consider the Texas Legislative Council to be an authority on redistricting?
Not particularly.
Why?
Well, I'm not saying they have a lot of functions. I say they have a working knowledge of it. They obviously put out that publication. They help draw amendments for parties. They help draw maps for members. Whether they're an expert or not, I don't know.
Have you ever utilized their services?
Yes, I've had them draw amendments in the past, and
you've had them also help you draw maps, is that correct?
Not in a long time.
No. I'm not in a long, all right, define long time.
20 years.
It's been 20 years since you've utilized their services.
Well, since I actually sat down and said, I would like, I'm not actually sure I've ever had them draw a map, because when I was filing a bill that was a full map before, I had used somebody independent to help me. And then we submitted that to Ledge Council, and they did whatever they do to get it in the right digital form.
Are you aware of any instance where the legislature has deviated from the Texas Legislative Council's guidance during the redistricting cycle?
Say that again.
Are you aware of any instances where the legislature deviated from the Texas Legislative Council's guidance during the redistricting cycle? Are you aware?
Not specifically, not that I can recall.
Do you agree that the rules and legal landscape for this special redistricting cycle were different from previous cycles?
No.
Do not agree? So if there's evidence that there is some differences, you have no knowledge of what those differences are, correct?
And I'm sorry, Senator, I'm not trying to resist. I'm just not sure I really understand your question. So do I think there's been differences? Can you say that again?
Use, and I'm sorry, it may very well have been the way that I asked the question. Let me just ask the 4 or 5 questions. You know about the Texas Legislative Council to be an authority on redistricting. Your answer to that question is?
I believe they are. I believe they have attorneys over there that have a working knowledge of redistricting.
Do you believe their guidance should be followed during the redistricting process?
I don't think we're under any obligation to follow their guidance.
I didn't say whether, do you believe it should be followed? No is the answer to that question?
I do not have any attorney-client relationship with them. Personally, I only follow legal advice of someone I have an attorney-client relationship with.
So again, the answer to the question would be no. Are you aware of any instances where the legislature has deviated from the Texas Legislative Council's guidance during the redistricting cycle? You're not aware of it?
I have no knowledge either way.
Okay. And do you agree that the rules and legal landscape for this special redistricting cycle were different from previous cycles to the extent that in previous cycles we utilized the council?
I don't have any knowledge of that either way.
But to the extent that we utilized them in previous councils, previous redistricting cycles, it would be different. Because
again, I just have no personal knowledge of that.
Okay, but to the extent, comma, okay, we utilized them in previous redistricting cycles, you didn't utilize them this time around, correct?
I know they had to take this map at some point and put it into Ledge Council format and drafting the bill off of that. But if that's what you're referring to, that's, to my knowledge, that's the only input they've had, at least with me, in this process.
Okay. Now, a few more questions. You didn't consider race. Secondarily, you wanted to make certain that Republicans got an additional advantage in the state of Texas, regardless of the impact that it had on other communities. Now,
I haven't said that. I'm sorry.
Oh, you didn't say that. I'm saying that.
Okay.
Would you agree with me that most ethnic minorities in the state of Texas voted for Kamala Harris for President of the United States?
I don't know if that's, I just don't have any, you're asking me in a setting like this to give answers that I have knowledge that I can back up. From an anecdotal statement, I suppose that's true. I'm sure I've heard that in the media and other places, but I haven't looked at who people voted for relative to their race.
Okay, that's fine, okay. But to the extent that I've looked at it, and others have looked at it, you would not be surprised that most ethnic minorities in the state of Texas voted for Kamala Harris as the President of the United States and voted for Trump as President of the United States. Obviously, those are the only two choices they had.
If you say that's correct, I'll take your word.
All right, thank you. Would you also agree with me that when you begin to look at the secondary aspect of your goals in terms of getting more Republican seats, that those persons in the districts that are in this DOJ letter and others have been cracked out of their districts and communities of interest into Republican districts? Did you know that?
I have specifically asked my legal counsel if anything in HB 4 was the product of packing or cracking a minority district, and I have been told that it is not.
Okay, so if for some reason, so you've been told that, have you looked at it?
I have not.
Okay, so if you hadn't looked at it, then you're telling us that you have depended 100% on what people have told you as opposed to listening to what they've said and then going back and verifying yourself. I think it was Ronald Reagan says, trust but verify. You didn't verify that?
Just like you, I am not qualified to make a jingles analysis.
I didn't ask you whether you was qualified to make a jingles analysis.
It's exactly what you asked me.
No. Let's not get off on that.
Don't put words in my mouth.
I'm not trying to. I'm just asking you to answer the question. Did you go back and verify?
I have the highest level of confidence in the council that we've engaged. And I also am aware that the House counsel, who have extreme experience in redistricting, they came to the same conclusion.
Let me ask the question one more time. Did you go back and verify anything that your high-dollar lawyers told you about the legality of this map, specifically whether or not minority communities were cracked?
Neither I or you or anybody in this room is qualified to do the type of analysis that it takes to determine packing or cracking relative to a redistricting map.
How do you know that? That we're not qualified?
Because I know all of you. Nothing personal, but I mean, it takes a lot of experience, a statistical and legal background in that, and unless I'm wrong, none of us have that.
So, and how many redistricting chairmanships, both the House and the Senate, have you occupied?
One in the House and one in the Senate.
How many redistricting committees have you been on in both the House and the Senate?
Well, I guess, I don't know, 2 or 3 times in the House.
2 or 3 times?
Yeah, I kept getting busted when we'd have different speakers, but so I guess 2 times in the House and then this turn in the Senate.
So you have working knowledge of the concepts of redistricting.
The concepts, yes.
But you have no working knowledge of how the concepts actually should be applied.
I don't have the expertise to do a jingles and similar type analysis.
Let me go back. So you have no expertise and you did not do any analysis on packing and cracking, correct? You depended upon the opinion that you received or opinions that you received, correct?
I relied upon the expert opinion of my counsel.
So therefore, if their opinion is wrong, then as it relates to cracking and packing, then this map should fail, should it not?
If their opinion was wrong, I know there's going to be lawsuits filed, they're already being filed, then that's a process that they're going to go through in court to determine, but I have the highest confidence level that this map is legal. I don't know what else to say about it. I've asked and answered this so many times.
Oh, okay, well, you go several more times, okay. Because again, this is
it's going to be the same answer.
You know, that's fine, and it can be. I don't have a problem with that, but just like you have a right to sit up here and defend your map, I got a right to ask you questions about it because it impacts my community. fact is, I asked you about this man right here, a slave owner. Since the Civil War, African Americans have been able to work with different persons in the legislative body to get, and the courts, in order to get 4 African American representatives in Congress. What your map does is it reduces it to 2. That's what it does. I call that retrogression. That's what it does. And then when you begin to look at communities that have been discussed by Senator Zaffirini, Senator Hinojosa, and others, we say we have developed other Latino districts, which is a force. Because just as you said, that's kind of based on CVAP. That's what you said. And that is the least liable numbers to rely upon. So you put Hispanics in a position where a Republican can run in that particular district and win. You take away 2 African American districts, one in Houston and one in your county, Dallas County. And you take, your consultants, take away population in Congressional 33 and put it in rural communities where they have no common interests at all. And for some reason, you can't see that. I thought specifically you'd see it in Tarrant County. There's no way in the world that people, hopefully one day it will be, there's no way in the world that people in 33, and I'm not in Tarrant County, a little bit, but not a lot. But when you look at 33, you've now taken 33 and frankly put people in different rural counties into that new district. And you're telling us that you didn't even look at it. You relied upon your consultants to tell you it was just okay. My friend, it's not just okay. Because again, African Americans finally got 4 congressional seats of people in Congress that vote on issues that's important to them and the state of Texas. They're losing 2 persons to do that now. And you may very well sit up and say that if this map stands, the new congresspersons whose districts they'll be in, representing less than 10% of their interests, will make certain that their issues as a community of interest are taken care of. But when you do an analysis of potential congresspersons that would represent them and look at their voting record, you'll see that that is not the case. But again, it's a legislative body, and we have to go through this. A couple of more questions. Voting blocks. What voting blocks do we have here in the state of Texas?
I'm sorry?
Voting blocks. Part of the jingle analysis is voting blocks, is it not?
I couldn't walk you through all the things that go into a jingle analysis. I can tell you, I can walk through what the court has said is involved in that, but I don't know the specifics.
So you're not familiar with what the definition is of a voting block? Come on now.
I'm trying to avoid getting into a detailed discussion about things that I don't have a lot of detailed knowledge in. I know what a census tract is. I don't exactly know how they're set up. I know what a voting precinct is. I understand generally how those are arranged, voting blocks, but I don't want to talk to you about things I don't have detailed knowledge about.
So you don't know anything about what a voting block is,
Well,
correct?
tell me what you mean when you say
No. I'm not going to tell you. I'm asking you to tell me. Do you know what a voting block is?
Well, I may if you'll tell me how you're defining it.
Let me ask you this. As it relates to precincts, should precincts be split as a part of this redistricting process if it results in cracking of districts?
You should never crack or pack districts.
So the answer to your question is that precincts, if indeed it results in cracking, that's an undesirable way to do redistricting, correct?
Well, precincts are split all over this state. It is unavoidable. Sometimes it simply just has to be done for rounding to get to your one person, one vote target.
If you saw an overwhelming of cracking in a particular district, would you find that to be suspect of cracking?
But HB 4 before us today does not do that.
And you're saying that based on what? What someone else told you?
Based on the expert council
So what someone
that
else
I'm
told
relying
you?
upon, and that I'm very confident if this goes to court, that will be proven to be true in court.
So it's based on what someone else told you, not based on verifying yourself.
Well, almost everything we do here is based on us relying on an expert in a field, whether that's telecommunications or electricity or real estate matters, whatever it is. We always find experts that we trust in and we rely upon them. And that's what I've done here, just like you've done on probably hundreds of bills that you've carried over the years.
So based on what someone else told you, not based on your personal verification. Thank you very much, sir.
Senator Miles, for what purpose?
Questions to the author?
Do you yield, Senator King?
Of course.
You recognize Senator Miles.
Thank you. Senator King, let me share this with you before I get started. I can't tell you how extremely poetically and politically painful it is to see you standing there in front of Barbara Jordan while we discuss Senate Bill 4 or House Bill 4. Senator King, I disagree with the first thing that you said when you got on the floor this morning. That it's not a courtroom. Because it is a courtroom. It's the people's courtroom. It's where they send us to pass policy, make laws, to protect the citizens of Texas. As my colleagues always say, this is Texas, and we're here to protect Texans. Unless for the last 27 years, it was black Texans or Hispanic Texans trying to vote. Senator King, you and I have been doing this now for almost a month. I don't think I have to explain where I stand, and I don't think I have to ask you where you stand, Senator King. This is it. there's no more committee hearings. It's just you and I out in the open, on the open floor, letting it all out for the people of Texas and the nation to see and hear. But I do have some questions that I don't think were adequately answered in committees, plus a few more that I think will shed some light on the whole rigged districting situation. So I would appreciate it if you would bear with me, Senator King. Senator King, are you aware that Harris County has the largest black population of any county in America?
You have told me that, yes.
Well, let me give you some more information. According to the 2020 census data, which you claim was used for these maps, Harris County has a black population of 900,000. That population by itself is larger than the population of Wyoming, Vermont, Alaska, and North Dakota. Fort Bend, which is part of Harris County, which is right outside Harris County, but part of what we call Houston-Harris County, Fort Bend, has a black population of 170,000. Together, the black population with Harris by itself is larger than the population of 6 states in this country, colleagues. 6 states in this country. Seeing that this is the largest population, how does your plan affect the black communities of Harris County and Fort Bend County, Senator King?
Well, as I've said before, I did not take racial data into consideration with regard to this map. I can tell you that the greater Houston area will perform with regard to CD9 better politically for a Republican candidate. I do not know who's going to run for office in any of the districts, and I can't project whether they would win or lose.
And I'm glad you mentioned CD9. From what it looks like, this proposed map takes what is currently CD9, represented by the great Congressman Al Green, and pushes it further up into Harris County, Mr. Chairman, combining it with a large part of CD18. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, and it also extends it over into Liberty County.
Mr. Chairman, did you perform any analysis to determine if under the current enacted plan, black voters could elect their preferred candidate in current CD18?
I have not personally performed such an analysis.
Mr. Chairman, did you perform any analysis to determine if under the current enacted plan, black voters could elect their preferred candidate in the current CD9?
I haven't looked at any racial data with regard to this map.
Mr. Chairman, did you perform any racial polarizing voting analysis in Harris County whatsoever?
The analysis that was done by our council would have taken into consideration such matters when determining whether this was a legal map or not. It would have followed jingles and other standard analyses and processes for determining compliance with the VRA and other applicable law.
So should I take that as a yes or a no, Mr. Chairman?
I can just tell you that a complete legal scrub was done and that I've been assured that this map complies fully with the VRA and other applicable law.
So should I take that as a yes or a no, Mr. Chairman?
Well, I'm not sure how to frame your question, but that's the best answer I can give to it.
Did you perform any racial polarizing voting analysis in Harris County whatsoever, Mr. Chairman?
I did not personally do so.
So should I take that as a yes or a no, Mr. Chairman?
You can take it as a yes that I did not personally do so.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, regarding CD9, it was widely known that Congressman Al Green had repeatedly filed articles of impeachment against President Trump and is loudly critical of him and his administration. Was the dismantling of CD9 retribution for Congressman Green's fighting for civil rights for his constituents?
No, of course not.
Of course not. Mr. Chairman, why did you decide to draw Congressman Green out of his current district then and combine him with CD 18, and how was that decided?
I actually don't know how the final decision was made in that. I had made the decision to wait and see what the House produced. When they produced HB 4 in its prior and current form, I reviewed it. It met with the goals that I had set for legislation. And I was also assured that it was legal in all regard. And so, but as to how the initial decision was actually made to configure Harris County the way it is today, I wasn't a part of those discussions.
So the fact that Congressman Green had filed impeachment against President Trump multiple times and was very critical and vocal about his administration had nothing to do with Congressman Green's district being drawn out. Is that what you're telling me today?
I have never heard anyone say that it did, and it certainly did not with me.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we have talked about the big picture, you and I, for long enough. Let's focus specifically on CD 9 and 18, both of which are in my district in Harris County and Senate District 13. What was your primary reason for reforming CD 18?
Well, the primary purpose for reconfiguring that region was to create a district that performed better for a Republican candidate, and CD 9 meets that criteria in the proposed form.
In the proposed form. Mr. Chairman, were you aware before that CD 18 was one of the largest African American congressional districts in the country?
I was aware that CD 18, though vacant now, has previously had African American representation.
And were you aware that CD 18 was one of the largest Democratic boxes in the entire country?
No.
Are you aware that under the current congressional map, Mr. Chairman, that 49.1% of the population in Fort Bend portion of CD 9 is black? And under the new maps, 48% of the Fort Bend portion of CD 18 is now black too.
No, I have not looked at any racial data.
If you look and took existing black population from one district and packed them into an existing black opportunity district, how is that not redistricting based on race?
I'm assured that this map, as currently proposed, does not pack or crack any existing districts.
Mr. Chairman, I want you to know I thoroughly disagree with you because Senate District 18, Congressional District 18 is more than packed. Senate District 9 was cracked. Senator, in 2024, ABC News did an exit poll for the presidential election in Texas. 80% of African Americans identified as Democrats, Mr. Chairman. In this case, race and partisan advantages are one of the same. Under the VRA, you don't have to intend to discriminate, you just have to discriminate based on race. Do you understand that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is Harris County portion of new CD18 now. The new CD18 has a total population of 272. The total black population of Harris County is 907,000. How can you say that packing CD18 was not racially based when around 1/3 of the largest black population in the country is located in one district, Mr. Chairman? 1/3 of the black population, okay, is located in one district. How can you say that's not packing?
I've been assured that that does not meet the legal requirements for packing.
Okay, maybe not meet the legal requirements, but I want you to understand what I just said. CD18 has not racially based, when around 1/3 is not racially based, as you say, but around 1/3 of the largest black population in this country is in one district. Just want you to know. As of the 2020 census, there were 3.5 million black people in all of Texas. There are 343,000 black people in the new CD18. That means almost 10% of the whole black population resides in 18. Mr. Chairman, do you believe that it's partisanship to place almost 10% of Texas' entire black population in one district?
Do I believe that it's partisan?
Do you think it's partisan? Yes, sir.
Seems that your question is based on the assumption that there are not African American Republicans and that there are not Republican African American office holders and that Republican policies can't encourage or solicit Democrats to switch to Republican.
Well,
so
I don't know
how to answer that.
How many Republicans are on this floor?
Well, right now, I don't know. I
19?
Go around the room, count.
There's 19 Republicans on this floor?
If we're all here.
Are there any blacks?
Well,
how many Republicans are on the House floor? Roughly. 80? How many black Republicans on the House floor? 2? That's facts. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, why was Anglo vape decreased by 4.7% while black percentages increased in CD18?
I'm sorry, I haven't looked at the racial data, so I can't comment on that.
Okay. Then why was Hispanic VPA decreased by 7.6 while the black percentage increased in CD18?
And again, I haven't looked at any racial data.
I can tell you why. In both of those questions, because they're packing. So it's obviously looks like you packed Senate District 18, Congressional District 18, but when you went the extra mile and took out the main economic driver for the district, like Bush Intercontinental Airport, what was the reasoning behind that, Mr. Chairman?
Again, airports don't vote, people vote.
It's obvious you packed our district, Congressional District 18. And not only did you pack the district, you took out one of our largest economic developers in Intercontinental Bush Airport. Please explain that to me, Mr. Chairman.
I was trying to. And first off, airports obviously don't vote. People vote. People don't live at airports. Voters don't live at airports. Voters don't live at a factory. They don't live at a petroleum plant, as was mentioned earlier. I'm sure you manage your district the same way I do mine. Lockheed is a gigantic economic driver in Tarrant County. My district goes right up to the border of it, but I don't technically represent Lockheed. But I spend a lot of time trying to help and represent Lockheed, even though it's not in my district. And I just don't ever understand the logic when someone says, well, we took an airport out of this district. I don't understand how that affects things, because I know you, even though I'm assuming the airport's not in your district, if it's not, I know you still represent The airport's in Harris County because you represent Harris County. And so I can't answer that because I just have trouble following the logic of the assumptions that underlie the questions. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, you're right. Airports don't vote, but they are economic drivers. And it's pretty obvious to me that not only did you pack Congressional District 18, but you took our biggest economic driver out of it as well. Let's move on. The Congressional District 9. Are you aware that the current Congressional District 9 is a black opportunity district? Mr. Chairman, simple question. Were you aware that our current Congressional District 9 was a black opportunity district? Yes or no?
I have not looked at any racial data.
So I can take that as a no?
No, you can take it as a statement that I have not looked at any racial data.
So you didn't know?
I don't know the answer to the question.
Sounds like you're saying you didn't know that it was. Mr. Chairman, are you also aware that the newly created Congressional District 9 drops off black vape by 28.4%?
I haven't looked at any voting age population data, CVAP, if that's what you were referring to.
Mr. Chairman, why did you decide to dismantle an existing black opportunity district?
I did not.
You did not? Because you didn't know it was? Or you just did not? Because you did. You dismantled, Mr. Chairman, this bill, this map dismantles an existing black opportunity district. For the record.
I can't answer a question like that unless I have examined racial data, and I have repeatedly said that I have not.
So you don't believe what I'm saying to you, Mr. Chairman?
No, what I'm saying is I don't know the answer to it.
Okay.
Because I haven't examined racial data, because I thought that was an inappropriate way to draw this redistricting map.
That is, well,
And
let me assure
actually,
you, Mr.
draw,
Chairman.
I did not draw, but it's an inappropriate way to approach the redistricting process.
Let me assure you of three things. CD 9 is a black opportunity district. CD 9's black vape dropped by 28%. And CD 9 in this new map will be dismantled. The black opportunity district will be dismantled, Mr. Chairman. Let me assure you of that. Finally, I want to end talking about public participation. Throughout this whole process, Chairman, you have stressed public participation. Every time I wanted more people to testify in committee, you pointed out to the email submission portal. Let's take a look at the numbers out of that email submission portal that you kept speaking of. Chairman King, are you aware that we received emails into our portal submission system? I'm sure you are, because you talked about it quite a bit.
Yes.
I had my team look up the samples of how many. Samples of how many went into the portal were 3,800 submissions, emails. Would you kind of confirm that number is that about the same number you're thinking of?
Sounds about right.
Sounds about right. Mr. Chairman, out of that 3,800 into that portal, do you have any idea how many were in support of this redistricting map?
I haven't run the numbers. I can tell you anecdotally, most were opposed.
How many?
I can tell you anecdotally, I haven't added it up, but anecdotally, the majority were opposed.
Were opposed, the majority. Well, let me tell you the right number. 44 people out of 3,821 that entered into that portal, there were only 44, not 4,400, 44 people were in support of this redistricting map. There were 3,739 against this map, Mr. Chairman. That means that 97.8% of the portal submissions from an average Texans against redistricting, and only 2.2% are for it. Maybe I'm going to repeat that for all of my colleagues in this body. 2.2% of Texans that responded in the Texas portal were in support of this redistricting bill. We're elected to represent the will of the people. The people have obviously spoken. Then damn it, why are we passing this bill? If only 2.2% of Texans supported it. I'm almost done, Mr. Chairman.
I didn't know if you wanted me to respond to that or.
Oh, please do.
But no, I was just going to say, and of the witnesses that testified too, there's no question that Democrats are not in favor of this map. That was very clear from the testimony in the portal because it elects more Republicans. It was also very clear from the testimony that a lot of people want us to create maps that reflect specific percentages of all ethnic groups in the state, and that's illegal. We can't do that. And it was also very evident that a lot of the witnesses wanted a more compact map. The map we've drawn is more compact, but it is going to, I think, elect more Republicans. And it's clear that Democrats and the majority, the vast, vast majority of those who testified, clearly Democrats, it's very clear that they did not favor a map that elects more Republicans.
Mr. Chairman, that may sound good to you, but party affiliation was not even mentioned in that portal. Okay? But that may sound good to you. You keep repeating something, you start to believe it. So let me move on. Harmon Dillon. Let's start at the beginning. We can both agree that the call of the first special session had an agenda item that stated legislation that provides a revised congressional redistricting plan in light of constitutional concerns raised by the U.S. Department of Justice. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
That is, I don't have the call in front of me, but that sounds like an accurate restatement of the call.
If you can allow, if I can ask you to trust me, that's what it said. The Department of Justice reference letter was written by a Department of Justice Civil Rights Division of the Texas governor. Is that correct?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
The letter was written to the governor's office. Is that correct? From the Department of Justice.
It was addressed to the governor's office and the Attorney General.
And the Attorney General. Is that correct?
Yes, Attorney General and the governor.
Can we also agree that the letter specifically targeted 4 majority-minority districts? We've both seen that letter.
It targeted 4 districts.
Okay. Would you believe me if I told you those 4 districts were majority-minority? We've had that conversation, Mr. Chairman.
I don't have knowledge of that.
Let me assure you, it was 4.
I know there were 4. There were 4
3 of them
districts.
which were in my district partially or whole, and the other one in Dallas. Am I mistaken? And the other one in Dallas. All 4 of them were majority-minority districts, Mr. Chairman. I assure you of that. Okay? Can you go with me on that?
Yes, I'm sorry. I just don't have the letter in front of me.
All right. Can you tell me who the letter was written by, Mr. Chairman?
One of the the director of the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Department of Justice.
Can you recall her name, Mr. Chairman?
Last name was Hermide.
Her what?
Hermide.
It's Harmon Dillon, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Harmon Dillon. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Harmon Dillon. First name Harmon, last name Dillon, Mr. Chairman. Will you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Do you know anything about Harmon Dillon, Mr. Chairman?
No, not really.
Not really? Mr. Chairman, would it surprise you if I tell you that Harmon Dillon strongly oppose the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advance Act, which will restore voting rights acts to its full power, and that she penned an op-ed for Fox News, Mr. Chairman, in which she called the bill a power grab. And if you'll allow me to quote her, Mr. Chairman, I'll come right back with a question for you. Her quote, "All Americans, particularly Republicans in Congress, need to recognize H.R. 4 for the unnecessary power grab it truly is, and not be fooled by false propaganda about voting rights." That's what she wrote about the Voting Rights Act, Advance Act, from John Lewis. Mr. Chairman, so the letter is written and the committee is convened. The first question that we asked you in committee is this redistricting bill based on a letter from the DOJ. You remember that?
I remember you asking me that question.
You remember what your answer was?
Whatever it was, it'd be the same one I would give right now.
You know what it was?
Give it.
Do you recall what it was? Good answer. But do you recall what it was?
I can tell you I have given no heed
Mr.
or
Chairman,
consideration
your
to that
answer was a
letter.
resounding no.
I'm sorry?
Your answer from the very first day was a resounding no, Mr. Chairman. A resounding no. But you know what? It didn't stop there. Many times you were asked at various times that same question in committee hearings. And the answer almost every hearing was no.
Know that I have not given consideration to that letter in the redistricting process, yes.
Okay, thank you for agreeing with me on that. Thanks for being honest with me on that, Mr. Chairman. What were your primary objectives during the redistricting process as chairman of the committee? What were you trying to accomplish? There's two questions, I'm sorry. What was your primary, purpose?
Primary goal was to make sure that we produced a legal map.
Right. And what were you trying to accomplish?
The secondary objective, the secondary goal would have been to create a map that would perform better on a partisan basis for Republican congressional candidates.
And not one time, that Mrs. Dillon's comments, concerns, or letter from the DOJ to the governor and to the attorney general was considered. As she wrote, all Americans, particularly Republicans in Congress, need to recognize H.R. 4 for the unnecessary power grab it truly is, and not be fooled by false propaganda voting rights. None of that came into place, not one time throughout the entire committee process. Is that right, Mr. Chairman? Is that what you want us to believe?
Well, back it up a little bit. When you're talking about H.R. 4, what are you referring to?
H.R. 4 was the House congressional bill.
I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. But not one time did you want us to believe it had anything to do. One time.
No,
race.
I don't know what she's.
Even though all this was out here, not one time do you want us to believe that the letter coming from the DOJ to the governor, to the attorney general, none of it had to do with.
I'll be honest with you, I had never even heard her name before I read it in the letter.
Okay, let me try one more time then. Let's see about this. On August 6th, Harmon Dillon appeared on Just the News, No Noise. It was a TV show. Just the News, just the facts, no news. No, what was it called? Let's get it right. Just the News, No Noise. Where, on that program, Ms. Dillon stated, while discussing Texas redistricting, that we wrote to Texas telling them that though the law had been struck down a couple of years ago, their districts are now in compliance with the federal voting right. Are not in compliance, let me repeat that, are not in compliance with federal voting right laws. So they need to take action to fix them. This is what triggered the Texas legislature to the governor to call a legislative special session to put new maps together. She admits on a show why she sent this to the state of Texas, to the governor, and to the attorney general. You weren't aware of that, were you, sir?
No, I didn't see that interview.
So throughout this whole committee process, you have stated that the DOJ had no bearing on this redistricting, correct?
It has had no bearing on on me personally, no, none whatsoever.
Okay. But recently, you and Chairman Hunter have pivoted to stating that it's all about partisan advantage. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman? It's all about partisan advantage now, right?
I have said that my objective in this map was to create a map to perform better for Republican congressional candidates.
Partisan advantage. We agree?
It would perform better. I like the words perform better for Republican partisan.
Partisan
yes.
advantage. Yet here we have Harmony Dillon, who already has an open problem with minority voting, who wrote a letter targeting majority-minority districts, taking credit for the redistricting process. She did it for our redistricting process, Mr. Chairman,
Senator,
right here in Texas.
Senator, I'm sorry, I couldn't pick her out of a lineup. I haven't met her, I haven't talked to her.
I understand.
I never saw her name before I saw the letter.
I
I've
understand.
disregarded the letter because it wasn't addressed to the legislature.
I understand.
I don't know what else to say about it.
I understand. And I'm closing. Her explanation regarding the need for redistricting is literally based on race. I'm going to repeat that. Her explanation regarding the need for redistricting in Texas is literally based on race. Further, those very districts were either redrawn or completely dismantled. Your explanation is based on partisan advantage. Somebody's not telling the truth. I'm not going to say who it is. I don't know who it is, but it's obvious somebody's not telling the truth. Are you also aware that the agenda items related to redistricting in the proclamation for the second call, Mr. Chairman, the second call special session got rid of the reference to the DOJ letter? Let me say that again so my colleagues can understand, Royce. The second call letter, it got rid of the DOJ letter. It was nowhere in the picture. Is that just a coincidence, Mr. Chairman?
I honestly hadn't noticed that until now. I haven't read the second call.
You know,
I just knew that congressional redistricting had been placed on it, and once it's placed on it, it's a very general topic for the Senate.
I close with this. I find it very interesting. There's a lot of coincidences going on here that we said from the very first day. That when you and Chairman Hunter start calling this, a partisan advantage move, and then in the second call, the special second call, it didn't make reference to the DOJ letter. Nobody has answers. Something's not adding up. I call in the phrase rigged districting throughout this process. This whole process is a sham. This whole process is a farce. And it will forever be called rigged districting. Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, we're going to get a motion here for a moment. Our staff up here you all can step off the floor and eat. They can't. So we're going to take a little break here for them to have lunch. We're going to get the motion here for a moment. Chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate stand in recess for 30 minutes until 2:30 p.m. today, Friday, August 22nd.
Any objection? Please, everyone, be back on time at 2:30. We have a long way to go. Senate stands at recess until 2:30.
Senate will come to order. Senator Blanco, for what purpose?
Questions for the author?
Senator King, do you yield?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Senator. So I've got some questions that are a little higher elevation, so to speak, but do you believe the Constitution legally permits one racial group to enjoy representation than other racial groups? I think, no, of course not. I mean, equal justice, all our laws are to apply equally to every one in the United States. Okay, so your answer is you do not believe the Constitution legally permits one racial group to enjoy more representation than other racial groups. That you do not believe that? What equal protection is all about, if I understand your question, yes. Okay, so you mentioned the equal protection. You mean the Equal Protection Clause? Yes. Okay. So can you explain what in the Constitution, other than the Equal Protection Clause, would prohibit one racial group from enjoying more representation than any other racial group? Senator, I really just don't want to get into a discussion at that level. I will tell you that everyone under our Constitution, the intent is that everyone be treated equally under the law. That's what equal justice, that's what equal rights is all about. There are always failures in that, but I think generally as a nation, we try to correct those failures. Okay, so I just want to reiterate that you believe the Equal Protection Clause is there to ensure that no racial group enjoys greater representation than any other. The Equal Protection Clause. I believe that everyone should be treated equally under the law. I believe that's what the Constitution requires. Right. Okay, thank you for that. Senator, you said that your goal was to provide a legal map. Is that accurate? Yes. And as you know, our Constitution provides for equal protections that you had just mentioned. Can you elaborate on how this map legally complies with the Equal Protection Clause from our Constitution? So the most accurate answer I can give you is that I'm not a redistricting attorney. I'm not a constitutional attorney. But I hired very, very good redistricting attorneys with a broad background in constitutional law. And I asked them to review this map and tell me if it in any way violated 14th Amendment, any aspect of the Constitution, the VRA, anything. And they have come back and told me unequivocally that this does not violate any applicable law. Did they cite any examples? Well, I know that they ran a jingles analysis and other reviews, as are typically done in the redistricting process. Did they refer to the Equal Protection Clause? Yes, they have referred to the 14th Amendment. Can you explain how so? Just in saying that it did not violate the 14th Amendment. I'm sorry, I can... Just in saying that it was not a violation of the 14th Amendment, the Voting Rights Act, or any other applicable law. Did they go into detail how it doesn't? No, and again, I didn't want to get in myself into reviewing racial data, and so what I asked them to do is bring me their conclusions of law. I also am not, I don't have the expertise to analyze the statistical parts of a review, such as jingles, where you're doing a regression analysis, or all the different things that are looked at. That's just not my area of expertise. So I just asked them to bring me their conclusions. You asked them to bring their expertise? Yes. And what was their expertise? What did they say? They said that that HB 4 did not violate any applicable law, that it complied with the VRA and the Constitution.
Did they explain how it complied with the VRA?
Only that it did comply in all aspects of the VRA.
Did you ask how it complied with the VRA?
Well, trying to think how to answer that. I asked them to do a very, very detailed analysis, and I asked them if their review had in any way shown that it violated the Voting Rights Act, and they have assured me that it does not.
Okay. I asked these questions.
And when I say that, obviously, that's with regard to race, color, minority, language group, all the things that the VRA is intended to protect.
Okay. Because today, blacks and Hispanics in Texas make up 51% of the population, while white Texans make up 39%. Would you agree with those demographics?
That sounds about right.
Okay. If you agree with those demographics, can you explain how a map that results in 70% of congressional districts being majority white reflect that reality?
Well, with regard to this map, we don't know who's going to be elected, whether they're going to be Anglo, Black, Hispanic, Asian, we don't know. And, but I believe people are going to have the opportunity to vote for the candidates that they think will best represent their interest.
We don't know, but you drew maps based on current demographics?
I drew maps based on historic voting of Republican, Democrat voting patterns.
Regardless of race?
And actually, I didn't draw the map, but I believe that's what this map reflects.
Not looking at race?
Not voting on race.
Okay. 45 years ago, Anglos were 66% of Texas population. Today, Anglos make up 39.8% of population. And despite that massive demographic shift, why does this map reflect the same demographics from half a century ago?
Well, I think your statement would presume that Hispanics are not voting for Republicans, and I don't think that's the case. I think Hispanics are. I think, well, the fact that we have Hispanic members on this body, I think that Republicans are voting, let me say this correctly. I think your statement assumes that Hispanics will not vote for Republicans, and I just don't think that's accurate.
Would you assume that Hispanics are trending to vote more Republican than Democratic?
You know, I haven't really analyzed that at anything other than an anecdotal level, but I just believe that this map is going to create at least 5 more competitive districts. I don't know whether someone Hispanic or Anglo or African American will be elected to those, or Asian. I don't know, and I don't know who will run for them. But I know when you look at Republican versus Democrat, those districts, those 5, will lean more Republican. But they're going to be very competitive districts. There's not a walk-through, a guarantee by any measure.
So you just mentioned that this map improves Republican performance. Isn't it true that the effect of this map, even if not intentional, does dilute Hispanic vote and black voting power?
I haven't seen any data suggesting that.
No? Okay. So you argue that these maps are race neutral, but haven't conservative federal courts already struck down similar supposed race neutral maps in states like Louisiana, in Alabama, Mississippi, for doing exactly what House Bill 4 does here because of the effect?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware of that? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Gutierrez, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to ask the gentleman a few questions, if I may.
Senator King, do you yield?
I am, but I'm still recovering from your questions about SB 15, so.
Gentleman yields.
I forgot which one that one was. Well, let's go about when we, in the first called special session, when we got up, and I think we were kind of putting the rules out. You'll recall what you said then. I asked you then if you would have voted for a map in 2021, and then when I think the congressionals we did in 21. I asked you then if you would have voted for a map that violated the Voting Rights Act, because my suggestion was that's what the Department of Justice letter suggests. Department of Justice letter clearly states that these districts in question are, that race was taken into consideration in the creation of these districts that they now want to undo. Excuse me, Mr. President, can we have members kind of quiet down and maybe take their telephone conversations off the floor, please? It's a little bit too distracting.
Members, can we have some order so we can hear the discussion between the members? Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. So when we talked about that then, I asked you, did you think that the maps that we voted on in 2021 were fair and within the Voting Rights Act? And your answer to me was that I would not have voted for maps that I felt were illegal. Do you remember that answer?
I don't specifically recall the conversation, but I would not have voted intentionally for any map that I believed violated the Voting Rights Act or any other applicable law.
Okay. So in 2021,
you
voted for maps, congressional maps, and you felt that those maps were fair within the Voting Rights Act, and there was no race in the consideration of those maps. That's why you voted for those maps. Yes or no?
At the time I voted, I believe those to be legal maps, and I still do.
Okay, you still do.
I haven't personally been presented with any evidence otherwise.
Then why are we here? Why are you carrying this bill?
As I've stated before, one of the purposes of the bill is to improve Republican candidate performance for congressional candidates.
Okay. You're a very good lawyer. You are. I really respect you for that. And I've seen you here, and I've seen you in the House of Representatives. We've served together now for almost 20 years.
Beast.
It's crazy. Sometimes I think I'm crazy for being in here. But you've always been very well prepared. Do you go into the courthouse when I don't know, I know you've done some criminal work, and I know you've done some civil work. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Right. I'm kind of like, I don't know, I can't characterize you. I'd characterize me as kind of a street lawyer. I do a little criminal, a little bit of family, a little bit of civil work. I've tried damn near just about anything except for the really stuff that I can't get into. It's like bankruptcy and stuff like that, stuff in federal court, even though I'm licensed in federal court. So you've tried a little bit of everything yourself.
I really don't practice much anymore, but I did some litigation. I did some transactional, yes.
When you go to litigation, when you go into a civil courtroom, you'd have your trial notebooks. And in that trial notebook, you had all your pleadings. You had all your discovery. Yes?
Yes.
You had your exhibits, correct?
When I was prepared, yes.
Yes. And all of that was to present to the court, to present the best argument for your client, to be able to do the things that you needed to do to have success in court, correct?
Yes.
And I understand you're not a voting rights expert and you're not a redistricting expert. But over and over again today you said, well, I don't know, and I'm just relying on what these lawyers told me to do. I'm just relying on what they've said. So a lot of people have asked you the same question, and I don't know that I want to ask the same question again, but I'm going to go down through this a little bit, and we're going to try to see where we get from here. Is CD7 a coalition district in the current plan, in your opinion?
In the current map?
Yes, sir.
I don't know off the top of my head. I'm not advised.
Not advised. So are you also not advised? Does HB4 change that? Is it still a majority minority?
To determine if something is a majority minority district or to determine if something is a coalition district, you have to look at racial data, and I have not done that.
Is CD9 a coalition district?
Same answer.
HB4 changes that by making it barely a Latino majority, correct, to 50.3.
Again, I have not looked at racial data.
You can't answer the fact that HB4 changes CD9 to 50.3 Latino?
I can tell you that HB4 makes CD9 a more Republican-leaning district than it is today.
And they tweaked just barely Hispanic, just over the 50% mark. CD18, a coalition district in the current plan, in your opinion?
Again, to determine if something is a coalition district, you have to look at racial data, and I have not looked at racial data.
Is CD22 a coalition district?
I would have to give the same answer to that to any district you ask me about of the 38.
Okay, so you didn't look at race. We can go on and on and on, and you're going to say, give me the same answer that you didn't look at race as a consideration in making these maps because you didn't actually make the maps, correct?
That's correct.
Other people made the maps.
That is correct.
And you don't know whether those people looked at race in creating these maps, do you?
All I can tell you is, and I haven't inquired as to who physically drew the maps. I haven't inquired as to the process, who all was involved in that. All I can tell you is that I am confident that the map does not violate the VRA or any other applicable law, and that it also will make at least 5 districts perform better for a Republican candidate.
I'm going to try to keep my temperature down at this level because I think it's important. But I find it interesting that you keep going back to this notion that you don't know, you were told, you didn't make the maps, you didn't call the people that make the maps, they didn't communicate with you, you don't know who they are, you never saw them. What kind of level of preparedness is that on this very important matter? We're supposed to believe some person that you don't even know who made these?
As I've said before, House Bill 4 meets all legal criteria, and it will promote the election of more Republican congressional members.
Okay, that's great. But that's not what the United States Justice Department said. They said that these race-based considerations from these special districts were created, making them unconstitutional coalition districts. So they had to, if you take the inverse of this, they had to have used race in making their assessments. They had to take race into consideration. Correct? That's what they say in this letter.
As far as I know, they haven't written any letter in regard to HB4. If you're speaking of the existing 2021 map, that letter states those conclusions, but I have not seen, nor do I know of anyone who's seen any underlying data in support of those conclusions.
The same maps that you said were fair, legal within the Voting Rights Act, they make conclusions that claim that race was taken into consideration in the making of those maps. And you're now telling us, because that's why we're here because of this letter. And we know that because Greg Abbott included this letter in his first call. Correct?
He did mention that letter in the first call.
There are 9 congressional districts currently that do not have a majority of any single race, correct? That's CD 7, 9, 18, 22, 27, 30, 32, 33, and 35. Take my word for that?
Are you referring to the 2021 map or HB4?
Currently, the maps that are currently in place.
And again, I haven't looked at the racial data for those maps.
HB4 makes 3 of them majority Anglo. CD 22, 27, and 32. Is that correct?
Again, I don't know how many times to say it, and I don't mean to upset you, and I don't want your temperature to get up, as you referred to. But I have not looked at any racial data, period, at any time, in any way. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's the right way to approach redistricting.
Okay, so you're going into the trial, and you're very, very well prepared at trial. I've seen you come into committees, and I've seen you come on this floor very, very well prepared on your bills. But on this one, we're supposed to believe I don't know, I didn't make the maps, I didn't talk to the map makers, and I'm just going to go on the advice and counsel of what the lawyers tell me. Is that a fair statement?
No.
What is then? I mean, you're accountable, right? You're a buck stops here kind of guy?
I was going to try to answer your previous question.
Well, answer that one. Are you accountable?
Yes, I'm accountable to God. I'm accountable to my wife. I'm accountable to my family. I'm accountable to this body, certainly.
Okay, you're accountable to this body. You're accountable to the people of Texas, correct?
Sure.
So if a 3-judge panel looks at these, there's going to be a lawsuit. We know that. The 3-judge panel finds that race was definitely a consideration in this place, because that was said in that DOJ letter. That's what was said by the governor. That's what was said in the House of Representatives. That's what Todd Hunter over there said. That's what Pam Bondi says. And so maybe you've been a very good lawyer or a very good witness here. I've been dodging everything. But ultimately, if that 3-judge panel says that race was a consideration, then you erred, I guess.
Well, any determinations that they make one way or the other are going to be based on expert witnesses that have done the type of analysis to answer their questions.
Okay, that's good. Expert witnesses did analysis. And those experts, are those your lawyers? Are those your lawyers?
No, I think under privilege they would not be under expert witnesses.
Okay.
That might be in some cases who they used could be. That's a long discussion for a different day.
Let me skip around a little bit, because you bring about expert witnesses and expert analysis. Red Apple has political data down to the block level. Or is it by voter tabulation district or precinct? So does Red Apple have political data down to the block level, to your knowledge?
It's been a long time since I've played with Red Apple, but it takes it down to the census tract level, I recall. But I also think a lot of people are using a different program out there, I forget the name of it, that for drawing redistricting maps today.
Tell all these people in the room what Red Apple is. We should probably educate them because they probably think we're talking about our iPhone.
Well, Red Apple is a program that's been utilized by the Texas legislature for many years to assist in drawing maps.
Okay, fair enough. Does Red Apple have political data down to the block level?
You know, I honestly have not looked at Red Apple in so many years. I don't know what it has today.
There are 444 split precincts in this HB4 plan. Do you have any information as to why there are so many split precincts and how the map drawer made those decisions?
Now, are you referring to voting precincts or commissioner precincts or JP precincts, or are you referring to census tracts?
I'm referring to voting precincts.
I suspect if you looked at any redistricting map, state house, state board of education, anything, you're going to find a lot of precincts that are split, commonly just for rounding out the numbers that you have to get within, in this case, one person, one vote, the exact number, but +5 or -5 in House and Senate.
It's a little bit non-responsive. Do you have any information as to why there are so many split precincts and how the map drawer made those decisions?
No.
Do we have racial data down to the block level? We already said you don't know, correct?
I haven't looked at Red Apple in a long, long time.
I'll submit to you that it doesn't. But guess what does? Guess what does have racial data down to the block level?
I can answer a question. I can't guess at something.
We do it every 10 years, the census. The census has data down to the block level. So if a map drawer is splitting a precinct or a voter tabulation district, the racial data of the blocks in that district could have been used as a split in that district, correct?
Or could not have been used.
Could have or could not have been. Fair enough. Fair enough. And since racial data is the only information that we have below the precinct level, the block level, isn't it likely that the map drawer used race to split the voter tabulation districts like they did so well in House Bill 4 plan?
You know, again, it's just really hard to answer a hypothetical, but I would think that if someone had built a map from the bottom up in an illegal fashion, it would be reflected in the final product, and this map is not illegal.
Well, I'll tell you that that wasn't a hypothetical. Not a hypothetical. We talked about it earlier when you said you didn't know whether which district or what other district was a coalition district because you haven't really looked at it. You can't tell me what percentage of Anglo or Hispanic or black population are in any district because you don't look at the racial data. But that's what it is. The racial data of these districts that have been created are just barely over their majority minority level. Shrunk down, cracked over and over and over again. And so for folks in the gallery or watching this on TV, it's pretty simple, right? You just look at the map. You look at this map that you didn't create, other people created. You don't know who created it. appeared out of blue sky. It was sent to you by, well, who created it?
Senator, this map, this bill, this is a bill, came to me in the same way that you have adopted dozens and dozens of bills over the years. And no, I'm not trying to be snarky. I'm trying to be straightforward.
Okay, I'll listen without being snarky.
You picked up a House bill that came over. You don't know everything that went into that House bill. You don't know how many people talked about it for the last 5 years or anything about it, but you understand the author's intent. You look at it. It complies with your objectives for legislation. You do some research into it. You see that it meets the law and that it'd be good for the state of Texas, and you pick up and you become the sponsor to that bill. That is exactly what I have done here.
Well,
there's nothing inappropriate about that or irregular. That is as conforming to Senate regular process as it can be. In this case, it's a redistricting map.
That's a nice answer. You
It's
see that
a
woman?
truthful answer.
You see that woman over there? What's her name? Senator Joan Huffman. She had this job 2 sessions ago. She knew what plans she was posing to us. She knew who the drafters were. She did analysis. She talked to lawyers. All of those things were fleshed out and aired out in this floor and in the House where you were.
And I think if you'll go back and look at her testimony, because I have from the presentation of that, she also did not look at racial data. Again, I'm following very appropriate Senate process. And I've gone back and looked at those hearings from when that bill was presented in 2021.
Do some Anglos vote for Democrats in Dallas County?
I'm sure they do, absolutely.
How about Harris County?
I'm sure they do.
You'd agree that there's some crossover Anglo support for Democrats in some urban areas in Texas.
Again, at the 100,000-foot level, people vote for different people, yes.
This might surprise you, but a few Republicans vote for me too. That's a joke, but it's true.
No comment, so.
So if the map drawer were looking just for Democrats in Dallas County, they would get African Americans, Latinos, Asians, and some white people, correct?
I would expect that to be true, yes.
And in Bexar County, there's crossover, Anglo support for Latinos, Latino preferred candidates. You've already suggested that to be true. Then let me ask you this. In Dallas County, how is the map drawer able to recreate CD30 as a black majority in Dallas if the map drawer was not looking for black voters?
Just from past experience, personal experience, I can tell you that it is very easy to draw a map that improves Republican performance by just looking at Republican and Democrat votes. And I believe that's what this map is a product. I believe it's a product of that process.
Yeah. You mentioned these lawyers, you mentioned some experts, you mentioned some expert testimony that I think you probably had in your hearing. I must admit I wasn't at your hearing. This stuff is about as exciting to me as it's exciting to you. And there are things that we truly find exciting in this building. And this is just something we do every 10 years. I get it. The lawyers that you hired, they verified with you that this map is legal. You've said that over and over. Did they give you an EI estimate? Ecological inference estimate? Yes or no?
No.
Did they give you a racial polarized voting analysis. Both of those two different types of analyses are generally performed by these types of people that are reviewing these types of maps. You said that you went to the experts, you hired the best lawyers in town, they did an analysis, and they came back to you that everything is okay, okie dokie, Senator, it's all wonderful, no race in the offing here. Did they give you either one of those two analyses that they likely used?
Well, obviously, in doing the jingles, you have to do the analysis you've discussed. But I specifically have not looked at any of the underlying data because I would have had to look at racial data, and I did not want to take that into consideration in drawing this map. Whether you agree with me that that's a good or bad way to draw a map, I understand we can disagree on that. But I did not take racial data into consideration, and any question you ask me about that, I'm going to be giving the same truthful answer that I've been giving all day on.
No one called you a liar. I didn't call you a liar. I said you're a good lawyer. And despite the jokes, lawyer and liar aren't the same thing. But it sure is a good way to create an ignorant witness. Someone up here to give us the testimony up here and say, well, you know what? They did those things because they have to do them, and I didn't get a book report on that. I didn't look at it. So you're a lawyer, you're accountable to the courts, you're accountable to this body, you're accountable to the taxpayers, you're accountable to God and your family. These reports were likely done, and you didn't review them.
That's correct.
They rendered an opinion. You've said that, correct?
Yes.
Did you review that opinion? You said that earlier, by the way.
I have received their conclusions, and their conclusions are that this completely complies with the VRA. I'm not a redistricting attorney. I'm not capable of the level of statistical analysis that it takes to do the type of regression and other studies you have to look at. Okay. To be honest, the data would have been fairly meaningless to me. That's why you have expert witnesses in court, because it's fairly meaningless to the parties and to the attorneys.
Fair enough. So they rendered an opinion to you that you reviewed. Did they help you prepare your talking points?
Of course.
Okay.
I prepared my talking points, and I went over those talking points with them. Of course.
Did you provide these resources that they provided to you to anyone else in the Senate outside of your office?
Would you say that slower?
Did you provide these resources that they provided to you to anyone else in the Senate outside of your office?
No.
So the reports that they created, the opinion that they gave you, you have it. It's in your office, and no one's seen it.
I have none of their underlying data. I have none of the analyses in my office. I have asked for things such as give me a brief that overviews redistricting law to date so that I could familiarize myself with it again. I have asked for other background on redistricting materials. The specific thing that I have hired them to do is to analyze any plan that was proposed during these special sessions, and they have done so at my request. And as I've said before, they have told me that, they've assured me that this map meets all legal criteria.
They've analyzed it, they've given you an opinion, they have analyzed it, they've likely done those two types of analyses that we have discussed because they have to do them. Well, let's see. Whatever you do have in your office, just as a matter of senatorial courtesy, are you going to allow us to review that before we go forward with this bill? Well, I mean, we want to make the same informed decision and opinion that you're making. I know you have this look on your face. I'm just wondering, can we see the things?
I'm just trying to think what in my office would be of any benefit to you. You've heard my talking points.
I'd like to see the opinion. I'd like to see the analysis that they created.
Well, you've pretty much heard it all.
No, I heard I don't know. I've been told. I don't know who drew the maps. I'm pretty sure that my lawyers know what they're doing. I'm pretty sure that they're the experts in this thing. That's what I've heard all day long.
You understand how privilege works and how releasing information under privilege works, and you're a good lawyer too.
Oh, yeah. No, I do. I do. And it's funny because we're two sides in this place, Republicans and Democrats, just like we are in this country. And yet, we're not in a courtroom. We're not in a courtroom. We're in a place where transparency is the most important number one issue. That those people outside of this building, those people in that gallery, everybody watching on TV, thinks that government should be transparent. But the analysis, the reports, the EI, and oh goodness, what was it called? The RPV, the racial polarized voting analysis.
Yes, that's part of Jingles.
Somewhere in part of Jingles, you're right. Your lawyers did it, and yet there's no access to it by the general public or the people, or even your own colleagues in this room. Because, why? Are we in a courtroom? You don't want to be transparent to people? I thought you were going to be accountable to us.
You know, I'm very confident that a lot of parties have done an analysis of this map, and I have yet, in hearing or anywhere else, had anyone present me with any tangible data suggesting that this map is not legal. I want to say that again. We've had hearings. This map has been out there. Its predecessors have been out there. I have yet to have anyone present me with any tangible data that this map is not legal, period.
Well,
and I suspect if you had it, you would have come to the committee and presented it.
Well, let me give you some tangible data. I'm glad you mentioned that. When we talked about coalition districts, I've brought up percentages. Everybody in this room's brought up percentages, and you claim the same ignorance, and I get it. So now you've looked at racial data, even though you say you don't. Or you say you have not looked at the racial data. I get that. But did you know that several of the districts in HB4 are just barely majorities of racial minorities? Can we at least establish that?
I'm taking you at your word. I haven't looked at the data.
Most just a fraction of a percentage beyond a majority. And I'm going to go through those numbers because, hey, listen, maybe we will be in a courtroom someday. Maybe someone does need to hear the evidence. And maybe our constituents, the ones that you don't want to be transparent with, maybe they can hear it now. CD9 is 50.3 Hispanic HCVAP. CD30 has 50.2 Black CVAP. CD18 has 50.5 Black CVAP. CD35 has 51.6 HCVAP. More than a fraction, but just beyond a majority. What is the likelihood, Senator? You're a smart man. You're a good lawyer. You're accountable. And you're truthful to the people of the state of Texas, even though you don't want them showing them all the analysis that we've just talked about. What is the likelihood of increasing these seats to just a fraction beyond a majority of one race if race was not considered?
Senator, I can't answer something I don't know. All I'm telling you, again, is that now, if you're alleging those districts look packed, it's hard to envision that 50-point-something% is a packed district. But aside from that, all I can tell you is I am absolutely convinced that this map is legal, and I have had no one present any tangible data to me, any analysis otherwise. And
my friend, I'm suggesting those districts are cracked, not packed.
Well, if you're suggesting they're cracked.
Look, I'm not suggesting it. The numbers suggest it, my friend.
I don't know how to answer a question that I've answered about 45, 50 times today.
Yeah, I get it.
I don't know how else to say it.
I know
not
what your
looked
answer was.
At racial data, I have not taken that into consideration.
Not going to take it into consideration because you don't
I'm
know.
not going to take it into consideration. Yeah. I just think that's inappropriate.
Because you don't know, because other people did it, and you don't know the map makers, even though Joan Huffman knew the map makers, even though she talked to the map makers. I get it. Let's move on. We're wrapping up soon. Before you filed the congressional map in the first called session, had you spoken with anyone in the Trump administration about the possibility of seeking changes to the congressional maps?
I have not spoken with anyone in the Trump administration.
The Attorney General's office, Pam Bondi's office?
I have not spoken with anyone in the DOJ.
The Texas Attorney General's office?
I have conferred with the Texas Attorney General's office.
Who have you talked to there?
I'd have to go back and look at my notes to get names. In fact, actually, I'm not sure I have talked to anybody directly since then, since this session began.
Either you have or you haven't, man.
Well, no, but look.
You said you did.
Please understand, when the letter came out and I was handling redistricting, I'd requested a copy of their response. I'm trying to think back, excuse me. I know I or my office conferred with them, but I wanted to see a copy of the response. I wanted their opinion on the letter. But in terms of any counsel with regard to this map, the districts, whether it's legal, they have not provided any advice, any counsel at all.
So who did you speak to over there?
If you'll give me a few minutes, I'll ask my staff. It was certainly the litigation team that's on the El Paso trial,
Mr.
because
President,
they were responding to the letter.
I'm glad to take
And I'll just be honest, I don't remember the names right now.
Mr. President, I'm glad to take a 30-second, 1 minute, 2 minute break so he can ask his staff. He suggested it.
Mr. President, all he needs to know is it's the litigation team that is handling the El Paso case. There's no need to break. But when the DOJ letter came out, we conferred with their office to get a copy of their response. I read their response. I don't think I've talked to anyone over there since then.
But you have spoken to somebody. The El Paso team is that's your answer today?
But nothing to do with this map, nothing to do with HB4, nothing to do with our redistricting process.
Okay, so when we ask them, if they're asked in a deposition under oath, because you'll be deposed under oath. You're an attorney. You know what that means. Will that be your same answer? Is this the El Paso team, or are we going to? Will that litigation?
Well, I think that's all it would. That's the only ones it could have been. I don't.
You forgot.
Well, no, it's not a matter of forgetting. It was a very inconsequential discussion.
All right. Okay. Did you speak with Stephen Miller?
I'll be honest with you. I don't remember their names. I'm sorry.
Did you speak with Stephen Miller with the White House?
Oh, that's Stephen Miller. Oh, no, I haven't talked to anybody in the White House.
You speak with Vice President or the President?
I have not talked to anybody in the administration.
Did you consult with any congressional representatives before filing? If so, which ones?
I have not had any discussions about this map with any congressional members.
Did you talk to Mike McCall? Careful.
Did you just say be careful?
Yeah. Did you talk to Mike McCall?
No. But I don't need to be reminded to be careful, Senator. It's a little bit beneath you. I have not talked to Michael McCall.
You give me answers where you tell me, yes, I spoke to someone at the AG's office, and then you turn around and say, well, maybe not.
Well, I'm trying to remember conversations over the last 8 weeks, and I've talked to a lot of people. I'm trying to answer you honestly.
You know what? You're right. Let me apologize to you, because I apologize to people when I.
But I have not talked to Michael McCall.
Let me apologize to you. You're right. That was beyond the pale. Well, maybe that's a little too much, but I do apologize. You speak to Adam Kincaid at all?
Yes.
You did speak with Adam Kincaid. Tell us about what that conversation was like.
I've talked to Adam Kincaid 3 times in the last probably couple of months.
I don't mean to interrupt. The last time I asked you this, you said you did not speak to Adam Kincaid, so now you did.
No. We haven't talked about this map in detail. I spoke to Adam Kincaid when all the rumors first started, and I'm trying to remember correctly, but as I recall, to the best of my recollection, first time I talked to Adam Kincaid, and I had known him years ago, because we'd spoken on a panel or two together, when the media first started discussing redistricting, I had called him and asked him if he was involved in that process, and he said he was.
When was that conversation?
It was before this committee was appointed.
2 months ago?
Yeah, probably. Whenever it all started first coming out on TV, and we were all trying to figure out if there was going to be a special session and all that, and if it was really for real something going on.
Who was we? You and him?
Yeah, I just called him. I was kind of surprised. I had his mobile number, actually, but I did. I ran into him at ALEC.
Time out, I apologize. You have his mobile number. Do you guys text?
Not that I recall.
Okay, I was just asking. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead. So the second time you
I ran into him at the ALEC annual conference this summer.
How'd that go?
We visited a few minutes. I specifically told him, don't tell me anything you're doing with regard to map drawing. Don't tell me about the details of any map if you're involved in it.
Okay, so you knew that he was doing the map drawing?
Yes.
But earlier you said you didn't know the map drawers.
I knew that he was involved in the redistricting process, and I called him that first time and said, hey, are you involved in all this? Is this for real that they're pushing for redistricting? Something to that effect. He said, yeah. How you doing? Hadn't talked to you in years. See you later.
All right.
And we talked at ALEC, and we sat down for a few minutes, and I specifically told him, don't tell me anything about the maps you're drawing. I don't want to discuss that.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Earlier when you said you didn't know the map drawers, that was just, you now remembered that you spoke.
Yeah.
Okay, so Adam is a map drawer. Okay, we got that now.
Yeah, he's CEO or president or something of the
Republican Redistricting Trust.
Yeah, you came up with the correct name for it the other day, or
I think it's the
National Republican Redistricting Trust.
There you go.
Been around a long time.
Third conversation, which one was that?
Adam called me this last Monday.
Last Monday, which would have been, I don't know, the 14th or so.
Whatever day it was.
Well, hold on, last Monday, like this very last Monday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He called me and asked me if I was aware that the House was going to be putting out a map that had some changes from the original HB4, and I said, no, I wasn't.
Okay, so you heard from Adam about the changes.
Yeah, he was actually trying to get in touch with a House member and was looking for someone that might have some.
So earlier when someone was asking you, you said that you didn't know about the changes that the House was doing, and you didn't know about them, but we now know it's Adam that told you about the map changes on Monday. Maybe Adam.
Yes, we found out at first when our legal counsel contacted my chief of staff, and then about the same time, I'd received a call from Adam Kincaid.
Anybody on your
for
staff?
A contact with someone, and that's when I found out there was probably 1:30 or 2 on Monday.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Anything else happened in that conversation on Monday?
No.
Okay. Who in your staff, your chief of staff, talked to Adam at any time, to your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know if they've ever met.
Anybody in your staff talk to Adam Kincaid or his staff?
Not that I'm aware of.
Anybody in your staff, to your knowledge, talk to anybody in the White House?
They have not.
They have not, okay. There were some changes between the filed version of HB4 and the committee sub.
As happens on almost every bill that's filed in the legislature.
My understanding of that is those changes were made at the behest of incumbent congresspeople. Is that accurate?
I do not know.
Is that what was the part of the discussion on Monday, August 18th?
I do not know. It looks pretty diverse to me because it affects HB 9 and made HB 9 a better performing Republican district. It fixes a problem in East Texas that Senator Hall and I assume somebody in the House probably was concerned about, and it fixes a concern that was raised by Senator Blanco and some El Paso witnesses with regard to Fort Bliss. So I'm assuming that came out of a combination of discussions in the House with the bill author, interested parties, and their counsel.
But those changes to the map, I put that in quotes, that Adam called you about on August 18th, he didn't make any reference about Congress people wanting those changes.
We did not go into a detailed discussion about anything.
Did you take any changes that have been proposed by Congressman Al Green?
We did not go into detailed discussions about the new map.
No, I'm asking you, did you take any changes that had been proposed by Congressman Al Green?
I haven't seen any changes that have been proposed by Congressman Al Green.
Okay, so they never requested anything of your office one way or another that you're knowledgeable about?
He testified in, I think, the first hearing we had in the first session as to his opposition to any redistricting.
Congressman Kassar?
Sorry, who?
Congressman Kassar from here in Travis?
I don't believe he testified.
Okay. I'll submit to you that he did. Did you make any of the changes that he suggested?
I haven't had any changes requested by any congressional members, Republican or Democrat.
We went over this before. If a court decides that there was some racial considerations that were wrongly made, whether here by you or your staff or over there in the House of Representatives, I think Representative, oh gosh, my old desk mate, Hunter, he's acknowledged that perhaps there were. If there's a legal problem with this bill, it's because you made a mistake or because they made a mistake. I mean, you're accountable. We talked about that, in other words. Are you responsible for this bill?
It is a bill that I filed.
If the court finds that it's illegal to pack African Americans into CD 30 or CD 18 because they're already performing African American districts, then you are responsible for that choice, correct?
I can't respond to hypotheticals. I don't think they will find that this map violates the law.
President, if you'll just indulge me for a moment while I look at my notes. As I skip around, you know we do this. You've done this when you're in trial and you have the notes, and when you're in law school, you take your big yellow pad, or at least this is the way I do it, the way I kind of think. And I know most people think I don't. I take a pad and I do a line in the middle. Do you do that?
No.
Yeah, I do. answers on one side from the witness, and then my themes on the other side. And so then I start jumping around all over the place, and I was just jumping around quite a bit here. But there's something very important that's near and dear to my heart in my district. Under the current map is all of Maverick County currently in one district. 2021 maps.
I would have to look at the map. If you want, we can get it out.
I would like you to, yes.
Okay, which CD district is that?
Oh, let's see. Currently, it's 23. It is going to be proposed to be split up between 23 and 28.
All right, so you're talking about CD 23.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Current 2021 maps.
And under the existing map.
Maverick, just so you know, is down on the border next to
Webb. No, I know where it's at, right? Eagle Pass.
Yes, sir.
Maverick is divided in Plan C2333, which is HB4, that's before us, and it's divided, looks like right about at just south of Eagle Pass, maybe?
Yeah, it is. You're right, it's divided. What was the consideration for dividing it?
Looking at 28 next to it, and the fact that they were trying to make efforts to make 28 more compact, I would suspect that it was just a population equalization.
Historically, Maverick County has been kept whole in congressional maps for well over 100 years. Would that surprise you?
No, generally the smaller population counties historically are not divided, but as they grow in population, it just kind of happens more and more often.
And since you didn't make this decision, I suppose you said the map makers made the decision. Of course, map makers you didn't talk to. How do you think they decided to split Maverick? What was the rationale for it?
Well, my guess is that it was, I mean, just looking at it, 28 is more compact than it is today. 28 in the old map goes way up north into New Braunfels area. In this map, it doesn't go as, in HB4, it does not go as far north. My suspicion is that it's an effort to make it more compact, and splitting Eagle Pass was probably, splitting Maverick was probably just a population rounding. And in fact, they, as you notice also, they brought up, what county is that? With Carrizo Springs, Dominguez County. That's was brought into 28 as well. So I'm assuming it was just probably just a population equalization.
Okay, all right. So in 2006, after a mid-decade redistricting, also, by the way, with the quorum break, when this legislature split Webb County, that's the adjacent county.
Talking about 2003?
Yes, you're right. How did the Supreme Court, 2003, the Supreme Court decision came down in 2006. How did they treat the split of Webb County?
You know, I'm sorry, I don't remember the details. If I remember correctly, Henry Bonilla's district was ordered changed by the court.
Yeah. The court said...
To be honest, that's all I remember, because like you said, that's 20 years ago.
Yeah, the United States Supreme Court said the District 23 Latino voters were poised to elect their candidate of choice. They were becoming more politically active with a marked and continuous rise in Spanish surname voter registration. In successive elections, Latinos were voting against Bonilla in greater numbers, and in 2002, they almost ousted him. Webb County, in particular, with a 94% Latino population, spurred the incumbent near defeat with dramatically increased turnout in 2002. They go on. But yet, the people that drew this map that you've not met, that you've not talked to, well, that's not true. That's not true. We now know that you've talked to Adam Kincaid 3 times.
No, you can
laugh all you want.
I've mentioned in the past that I knew Adam Kincaid.
You can laugh all you want. You've been asked by a lot of people in this
Senator,
room.
you're getting way out of line.
I'm not.
No, you're getting way out of line.
I am not getting way out of line.
You haven't been in those committee hearings. You haven't seen or heard what's been stated in those committee hearings.
It's 2000.
You said that yourself.
It's 2025. I can watch you on TV, and by the way, I have.
Members, if we can have order and then ask the question and then answer the question. Don't talk over each other, if you please. Senator King, you have the floor.
Let me ask you this as my last question. Were you aware that you split up the Kickapoo tribe? Were you aware of that?
No.
Are you aware that there's another tribe in West Texas, the Tiguas?
Yes.
Were you aware that you might have split up members of their population as well?
Are you aware of all the counties that are split up in the current map in North Texas?
Oh, I'm aware that.
Point is,
I'm aware that not only did you do that, I'm aware that this map splits up 444 voter precincts at the block level solely to get at racial bias. That's what I'm aware of. Thank you, Mr. President.
May I respond, Mr. President?
Senator King, you recognize.
This map does not violate the VRA or any other legal requirements. Every redistricting map in place today for the state of Texas breaks up voting precincts, divides counties. That's what has to happen when you have rural, urban, and suburban districts. There's nothing racial in the construction of this map. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members of the Senate will stand at ease for 5 minutes. Senate will come to order. Chair recognizes Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. President. And before we go to the next question, I got some of the information that Senator Gutierrez had requested, and I wanted to go ahead and fully answer his questions. He asked about the meeting with the Attorney General's office. That was on August the 19th. It was, to be honest, I was having difficulty finding a law firm at that time that didn't have conflicts. And I met with Ryan Kirshner, Will Walsdorf, and Kathleen Hunker, and it was for the purpose of asking if they could serve as our legal counsel if they had the in-house ability to do jingles and other type of analysis that would be appropriate. They discussed it. I later got a call from Brent Webster, who said that they've looked in-house, they do not have that expertise and could not represent me. So for Senator Gutierrez, that was on August the 19th. With regard to his questions about Adam Kincaid and his suggestion that I haven't been upfront about that, everybody has known that Adam Kincaid has been involved in the redistricting process since this began. And in fact, the committee had considered a subpoena to bring him to testify, and I sent a formal letter from the committee to Mr. Kincaid inviting him to testify. He has been involved throughout this process. I just don't know the extent to which he has been involved. I know he has been involved in some of the early map drawing. I don't know what role he played in the changes between HB 4 and the committee substitute that was passed out as HB 4. So everyone knows, Mr. Senator, that he has been involved in this from the beginning. That has been discussed and brought up in committee. I have sent him a letter myself inviting him to testify before the committee. There is nothing that is not transparent in this process. If you want to know what his specific roles have been, you probably need to have asked the House about that during their committees or had someone asking in their floor debate. I do not know the specifics of his involvement. I just wanted to clarify that. So thank you.
July, not August.
Oh, I said August 19th. I meant July 19th. I'm sorry, my apologies. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Gutierrez, for what purpose?
Well, and I don't want to belabor any points here. I just have one question since he's brought back this information. First off, thank you.
Senator King, do you yield?
Yes.
It's really just one question. Thank you, Senator King, and thank you for giving us that information. I don't know, because I am fallible too, but I'm pretty sure, because it was so important to me then. When we laid out the rules on the first special session, I mentioned Mr. Kincaid, and you said you'd never spoke to him. Now, I'm going to go back at the record at the different times of the different hearings where other people have asked you that. But it's just, I remember myself specifically asking you about him. But I thank you now for giving us this information.
Senator King?
I don't recall that conversation, but if I said that, it would have been an error. And I've mentioned the 3 times I've spoken to him.
Chair recognizes Senator Echart. For what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Senator King, do you yield?
Certainly.
Thank you so much, Senator King. Back when we were discussing the rules in the first special, we discussed your hiring of a law firm. Do you recall telling this body who you anticipated the law firm would be representing?
I probably said they would be representing me as the chair of the committee.
Do you remember answering a question about whether or not the law firm would be representing you as the chair of the committee or you as a Republican.
I don't recall the question. I know at that point we were just setting up the committee and there were a lot of questions at that point, but I assume I would have said that the law firm would be representing me. Now, if I wasn't sure at that time, I may have answered a little more vaguely, but that's the way it has worked out.
So
Contract was with me.
Does Baker Hofstetler represent you in your individual capacity?
No, in my capacity as the chair of the committee.
So you have stated your 3 goals for this redistricting. Would you again restate them? I know it's repetitive.
Sure. The first goal was that it be a legal map, be able to withstand legal muster, that it be legal and with regard to all applicable law. Second, that it improve the performance, improve Republican performance of Republican candidates for congressional office. And the third, which actually came up during the hearings, was that it would improve compactness.
And of those 3 goals, rank them in order.
Well, I really put them in order then. The first one was that it be legal, because there's no value in doing this if it's not to begin with, and we certainly don't want to do anything that's illegal. So the most important is that it be legal. The second, that it accomplish the objective of creating some congressional districts that would lean more Republican than the current map. And the third was that we could, if we could, try to improve the compactness quota.
And in fact, you can't make this map lean maximally Republican and have it be legal, correct?
I actually don't know the answer to that. I haven't tried to do it.
Sure you do.
No, I really don't.
Sure you do.
I can only
make the entire map Republican.
That would probably be very difficult because we have so many committed Democrat voters.
Could you maximize the number of Republican seats mathematically?
What do you mean by maximize?
Well, could you take the voting age population and look at just the election results and maximize your Republican seats? Mathematically.
You could probably try to create more seats that lean Republican, but because we have a large number of Democrat voters in the states, you would probably make those new districts thinner and thinner and thinner, and it would be less likely that they would actually elect a Republican.
But if you were to mathematically maximize your number of Republican seats, you would almost certainly run afoul of the Voting Rights Act, correct?
I've never thought about that. I don't know how to create any more Republican seats without making the seats we have drawn. These 5 new seats, these are very competitive seats. I'm not sure Republicans are going to win them.
And we're going to talk about how competitive those seats are.
If you tried to make it 10, they'd be
I'm asking
thinner.
the questions, so.
You're right, you're asking them, but I'm trying to answer them, so.
I don't think it was responsive for you to tell me how many competitive seats there are. What I asked you was, you could maximize the number of Republican seats mathematically, but you are constrained by the Voting Rights Act in doing so, correct?
I've actually never thought through that. I'm not sure that's a valid question. So I don't know the answer to that hypothetical.
It is your contention that the 2021 maps that are currently in litigation are legal under the VRA, correct?
I haven't personally seen anything that suggests otherwise.
Why didn't you use the same law firm that Senator Huffman used in drawing those maps, which you have not seen any reason to believe are infirm under the Voting Rights Act?
Which law firm was that?
I don't recall, actually, but it was not Baker Hofstetler.
We interviewed a number of them and they had already been hired by other parties, the House and others. And I don't know whether I interviewed who she used or not.
It never crossed your mind, though, to use the same law firm that drew the maps that you believe are not questionable under the VRA?
I know that the Attorney General's office did more of an analytical process, did more of a legal assist previously because they had different staff, and I believe those were involved in the 2021 process. I know I was looking for a firm that could do everything, that could provide the legal counsel as well as to do the statistical, the jingles analysis, that type of thing. And I interviewed a number of firms. I actually thought I'd hired one at one point, and then they backed out because we the funding, we never got to an agreement on that. There was another one, a conflict arose at the last minute. Then another one, a conflict arose. And because interestingly, they had at one time done some work for the Redistricting Trust. And so, I mean, it's a pretty small universe. And then we found this wonderful firm. They had just finished a case. We were very fortunate to have got them when we did.
Now, you have testified that you did not, well, actually, you just testified in your rehabilitation that you had spoken with the Attorney General's office in July 19th looking for in-house counsel, but that they had responded that they could not represent you.
No, that's not correct. I went to them because I was having difficulty finding a firm, and I know that in previous cycles, they had provided the jingles analysis and things like that. And so in trying to narrow down what I might need from a law firm, I spoke with them and said, can you provide those services? And they have, as you know, they've got kind of a new team over there. They got back with me later and said, we no longer have anyone in-house who can provide those type of services.
Did you ever ask for the Attorney General's analysis of either the 2021 map or either of the two maps that have been produced in this mid-decade redistricting?
No, we did request, at the committee's request, we did ask for the Attorney General's office to send us all the pleadings and all the court documents from the El Paso trial, and that was, we got it actually that day as one of the early hearings, and we distributed it to all the committee members.
Did you ask for the Attorney General's RPVA analysis?
I don't recall. I know we just asked for all the court filings on the El Paso case. And that was at the request of one of the Democrat members of the committee.
Did you ask for the ecological inference analysis, the regression?
I did not know.
But you're aware that RPVA and EI are standard analyses.
And that may have been part of what they produced for us. I don't know. It was a pretty big file. It was a digital file they transmitted.
So you've previously testified that you don't know who drew this map that's before us today.
No, I've said that I know Adam Kincaid has been involved in the process throughout. I don't know at all times to what extent he was involved in it. I know that the House made some changes. You'd have to ask them who all drew up those changes. I'm assuming some of them were in-house because they were local. They were El Paso and Navarro changes. But I think that's an accurate and thorough answer.
So those are assumptions you're comfortable with making?
Well, yes, I'm interested in the final product.
Okay. So now that, and of course, Senator Gutierrez is a tough act to follow after he interrogates you and finds out that you've spoken to Kincaid 3 times as recently as Monday.
Well, it wasn't anything big to find out. He just had to ask.
I'm so glad that he asked again, because we've got a significantly different answer than we've gotten in the past.
No, I don't believe that's correct.
So in your discussions with Adam Kincaid or anyone else who is involved in drawing the maps, what data did they use to constrain their Republican performance analysis?
I haven't asked that question.
What data did they look at with regard to their analysis?
I haven't asked that question either.
What data was on their computer screen as they considered different lines?
I wasn't there. I have no idea.
Did your lawyer interview the map drawer with regard to what data constraints they were utilizing?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know.
Did your lawyer discuss with the map drawer's goals with regard to the constraints?
I've never asked that question. I don't know.
And what data did they use to achieve those goals?
Did who use?
The map drawer.
I don't know the answer to that.
Did you tell your law firm that your 3 goals were Republican performance, legality, and compactness, or did they tell you those were the goals?
I told them that those were my goals.
How did you determine that the goal of Republican performance had been met?
When I reviewed HB 4, and it had 5 new districts that leaned Republican, and that didn't lean a great distance Republican, but leaned Republican, I considered that to be a worthy goal.
So the 5 seats was the goal that was set for you, yes?
Nobody has ever told me, Phil, we want to get X number of seats, ever.
Did you ever read in the newspaper that Donald Trump had a goal of getting 5 new Republican seats out of the Texas map?
I am aware of that.
Isn't it a coincidence that it would be his goal and your goal to get exactly 5?
All I can tell you is I have not talked to the president or anybody in his administration. When I looked at HB 5, my personal conclusion was, as I looked at the partisan performance of both parties, I would have been concerned to try to take it any thinner in creating additional districts.
So how did you determine that your goal, that the map was legal, was met?
Because I employed counsel that we had a lot of confidence in, based on their experience. After interviews with them, after looking at their team's resumes, looking at all they had done, I felt like I could have complete confidence in them. And I asked them to look at each map that we were looking at as session 1 and 2 progressed and tell me whether or not they believed that it met all requirements of the law. And I have relied upon that counsel.
So you are relying upon their word that the map is legal?
As any attorney's opinion, I'm relying upon their legal opinion.
And how did you determine that the goal of compactness was met?
Well, compactness is never completely met because of the size of our state and the fact that we have so many dense urban areas and so many rural areas that are not dense. So you're always going to have maps that are drawn oddly, but there are a couple of well-established measurements for determining compactness, and using those, they determined that several districts in HB4 were more compact than the same districts under the 2021 map. So that leads me to believe that the map is more compact today than the existing map.
So did you look at case law for legal tests regarding compactness?
Well, I'm aware through counsel of the standard tests that are used for proving up compactness in court, and those are the measures that they used to compare the existing district to the proposed district.
Are you saying that you are relying on their word that the goal of compactness has been met?
Yeah, I'm relying on their report to me of their analysis of those districts. And I went over those districts specifically when I was doing the early layout.
So I'd like to look at Travis County just for a moment, because that's the county I know best. You've testified that you didn't look at racial data because you don't think it's appropriate, right?
Yes, and because I think that when your goal is partisan performance, that's what you look at. It's just a lot simpler to look at where Republicans are and where Democrats are.
I think you specifically said, though, you didn't believe that looking at racial data was appropriate.
No, because it makes things very complex, because the law is very complex, and robust, I think, is the term I used. And it's very simple to look at what is very well-established protocol for drawing maps, which is partisan performance.
You also have testified that you didn't look at CVAP, citizen voter age population.
I did not look at those estimates.
And why did you not look at CVAP?
Well, because CVAP is very problematic because it is not true census data. It is an annual estimate, and we're required to draw the maps based on the 2020 census data.
So it was your belief that you specifically should not look at CVAP or at racial data, that it would be wrong for you to look at CVAP or racial data?
Now, upon advice of counsel, yes.
And this was advice of Baker Hofstetler that you should not look at racial data or CVAP?
Yes.
But Baker Hofstetler looked at racial data and CVAP, right?
You have to look at that to make a jingles analysis and do other determinations.
So when they were looking at Republican performance, did they look at presidential performance or senatorial U.S. Senate elections performance?
I think primarily presidential.
Did they look at it at the district level, the precinct level, or the census tract level?
Really, I think they looked at the voting results primarily for the 2024 election.
But did they look at the voting results at the district level, the precinct level, or the census tract level? Or all three?
I don't know the answer to that.
Did they look at the racial demography of the results by district, precinct, or census?
I don't know the answer to that.
Now, you have presumed that some changes were made between Hunter's initial map and the next map, which you adopted, correct?
Well, I'm not presuming. It's self-evident. The first map is different from the second map.
But you've made some presumptions as to why.
Yes, I haven't inquired of Chairman Hunter as to why, but I'm guessing they had somebody that wanted the El Paso change, as we had already told them we were fine with. They wanted, somebody wanted the Navarro change, I'm assuming over there, maybe Cody Harris, it's his district, I think. And all I can tell you is that CD9 performs as a Republican district better now than it did under the filed HB4.
And you feel comfortable making those presumptions as to why the map changed?
I don't have to make any presumptions. I'm just looking at the map that was sent over by the House and evaluating it, and it meets all three of my goals: that it be legal, that it hopefully elect more Republicans, and that it improve compactness. I don't have to make any assumptions, presumptions, or guesses or anything. I can look at the map, and the map speaks for itself.
But you have made presumptions about why it changed, and you're comfortable with that?
Well, I mean, common sense tells you that since we had testimony about moving Bliss back into 16, they probably had too. And since Bob Hall had at one time even prepared a floor amendment to combine Navarro, Cody Harris or somebody was probably doing the same thing that represents East Texas. So that's just kind of common sense.
I agree.
And looking at CD9's improved performance, I'm assuming that someone looked at it and thought, hey, we can make it a better Republican performing district if we move it into Liberty County.
Isn't it also common sense to presume that race was a necessary constraint in drawing these maps?
I think, well, without question, compliance with the VRA and the Constitution as a whole was an overriding requirement for creating a legal map.
What was the specific purpose in creating a CD 35 with a Hispanic citizen voting age population of 51.6%?
I haven't looked at that racial data, so I can't answer that.
Sure you can. What was the purpose of a Hispanic district at 51.6%?
I've already answered that.
Is your answer that you don't know?
Yes.
So you don't know why the population, the Hispanic population in that district, which is currently at higher than 51.6%, went down to 51.6%?
No, I haven't looked at any racial data.
But your law firm and whoever drew the map did, correct?
They did whatever was appropriate to determine if the map complied with the VRA and other applicable law.
So your testimony is it would not be appropriate for you to look at race, but it was appropriate for the law firm and the map drawer to look at race.
To be able to report to me that the map would withstand court review, it would have been necessary for them to do a jingles and other similar analyses.
What role did the metric of Hispanic citizen voting age population play in the creation of this new CD 35?
Again, I haven't looked at racial data. I can't answer that.
The goal, though, was to make CD 35 lean Republican, correct?
Correct.
So why not make it lean Republican by 20 points? Because you could.
Well, I don't know if you could or not.
Sure you could.
Well, you're guessing now too.
No, actually I'm not. Why didn't you make it lean more Republican? What made you stop at 51.6% Hispanic?
Again, I haven't drawn this map. I have adopted this map as mine when it came over from the House as passed. It meets my three goals. I'm presenting it to the body. It's the body's choice whether or not this becomes law, whether or not it becomes the next map. That's a decision for the Senate as a whole. It's my recommendation that this is legal, that it has 5 seats that now lean significantly more Republican than they did before, and that it also improves compactness.
But
And
now
I
you
think-
couldn't make CD 35 lean any more Republican because you would have to dismantle a Hispanic Opportunity District, correct?
I haven't looked at that. I don't know.
Well, then why didn't you make it lean more Republican?
Well, because I'm satisfied with the way the map is today. I am also cognizant of the limited amount of time that we have in special sessions. And it's not prudent on my part to try to create amendments and then begin the process of going back and forth in conference committees when we're on such a short timetable. I believe this is an excellent map for the goals of legality, of partisanship performance, and the added benefit, which I wasn't initially pursuing, of making it a little bit more compact. And to me, it is a reasonable measure to recommend to the Senate today that they approve this map.
Why can't you admit that making CD 35 more Republican would have dismantled the appearance of a Hispanic Opportunity District? You could not take it below 51%, could you?
I honestly, Senator, can't answer that without looking at racial data, and I haven't looked at any racial data.
And why didn't you look at racial data? Because you were told not to, right? That was your testimony.
No, nobody has told me not to.
Actually, just moments ago, probably 5 minutes ago, you said that you were counseled not to look at racial data.
No. The advice of counsel was that it's not necessary.
Not necessary for you, but it was necessary for them.
Let me finish, please. The advice of counsel was that it's not necessary for me to look at racial data to determine that this map will perform better for Republicans.
Because your metric is 5 more seats. That's your metric for showing that it performs better for Republicans.
Oh, I would prefer it had 7, but I think 5 is very reasonable at this point in the process.
And if you had gone for 7, you would have mathematically violated the Voting Rights Act because you would have dismantled minority opportunity districts to do it, correct?
I have no idea if that's true. Common sense tells me if I would go mathematically, I'm probably going to be thinning out some other Republican districts. But I haven't tried to draw a map with 7 or 10 or 8 Republican districts in it. This map has been presented by the House. I think it's a good map. I've been told it's legal. I've looked at the data with regard to political performance. I think those 5 seats that we would have a reasonable chance of prevailing as Republicans in them. And I think it's more compact. And so I think it's a good map. I'm not a redistricting lawyer, but I have found no need throughout this entire process, from the first day I was asked if I would chair the committee, I have found no need to look at racial data. I have had no desire to look at racial data.
And it's actually
all I've wanted to do is to make sure that any map I recommended was legal.
Again, you do not find it appropriate for you to look at racial data, but you recognize that your law firm and the map drawer had to look at racial data in order to analyze under Jingles.
Yes.
Now, with regard to compactness, you are aware that about 1/3 of Travis County's population is Latino, correct?
I have not looked at that, but I certainly take your word.
And you're aware that Travis County on the whole is just under 50% white population, correct?
If you say so, then it certainly is.
And that it has historic communities of both Latino and Black citizenry in its eastern edge, and some coalition and crossover district precincts in its northern edge, correct?
I'm not aware of that, but if you say so, I'll take your word.
Do you consider it compact that Round Rock is in a district that is thin to grab Round Rock and then goes all the way to Johnson County, just south of Tarrant County?
Well, as I said, throughout the entire state of Texas, there are districts that pick up, I've got
it right here.
Yeah,
it is a tiny little tail, a tiny little sliver to pick up Round Rock, and then goes all the way up to just south of Tarrant County. Does that look compact to you? That tiny little sliver up there? That's the pink sliver.
There are.
That grabs Cedar Park and Round Rock and then goes up to just south of Tarrant County.
I see that, and I don't know why that sliver is there. I don't know if it's a particular community or something of that nature. I did not draw the map. I am not the map drawer. But what I will tell you is, if you look at the current map, including the House and Senate maps, all across the state, you find where you have to reach into urban areas, grab population, and move those into more urban and suburban areas to get the population that's required for one person, one vote.
And would you think that the more racially diverse population paired with the majority white rural population is the reason for that?
Again, I'm not the map drawer, and I have not looked at any racial data. You're asking me questions that I can't answer.
Because you have chosen not to look at the data that was available to you, correct?
Because my goal was to draw a map that elected more Republicans and was legal, and I believe this map meets both of those goals.
What about this next little sliver underneath here, this little thin blue line? That picks up Pflugerville, also a just barely or if just under white population. Pflugerville's actually arguably more racially diverse than the city of Austin. Its district, which is CD 11, goes all the way out to Midland. Would you consider that compact?
Again, you can find examples of difficulty in compiling population in districts all across this state. And I suggest you could go page to page and you can find things to point out. But at the end of the day, when roughly only about 14% of Texans live west of I-35, and that includes the large cities like Wichita Falls and Amarillo and Lubbock and Midland, Odessa, and even El Paso, which is 1 million people for the county, and Abilene. Even with large cities like that in San Angelo, it's only about 14% of the population. And then east of I-35 is only about 8.5 or 9% of the state population. And the rest of it is settled within that triangle, that I-35-45 triangle. And so when you've got to put 1 million people together for a Senate seat, or 190-some thousand for a House seat, or 766,000 for a U.S. congressional seat, you have no choice but to combine rural and suburban and urban areas. And it is, in fact, the rare exception when a congressional seat or a Senate seat is wholly contained within an urban area. In North Texas, at least on the Tarrant County side, there's only one, and that's actually there's none that are congressional districts. There is one Senate district. It is, you have to reach out into those areas.
Are you done with your dissertation?
No, I'm done with my answer.
So let's talk about the traditional African American settlement area of Travis County, which is the eastern side of Travis County. Traditional freedman colonies that go back to the Civil War. Would you consider it communities, acknowledging communities of interests and compactness to take a community like Manor or Weberville, for instance? Weberville actually is named for a white doctor who was married to a black woman who moved here to start a freedman's colony. Weberville is now in Congressional District 27 that goes down to Aransas Pass. Is that compact?
As It is as compact as many, many congressional districts around the state are today.
But it is Republican performing, isn't it?
I'd have to look at which district number is it?
This would be Congressional District 27.
I'd have to look and see.
I can tell you it is Republican performing. Let's go specifically to the issue that you don't feel it's appropriate for you to look at racial data, which is available to you. But your lawyer and the map drawer had to look at racial data, which you agree with, correct?
I don't know what the map drawer looked at.
You do know that the map drawer looked at racial data.
No, you're wanting me to answer you accurately, Senator, and I don't know what they looked at. I know what I have looked at.
You said that you and your attorneys reviewed these maps in light of Jingles factors, did you not?
I said that I instructed my legal counsel to review this map in light of all applicable redistricting law, and Jingles is one of the standard tests, right?
And you know that Jingles requires an analysis of the racial performance of these districts.
Yes.
So you must concede that your lawyers and the map drawer looked at race to draw these maps.
I can't testify to what somebody did, the map drawer, that I haven't talked to or asked what they did.
If you are confident it's legal under Jingles, you must concede that they looked at race.
Senator, you're asking me to make jumps that I'm just not going to make. I haven't asked the map drawer.
Specified three preconditions that a minority group must prove to succeed on a vote dilution claim.
Members, a reminder, this is not a courtroom, and then that we ask the questions.
I am quoting Jingles.
If Senator, we one at a time, if you please, ask the questions and the other senator will respond, and we'll keep it nice and civil. Senator Echart, you're recognized, Senator Echart.
The minority group must be able to demonstrate that it is a sufficiently large and geographically compact to constitute a majority in a reasonably configured single-member district. Second, the minority group must be able to show that it is politically cohesive. And third, the minority must be able to demonstrate that the white majority votes sufficiently as a bloc to enable it to defeat the minority's preferred candidate. How would one determine if the Jingles test had been met, if the law firm and the map drawer didn't look at race?
I'm trying to answer you accurately, and you're asking me to make statements that I don't know. I have no personal knowledge of what, and I'm assuming there may have been multiple map drawers. I don't know. But I have no personal knowledge of what any of the map drawers looked at. I could guess, but I'm not going to tell you unless I know.
But you have
Please let me finish. I do know that my legal counsel would have had to look at Jingles. You read through the three elements of Jingles. I do know that they would have had to use that and the underlying data that goes with that to be able to come back to me and say, this map is legal.
So the law firm had to look at race in order to give you an opinion upon which you could rely.
They would have had to follow whatever protocol is required by Jingles, which obviously that includes looking at a broad range of data, and racial is part of it, sure.
Now, you have repeatedly testified, you've been steadfast in saying that you did not look at race and you did not look at CVAP. The map and the spreadsheets on our desk this morning when we walked in include CVAP. But you didn't look at them,
No,
and you never have looked at CVAP.
never. And I didn't prepare those documents either.
Earlier, you said that Representative Hunter drew the map, and you liked the map, and so you are now sponsoring it.
Sorry, would you repeat that?
That Representative Hunter drew the map, that you liked the map, the new one, as it was adjusted, and then you adopted it and are sponsoring it today.
I don't know if Representative Hunter, I doubt he physically drew the map.
And you've testified that you didn't see the map that's before us today until the 18th.
Or say that again.
You testified earlier today that you had not seen the map that's before us today until it was made available to the public at the hearing in the House on the 18th.
Yes, I actually don't think that was the first day it was available, yes.
And you did not see it before then?
No.
Now, you have testified both that...
And actually, this isn't testimony, this is Q&A on the Senate floor.
You have shared with us that your first knowledge of the map that's before us today was when the lawyers in the House sent it to your chief of staff on the 18th.
I don't think they sent it. I think that they called my chief and said, we just got a call from the House counsel and be aware there's going to be an amended map put out.
And you have also shared with us that Adam called you and said there were differences in the map.
Yes. Interestingly, at the same time.
Coincidentally?
I have no idea. I just thought it was interesting that he called at the same time, because when I hung up, I picked up my phone, called my chief of staff and said, are you aware of any new map? And she said, you just got a call.
He just wanted to give you a heads up?
No, he was actually looking for a contact with someone with the House.
Did you watch the House hearing?
I listened to a little bit of it, but it was sporadic.
Did you hear the portion where...
In fact, let me correct that. I'm not sure I listened to any of the hearing. The hearing on Monday, when they laid it out, yes, I listened to parts of it.
And did you listen to any of the floor layout on Wednesday?
Very, very little. I was busy both those days, and I just kind of flipped it on a few times and flipped it off.
During the committee hearing, as well as during the floor layout, Representative Hunter repeatedly refers to the CVAP, the Hispanic CVAP and the Black CVAP.
Okay.
So is it your testimony that it was not, is it your sharing with us, that it's not appropriate for you to look at race data, but it is appropriate for Representative Hunter to look at race data?
You know, all I can tell you, it wasn't necessary for me to look at race data to decide whether I wanted to carry this map and whether I thought it was a good map for the state of Texas and whether I thought it was legal. It's not been necessary for me to, appropriate to is another word, it's just not been necessary for me to look at racial data.
But it was somehow necessary for your colleague in the House to look at it, Representative Hunter?
You know, I can't answer for him, and you need to ask him questions like that. But for me, you know, once a map is drawn, I feel like my job was to make sure it was a legal map. I very simply had our legal counsel review it. They came back and said, yes, it is legal. And then I looked at what districts it enhanced from a partisan perspective. It enhances these 5. And then, oh, by the way, the changes they made improve compactness.
How many maps did you ask your law firm to scrub?
I looked at each one that the House initially filed.
How many was that?
Oh, wow, they originally filed HB4 the first session, and then when they got stalled, I filed it as SB4, the same map. And then they filed HB4 in the second session, and then they filed the committee substitute for HB4 in the second session. So I guess it was technically 3 maps.
So technically 3 maps that your law firm needed to take a look at under a jingles analysis, which by definition requires that they look at race.
Yes, I mean, if doing a legal analysis, I mean, the map is drawn. They're going to do. I've asked them to tell me if it's legal, if it's got any VRA problems or anything else, and they did their analysis. Yes.
Now, you had said that you're not an expert in redistricting law, and so you hired an expert in redistricting law. That makes all the sense in the world. You also said it's no different than hiring a real estate lawyer to handle a real estate transaction because you're not an expert in real estate law, correct?
Well, maybe one of the best metaphor, but it's what came to mind at the time.
Sure. So if you hire a real estate lawyer and they do something that's illegal, you're liable, aren't you?
Well, not necessarily.
No, not necessarily.
That's what they have malpractice for.
But if you had the information available to you and you chose not to look at it,
then I'd be being fraudulent.
Yes.
Are you accusing me of being fraudulent?
What I'm suggesting is that you are willfully not looking at important information about whether this map is a racial gerrymander.
And my response is, and it has been all day, that for me this was the simplest process. The House produced a map. I asked our counsel to look at it and make sure it was a lawful map. And they have reported to me that it is a legal map. And apparently the House counsel came to the same conclusion. So now that I know the map is lawful, does it perform better for Republicans? And it does. And it also helped a little bit with compactness. Y'all are trying to make complicated what, from my perspective, has been very, very simple. We checked to make sure it was legal, the map that the House sent over, it is. I checked to make sure it performed better for Republicans, it does. And it's more compact. This has been a very simple process for me that y'all are trying to make very, very difficult for reasons that I believe have nothing to do with what we're doing here today.
The law firm represented your goal to get 5 Republican seats, correct?
No, they represented me in my request, and my request was, tell me if this map is legal.
Who represented, who executed, who was your agent to get 5 Republican seats?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by that question.
Well, you've testified that you didn't draw the map. You've testified that you didn't look at the racial data required to make sure that the map met legal muster. You've testified that you were not directly involved in the statistical analysis because it's beyond your capabilities. So you had someone or a firm or people to execute on the goal of 5 Republican seats.
Senator, I'm sorry, but you see conspiracies and long tails where there are none.
I don't
this
think
is the
you
Senate.
testified that was your goal.
No, this is the Senate.
Senator Echart, if you would, this is not a trial. Again, I'm going to remind you that this is questions and answers, and it is not testimony. This is not a courtroom. This is the floor of the Senate. And if you would please refrain from calling testimony, because it's not, and allow him to answer the questions, and he will respond to yours.
You have shared with us that your goal was to get 5 Republican seats.
That is not what I've said. I've said my goal was to improve political performance for Republicans so that more Republicans could hopefully be elected. This has been a very simple, non-conspiratorial, non-confusing process, like with hundreds of bills in our regular session. The House passes something out, they send it over to us. It looked like a good bill to me. I had our attorneys double check it to make sure it was legal. I look at it, it looks like it's going to make at least 5 districts more competitive. It added to compactness, which was something that came up in the public hearings. It's totally within our normal practice for me as a senator to say, yes, I like this bill. I'm going to be the sponsor.
It's totally within our normal practice to rely on experts, correct?
Sure, we do it all the time.
Will you share with the rest of the body your experts' analysis of this map?
I've given it to you. They said it is legal with all respects.
Including their linear regression on ecological regression, including their racial polarization analysis?
I have not requested those documents from them, and I haven't reviewed any similar documents.
But they have done those analyses, and you know it. So would you instruct them to share them with us?
I have the highest level of confidence that they have taken all steps necessary to determine that this map meets the VRA and all other applicable law. I have confidence in them. They have assured me that is the case.
You know, I always like the term trust but verify. I believe that Senator West actually raised that term. So I will try one more time. Will you instruct the law firm that you hired to share with us the RPVA and the ecological inference analysis that they most certainly did in order to determine whether or not this map complies with the Voting Rights Act?
Counselor, you understand privilege law and the waiver of privilege law as well as I do. Now, those type of things will be available if and when this case goes to litigation, and I'm sure it will. We're already told that there's steps being done to do that. Those things will be available in the normal process for receiving experts' information. And, but I'm not going to stand up here, and you wouldn't either, and waive any attorney-client privilege.
It is convenient that the experts that you are utilizing to draw maps of the state of Texas are under attorney-client privilege to you and you alone. Thank you for answering my questions.
And to my knowledge, that's the way it has always been for anyone carrying a redistricting bill.
Senator Miles, for what purpose?
Just a point of clarification with the chairman.
Senator King, do you yield?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, you recall, I'm assuming now that you recall being asked if you knew or ever talked to Adam Kincaid in our hearings. Is that correct? Do you recall
I know we've
those?
talked about Adam Kincaid several times in the hearings.
Right. And do you recall your answer when you were asked if you knew or talked to Adam Kincaid? And I'm assuming that's why you're telling, well, do you recall your answer?
I've been asked no, I don't recall any specific. I can tell you that to the best of my recollection today, I think he and I have talked 3 times.
So you have talked to Adam Kincaid?
Yes, I said that earlier today.
And what's your most recent time you've talked to Adam Kincaid?
Last Monday, he called me looking for a contact.
Last Monday. Okay. So that's because we were asked, you were asked multiple times in the committee.
So.
And you volunteered the fact that you had never talked to Adam Kincaid.
I don't think I've said anything incorrect in the hearing. If I have had, it was an error.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Chairman, that
Okay,
you
thank
have
you. And
spoken
I
to.
went over those 3 occasions that you, sir, with Senator Gutierrez a few moments ago.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Senator King moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 4. There is objection. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
18 ayes, 11 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 4, relating to the composition of the districts for the election of members of the United States House of Representatives from the state of Texas.
Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 1 by Zaffirini.
Senator Zaffirini recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, modern technology has made map drawing more precise than ever, increasing the potential for partisan advantage or discrimination. These advances also provide an opportunity for an independent redistricting commission to leverage data and tools to create fairer, more equitable maps that better reflect Texas communities. This amendment would establish a bipartisan Texas Redistricting Commission and transfer responsibilities for redistricting congressional districts from the legislature to the commission. The commission would comprise 2 members chosen by House Democrats, 2 by House Republicans, 2 by Senate Democrats, 2 by Senate Republicans, and 1 independent member chosen by those 8. Members would serve 3-year terms beginning February 1st of the year following the census. The commission would meet the first business day in February following the census year and could vote to terminate their terms early and dissolve following the adoption of all redistricting plans. The legislature would fund the commission's operations while granting a data access and support from the Texas Legislative Council. The commission would adopt its own rules and approve each redistricting plan by at least 5 votes by November 15th after the census year. If it didn't, the Texas Supreme Court would adopt a plan by December 30th, with all approved plans submitted to state leaders. Aggrieved persons could challenge a redistricting plan by petition to the Texas Supreme Court. If a final judgment in state or federal court invalidated all or part of the plan or otherwise made it unenforceable, the commission would reconvene to modify and adopt a new plan. The redistricting plan would be required, as practicable under federal law, to create contiguous, compact, and convenient districts with nearly equal populations. Each adopted redistricting plan would be required to include a report to the Secretary of State detailing district populations and deviations, criteria and justifications, district maps, commission expenditures, and related materials, and the report would be made public. This article would take effect January 1st, 2030. Members establishing a redistricting commission would reduce the opportunity for gerrymandering and improve voters' confidence in our democratic process. Senator Jeff Wentworth, a Republican from San Antonio, first filed a redistricting commission bill in 1993, and Senators Menendez, West, Johnson, and I have done so since. In fact, I filed 6 Senate bills and 7 Senate joint resolutions across 3 regular and 5 special previous legislative sessions, but they've never received a hearing. With redistricting being such an important decision, an independent commission would make the redistricting process more fair. Given this need and justification, I hope it is acceptable to the author.
How California does it, 2-2-2-2.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author of the amendment, Mr. President?
Do you yield?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Zaffirini. And Senator, I appreciate the acknowledgement of the work that many of us have done on this. I really appreciate you bringing this amendment forward because You've reviewed the maps that have been presented to us today.
Yes.
And you currently represent a district that goes all the way from Laredo to Travis County, correct?
My senatorial district,
Your
yes.
senatorial district. Have you seen what this map does to Travis County in terms of its congressional representation?
I certainly have, and I asked questions about it, and so did Senator Echart.
So one of the things that was mentioned as a goal earlier today, and you brought it up as well, is compactness. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Would it surprise you to know that out of Travis County, I think it's at least three of its districts started Travis County. One goes all the way down to Corpus. The other one goes all the way down to almost the edge with New Mexico. I think it's past Midland, Ector County. And then one goes from Travis County to Polk County in East Texas. Those three range in distance from 218 miles to 357 miles apart. Does that sound compact to you?
It does not sound compact, and it surprised me when I saw it.
It seems that compactness is a matter of convenience, but your amendment is one where you think that instead of the politicians drawing the lines and picking their voters, you want an independent commission of people taking everything into account and drawing maps to represent the community.
That is correct, and many of us have tried. Certainly the person who tried hardest, as far as I know, was Senator Jeff Wentworth. He really worked at it mightily. Again, he was a Republican from San Antonio. He first filed a bill in 1993, and then you have filed several bills, I believe 5 or 6 times.
Yeah.
And I have, Senator West has, Senator Johnson has.
And I don't think any of them ever have received a hearing.
Never.
I want to thank you for bringing this forward. I think that when if these maps become law, and you live in that part of Travis County, and you know that your congressional representative might be from Midland, you might lose the interest in going because that person may not relate to the issues that are important to you in Travis County.
That's exactly right. And believe me, Senator, I understand the issue. And during the 1990s redistricting, at one point, my district from Laredo was redrawn all the way to El Paso, 615 miles away. New Orleans is closer to Laredo than El Paso. Yet for 2 years, I represented part of El Paso.
Wow. Well, thank you for bringing the amendment forward. I see that you have quite a few co-authors, and I think it's an excellent amendment. And I mean, if for nothing else, to save future chairs of redistricting, if we had your amendment, we wouldn't have to do this ourselves. The commission would do it, and then people could have confidence and faith that politicians weren't picking their voters, that the voters would get to select and elect their politicians.
Well, we've never had a hearing, but at least we have some floor attention today.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Senator, for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Senator Johnson, what purpose?
Statement on the bill?
Statement on the bill, that would be...
Are we not there yet?
We're on an amendment.
Oh, no. That's not really on.
Okay. Senator Zaffirini, I thought when you spoke, everyone hung on every word. And Senator Johnson didn't know it wasn't your amendment.
I'm so disappointed.
I know. Okay. Well, that would have still been too soon. Yeah, it's on third and final passage you make your statements. Senator King on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Dean Zaffirini, the Redistricting Commission is always a very, very interesting discussion. It's been brought up in the legislature many times, although I'm not sure this is germane to this bill, but I'm not calling a point of order on that. I also wonder if it requires a constitutional amendment, which I'm not sure for. But the larger question is that this is a really substantial change in how Texas operates. And I think it's more appropriate that it be brought up in a standalone bill during the next regular session, where it can be considered in hearing and where we can hear from all the interested stakeholders and constituents on that, because it is such a substantial change to our process. I know that in talking to other states, I know in some places it's worked out well. In others, it has not at all. It's just become another political problem. And so with that, I would respectfully oppose the motion with the suggestion that it be brought up next session for a full discussion before the legislature.
Secretary will call the roll. Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
11 ayes and 18 nays. The amendment fails. You're recognized for passage to engrossment.
So moved.
Third reading. It's a House bill. Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
18 ayes, 11 nays. The bill passes the third reading. We'll hold there.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members, for the long day. Thankfully, not snarkily. Thank you for being patient with me.
Members, following bills and resolutions on first reading and reference to committee, Secretary will read the bills and resolutions.
House Bill 1 relating to youth camp and campground emergency preparedness to the Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding. House Bill 3 relating to the inoperability of emergency communication equipment and infrastructure in this state to the Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding. House Bill 20 relating to certain measures to prevent and reduce fraudulent charitable solicitations and theft during disasters to the Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding. House Bill 22 relating to the authority of the Comptroller to provide funding for the deployment and operation of certain emergency communication equipment to the Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding.
Members, if everyone can take their seats, we have a memorial adjournment today. The chair recognizes Dean of the Senate for a highly privileged motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, before I move to adjourn for the day to reconvene later, I yield to Senator King for a memorial statement.
Senator King.
Thank you. I have a very, very dear friend whose funeral is today, and I was unable to make the gathering, the celebration of his life, because we're all here today. Good friend Robbie Hollier. Our kids grew up together. We've been going to church together for, I don't know, since the early 80s. Wonderful man. Suffered quite a bit the last few years. His family has suffered along with him. They are wonderful people. He's with the Lord. Couldn't be here today, but I thought it would be a neat thing if I could tell his family that we adjourn today in the memory of Robbie Hollier.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Zaffirini.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move that the Senate adjourn until 5:45 today, August 22nd, in memory of Robert Hollier, constituent of Senator King.
Any objection? Hearing none. The Senate stands adjourned until 5:45. Thank you, members. Members will resume when we have more members on the floor. Members, I'm just waiting for some Democrats to come to the floor because I believe they want to speak on final. I was trying to wait for all the senators to come back, but we'll start. The Senate will come to order. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Echart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hinojosa of Nueces, Hinojosa of Hidalgo, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwertner, Sparks, West, Zaffirini.
Members' quorum is present. Please rise in the gallery and on the floor for the invocation by Senator Birdwell.
Would you bow with me, please? Father, we come before your throne asking for wisdom and grace and strength. We ask your hand upon those in the hill country that have lost loved ones. Give them your peace that only you can provide. We ask your hand upon those that are still searching for the missing and that they are recovered. We ask your hand of safety upon the people of Texas, our fellow members in the House, the executive branch, the judicial branch, and our national leadership. In Christ's name I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Senator. You may be seated in the gallery as well. The Senate moves to excuse Senator Paxton on matters of important family business. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The Senate moves to dispense the reading of yesterday's journal. Any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is adopted. Members, if there's no objection, I'd like to postpone the reading and referral of bills and resolutions until the end of today's calendar. Hearing no objection, motion is adopted. That concludes the morning call. Senator King, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 4. Senator King? Senator King, you're recognized. Sorry. Yeah, I know it's been a long day.
Sorry.
You're not quite finished yet.
I had to catch up with myself there. I moved to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 4.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
18 ayes, 11 nays, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading, House Bill 4. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 4, relating the composition of the districts for the election of members of the United States House of Representatives from the state of Texas.
Members, it is now the time for third reading speeches. Senator Zaffirini, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I rise in strong opposition to House Bill 4, the unfair, untimely congressional redistricting plan. In 2023, members, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in Allen versus Milligan that Alabama's congressional map violated Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act because it denied black voters the opportunity to elect a second candidate of their choice when warranted by population growth and demographic patterns. This decision reaffirms Section 2 as a powerful legal tool to evaluate the effects, not merely the intent, of redistricting plans. Despite clear evidence of minority population growth and shifting demographics, House Bill 4 reflects the same failure by denying minority populations a fair opportunity to elect candidates of our choice. In this whirlwind of criticism and controversy, I believe we agree about the facts. First, that the current congressional map based on then current census data was approved in 2021 unanimously by 18 Republican senators, with 13 Democratic senators unanimously voting against it. Second, that during these special sessions, 12 Republican senators who voted for it unanimously at that time have changed your position and today unanimously seek to replace it with a map based on now 5-year-old census data, while 10 Democratic senators who unanimously opposed it then remain consistent in our opposition and unanimously oppose it even more vehemently now. Third, that while congressional redistricting has taken center stage during 2 special sessions called by Governor Greg Abbott and has been prioritized over the immensely critical issue of the day, flooding and disaster preparedness, it never was considered during our regular session that ended in June. That begs the question, why now? It prompts the answer, because the billionaire party bosses commanded it. Fourth, that the governor will call as many special sessions as needed until a congressional redistricting plan is adopted and will use whatever he calls every bullet in his belt to prevail, including moving the election date, finding and arresting legislators, declaring vacancies in the legislature, and calling upon the federal government and the judiciary to hearken to his side. Fifth, that the legal battle regarding the 2021 congressional redistricting lawsuit rages unresolved in El Paso federal court, and that this 2025 redistricting effort is headed for the courtroom. So I agree with the Democratic lawyers who believe that if HB 4 is going to pass anyway, the sooner we can get to court, the better, and the greater the likelihood we can get relief before the election. You have to wonder, how can Republicans adopt a redistricting plan in 2021 and then defend it vigorously in court since then, only to denigrate it in 2025 and try to replace it? Frankly, surely there are incumbent Republican members of Congress who wonder that too. Fourth, we agree that none of us wants to be here doing this at this time. Redistricting is such a partisan issue that it is best addressed every decade after the census data are released. In states across the country, minority parties will accuse majority parties of gerrymandering for political advantages. In Texas, the minority accusations were proven right. The NAACP, MALDEF, and the Democratic Party have prevailed in 5 congressional lawsuits filed in federal court through 2024. I am convinced that if justice prevails in the U.S. Supreme Court, Democrats and minorities will prevail in contesting the 2021 and the 2025 plans. That's a big if. Democratic senators oppose House Bill 4 not only because it disregards the growth and diversity of our state, but also because it further erodes the strength of minority districts, diminishing our ability to elect candidates of our choice and silencing voices that deserve to be heard. More specifically, coalition districts that allow minority voters to elect our candidates of choice are protected under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, even if courts do not require their creation in the first place. Congressional District 28, anchored in Laredo, for example, remains majority Hispanic, but loses Bexar County, with whom we have a strong community of interest, and adds Hidalgo County, despite the city of Laredo and the city of McAllen being competitive neighbors. The proposed map reflects marginal shifts that might seem insignificant on paper, but in districts such as this, with narrow turnout margins and cohesive minority voting blocks, it is exactly how opportunity is eroded. When minority voters comprise the majority but cannot elect our candidate of choice due to strategic redistricting, that is precisely the definition of vote dilution under Section 2. Of particular concern in House Bill 4 is the splitting of school districts, which occurs throughout Senate District 21 and across Texas. In my district, Del Valle ISD, a primarily Hispanic and economically disadvantaged community with distinct needs, is being divided in half. This division will destabilize the district by forcing residents to engage with multiple congressional representatives who may hold very different political priorities. Such fragmentation risks disenfranchising the community and can lead to different outcomes based on which portion of Del Valle ISD has a more responsive representative. We also heard testimony illustrating this challenge. Residents often reach out to their assigned congressperson only to be redirected to a neighboring representative of a different political party to have needs assessed. Congressional District 35, which stretches from Austin to San Antonio, was drawn by a Republican federal court after the legislature's 2011 map was declared to dilute Hispanic voting strength. It was crafted specifically to provide Hispanic voters in Central Texas a realistic opportunity to elect their candidate of choice. House Bill 4 effectively dismantles that district. It divides its core of East Austin's Hispanic and Black neighborhoods and redistributes them into adjacent districts in which voters of color no longer will have sufficient members to elect their candidates of choice. I would hope we agree an elected body should reflect the population its members represent. If so, House Bill 4 is a far cry from that standard. Representative Vincent Bettis recently offered an analysis indicating what the proposed map would ensure. One congressional representative for every 445,000 Anglos, meaning 26 of 38 seats for their population of 12.5 million. One congressional representative for every 1.5 million Hispanics, meaning 8 seats for our population of 12 million. One congressional representative for every 2 million African Americans, meaning 2 seats for their population of 4 million, and Asian Americans would have 0 representation in the delegation despite their population of 1.6 million. That means Anglos, who comprise 40% of the population, would hold 68% of the delegation. Hispanics, who comprise 40% of the population, would hold 21% of the delegation. African Americans, who are 13%, would hold 5%, and Asian Americans, who comprise 5%, would hold none. Under this proposal, an Hispanic Texan has 1/3 the political value of an Anglo-Texan. From my perspective, as a Texan of Mexican, Spanish, Sephardic Jew, and Greek descent with an Italian last name, it is glaring that Hispanics comprise 40% of the population and should hold 15 of 38 seats, but under House Bill 4 could elect only 21% of the delegation, only 8 of 38. 3 of those districts, Congressional District 28, 15, and 34, are drawn in a way that makes them less effective at producing electoral outcomes consistent with the preferences of Hispanic voters. This is not proportionality, which admittedly the law does not require, but it is evidence of systematic underrepresentation, especially when combined with data indicating cohesive voting patterns, racially and ethnically polarized elections, and strategic redistricting choices that undermine voter influence. Clearly, House Bill 4 negatively would impact minorities' ability to elect candidates of our choice, including in South and Central Texas, which I represent. Its consequences are as deeply profound as they are exceedingly concerning, particularly within a legal framework that prohibits voting changes that result in minority voters having fewer opportunities than others to elect representatives of our choice. The proposed map dismantles effective minority opportunity districts, reduces the influence of cohesive voting blocs, and retreats from the progress made under decades of court oversight and community advocacy. It also fails the test of fairness. It fails the test of Section 2, and it fails the people of Texas. The Texas Senate used to be known as the most deliberative body in the world. Those days are over. Today, the majority will prevail, but the rights of minorities were ignored. Outnumbered, outvoted, and outgunned, Democrats will go down fighting, having used every available legislative tool. My prayer is that the pendulum will swing sooner rather than later, and that when it does, Democrats will respect all minorities, including political. For these reasons and more, Mr. President and members, it is with a very heavy heart that I will vote no regarding House Bill 4. Thank you, Mr. President and members, and thank you, Senator King, for your courtesy in answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator Zaffirini. Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. To speak against the bill. Mr. President, members.
Excuse me, Senator Menendez. Senator West, did you wish to go next? Yes, Senator Menendez.
Not a problem.
My apologies.
Not a problem.
He was next up in lineup on seniority. Senator West, for what purpose?
To speak against the bill.
You are recognized.
Members, I will not duplicate what Senator Zaffirini already said. I think it's a job well done. This is my third redistricting session, and I know, Senator King, you had a job that you had to do. But you know, members, each and every day of the session, we started off with a prayer. Let that sink in. We started off with a prayer. And what I get from that is that we kind of put God above politics. We want to make certain that each and every one of us obviously represent our constituents, but we don't do that if it's contrary to our Father's word. We've gotten to a point where in many instances that's exactly what we're doing. We won't stand up and do what's right. Senator King has said we want to do what's political. You want more Republicans in Congress. And just think about that. Is that what we really need to be doing to try to make sure we heal this country and bring it back together, frankly, from the cliff of disaster? But you see, a lot of things that are going on right now, you can kind of look at the Bible and you can see exactly all of them were kind of set forth in the Bible, leading us to Revelations. I'm not going to go down that road, but I'm going to tell you a few things that I think as it relates to where we are today. This was not an issue when we first started session. It didn't become an issue until Donald Trump asked Texas for 5 more Republican votes in Congress because he's afraid that if history repeats itself, that he's going to lose the House of Representatives. And you know, I asked Senator King about circumstantial evidence. As soon as Trump made that statement in the news, Department of Justice sends a letter. We have a session, and redistricting, my friends, is put on the agenda for us to consider. Exactly what Donald Trump wants. I understand you're Republican, but are you a Republican first? Or are you a Texan first, like we were last night? With Senator Parker, you hit the nail on the head. We take care of Texans first. Our Attorney General. Well, let me back up a little bit. We're in court right now with the 2021 map. Senator Huffman was the chair of the committee. Senator Huffman has testified over and over again. Yes, we are contesting that particular map. The Attorney General was supportive of Senator Huffman's statement about it being race blind. You have an Attorney General that has made a living off of suing the federal government. For some strange reason, as it relates to this issue, he can't find the will to do that. Why? Because of Donald Trump. When you begin to look at where we are right now, African Americans. I pointed to this portrait over here on this wall. You know what it represents. Senator Miles and I have to consistently be confronted with this every time we come in here because of that history. You know what the history is of this state. You know discrimination still exists in this state, maybe not as much as it used to be. If we are indeed Christians, we're supposed to be looking out for our fellow man on a consistent basis. African Americans have finally been able to get 4 congressional seats in this state. We're going to have a population of some 50 million people by the year 2040. We have, 38 congresspersons? 4 African Americans? And what's getting ready to happen? When this map passes, you will have said, it's not about our brother's keeper. It's not about making certain that we do what's fair, that we do what's politically expedient. Yet and still we pray each and every day that we're here on fairness. If you feel that what we're doing is fair deep in your heart, then go ahead and put politics over what you have said and profess as a Christian. Why is it that when people, ethnic minorities in this state, which frankly is the majority groups now, start making strides consistent with the American dream, all, in many instances, professing to be Christians, but in all instances professing to be Texans, putting Texas first. We do it along with our Anglo brothers and sisters each and every day because we're proud to be Texans. But in political games, for some reason, ethnic minorities end up being pawns. You know what the numbers look like in terms of the census 2020. You voted on a map that didn't give ethnic minorities fair representation in this state. And we're doing the same thing now. We're using ethnic minorities, and we've consistently done this throughout history, as pawns. Be it back in slavery, throughout history, as pawns. Do we continue to do that today? I hope not. But it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen as Christians. Senator Zaffirini, thank you very much for what you've done in terms of kind of setting the stage for all of this. I'm not going to be repetitive, but what we do today, Senator Betancourt, I hope we do it as Christians, not as politicians. We do what's in the best interest of all Texans, not just a select few.
Senator Hinojosa?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make a statement.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. Members, I rise in strong opposition to House Bill 4 and the map before us. I understand and recognize that redistricting is one of the most partisan and politicized issues we undertake. Redistricting is naked political power used by the party in control. I also acknowledge the motivation by the Trump administration to redistrict in the middle of the traditional 10-year census cycle. It is to further entrench his power and control Congress at the expense of minority congressional districts here in our state. The difference is that this mid-decade redistricting special session pierces the heart of our democracy and equal protection of all citizens to have a voice. The redistricting special session is in line with the demands made by the July 7th Department of Justice letter and makes clearer the intent of the Trump administration to silence the voice of our U.S. citizens based on the color of their skin, black, brown, and Asian. That is not race blind. The congressional districts identified in the Department of Justice letter of July 7th are all districts, all 4 of them, represented by Black and Hispanics. The July 7 DOJ letter also misrepresented and distorted the Fifth Circuit opinion in Petaway versus Galveston County, in that the Fifth Circuit never declared coalition districts unconstitutional. In a split decision, the Fifth Circuit opinion was narrow in scope, focusing on Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. The opinion stated only that coalitions of different racial or ethnic groups within one district, referred as coalition minority districts by the courts, could not claim voter dilution in a redistricting challenge under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And that's important. They didn't say coalition districts were unconstitutional. The DOJ letter misinterprets the Fifth Circuit ruling, and that the DOJ makes it clear in their letter it wants to wipe out 4 congressional districts and then name them in the letter. Representatives elected by their majority voters. This is targeted racial discrimination by any definition. The DOJ researched the racial makeup of districts in Texas and identified 3 districts in which Black and Hispanics were voters working together to constitute a majority, and 1 district in which Hispanic voters constitute a majority. To target these districts, all represented by minorities, is unconstitutional. As you notice, the Trump administration did not target any of the Republican congressional districts. House Bill 4 emerges not only from necessity, but from a political motivation to target intentionally coalition congressional districts. Unlike the regular post-census process, this mid-decade redistricting is timed and clearly engineered to create 5 additional Republican districts before the 2026 midterm elections. That is very obvious. And all of this is the expense of minority districts, where their voters, constituents, elected their candidate of choice. This map push ignores, even undermines ongoing legal scrutiny. The 2021 congressional map was subject to numerous lawsuits under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and the 14th Amendment. State officials previously asserted that the 2021 map was race blind, but now point to the DOJ concerns over 4 districts drawn along strict racial lines as justification for revamping them. This dramatic shift betrays a political calculation rather than a principled response, highlighting that racial discrimination motivates this effort, targeting only minority districts. This also ignores demographic reality. Over 95% of the population growth in Texas came from non-Anglo residents as of the 2020 census. Hispanics are the largest demographic group at 40% and have been the primary driver for the state's population growth over the last decade. And as Senator West noted, our state of Texas is now minority majority, yet our representation grows less and less with every redistricting map that we draw and pass in this chamber. House Bill 4 redraws district lines to weaken the overall ability to elect the preferred candidates of choice. The overall number of districts where minority voters can effectively elect the preferred candidates is projected to shrink under House Bill 4. It reduces the number of congressional districts where a coalition of minorities hold the majorities from 9 to 4. From 9 to 4, it reduces the power and influence of minority voters in the state. Let us be clear, this map also splinters communities of interest. They've stood together for generations. It packs and cracks minority neighborhoods to shore up Republican control, breaking apart districts where minority voters have long elected candidates of their choice, and moving them to majority Anglo districts. In Corpus Christi, for example, House Bill 4 cracks minority communities, such as the historically black Hillcrest community, and moves it to a district that now includes part of South Austin. What do they have in common? Not much, if anything. Meanwhile, the rest of Corpus Christi is packed into a district that also includes Brownsville. A unified coastal community is broken apart, no longer connected to economic drivers such as the Port of Corpus Christi and the Corpus Christi Army Depot. Even the Nueces County refineries are split into 2 different congressional districts. House Bill 4 also splits Del Mar College. The Port of Corpus Christi is also split from the Naval Air Station of Corpus Christi. In the Rio Grande Valley, cities like McAllen, Edinburgh, and Farr, places bound by shared culture, economic networks, and family ties, are being fractured across multiple districts, diluting their voice in Congress, now working together as a community with long family histories. The cities of McAllen and Edinburgh, with a long history of working together under a single congressional district, are no longer together. This is not fair representation. This is deliberate division. In addition to that, the city of Farr is divided into 2. And the city has a school district, the Farr San Juan Alamo School District, which is divided in half. That is not a community of interest that's being done by House Bill 4. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 and the United States Constitution require maps to protect communities of interest and give every Texan an equal voice. Yet, this plan does not do that. It does the opposite. At its core, this plan violates the basic principles of fair representation in a true democracy and deepens mistrust in our democratic institutions. Voters should choose the representatives. Representatives should not manipulate maps to choose their voters. House Bill 4 entrenches power by weakening accountability, disfranchising communities of color, and defying the principles of fair and equal representation. We allow hyper-partisan gerrymandering to continue. We undermine the very foundation of our democracy. As President Abraham Lincoln so rightly called a government of the people, by the people, for the people. Texas deserves maps that reflect its people, not maps that silence them. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Menendez, you're now recognized to speak on the final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. I want to thank 3 of our most tenured colleagues in the Senate, Senator Zaffirini, Senator West, and Senator Hinojosa. My father, if he was with us, he'd be 102 this year. So as you can imagine, he tried to impart a lot of wisdom, and I think we need to learn from the lessons of our past. Because if we don't, they'll come back to haunt us. And sometimes when we're sitting here working on legislation, it's just, and what's been said many times, it's just words on a piece of paper. The difference is that this map's going to affect people's lives. You know, there's a reason why so many people flock to this country and have for years. In the Declaration of Independence, when Thomas Jefferson wrote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. This bill, these maps reduce the consent of the governed. The people, especially those who live in these racially gerrymandered districts. In these founding documents, Americans were promised a better and more just future. I feel that we have strayed very far. This letter that I hold in my hand right here is the letter that many have referred to, dated July the 7th. At the very top, it says U.S. Department of Justice, Civil Rights Division, Office of the Attorney General. Addressed to Greg Abbott, Office of the Governor, and Ken Paxton. The part I'm going to read to you is just where it says, as stated below, congressional districts Texas 9, 18, 29, and 33 currently constitute unconstitutional coalition districts, and we urge the state of Texas to rectify these race-based considerations from these specific districts. Race-based. So the Department of Justice writes this letter to the governor on July the 7th. On July the 9th, Governor Abbott issues a proclamation where it says legislation that provides a revised congressional redistricting plan in light of constitutional concerns raised by the U.S. Department of Justice. What constitutional concerns? The ones that say that these coalition districts are race-based. I find it difficult to understand how we can be listening to our colleague talk about how race was not taken into consideration when the Department of Justice asked specifically to rectify the race-based considerations. And then we ask ourselves sometimes as public servants, why do people not vote? Why does the vote turnout so low? What's happening? Because when they see gerrymandered maps like this that take someone living in Travis County and put them in a district with someone in Ector County, 375 miles away, they're like, what is fair, compact about this? When they hear that 9 minority districts are going to go to 4, when 90% of the growth in the last decennial census was made up of minorities. 90%. Yesterday, we heard many of our colleagues in the House talk about specifically how they're going to discriminate and hurt our communities. Representative Anchia said the Latino community by any standard is already underrepresented in this state. We represent 40% of the population, responsible 50% of the growth, and yet these maps have to be intentional to have us enjoy even less representation under this map if you apply the numbers this map furnished. It just doesn't make sense. If you apply math to that percentage, 4 to 5 districts out of 48 comes out to 10.5%, 13%, even though Latinos represented 50% of the growth. In Tarrant County, where 70% of the population is Latino, this map dismantles their only chance at a congressional representative. In Dallas County, millions of Latinos have waited over a decade to have an opportunity to elect a Dallas County neighbor of their choice. This map denies that opportunity. Working class families are paired with faraway suburbs that have nothing in common. in my hometown in San Antonio, a performing 60% plus Latino congressional seat disappears, gone, with no explanation. This map is not democratic or representative. It is deliberately, intentionally a racially gerrymandered map. Senator Zaffirini covered a lot of the stats that were covered by the next representative, and I'm not going to be repetitive. But I think that this is something that does need to be repeated. Under this map, under the map that's being proposed for us to vote on right now, white Texans will receive one member of Congress for every 445,000 residents. But if you're Hispanic, it's going to take 1.5 million residents, as Senator Zaffirini said earlier, to get the same representation, one congressperson. But if you're black, it's going to take 2 million African Americans. In this proposal, an Hispanic, as has been said, has a third of the political value of a white Texan and a black 1/5. Representative Ana Hernandez said Latino communities in this map have been split apart. In Congressional District 29, which has stood as a performing Latino majority district, the map dismantles the district and Hispanic citizen voting age population is reduced by 20%. Members, this process in this map, no matter what has been said, the outcome, the net effect, is intentional discrimination. I understand the author of the bill says it doesn't violate the Voting Rights Act, that the act that prohibits racial discrimination, all while claiming these maps were drawn race blind. But how? How can we believe that to be the case when Senator King has told us over and over again that he did not draw the maps, that he did not run the test, that these maps were given to him? Today we heard that Senator King and Adam Kincaid, who was possibly one of the map makers, had something to do with the map making, does map making for the Republican Party, that they've spoken 3 times. But Senator King said, don't tell me anything about maps. Don't talk to me about maps, is what I heard when they saw each other at the ALEC convention. Well, but Senator, how did you know he was drawing maps? Folks, I'm going to close with this. I've told y'all, I've had great conversations with many of you offline where we've been able to talk about our background, where we come from, who makes us, what it makes us who we are. And y'all know both my parents immigrated to this country with nothing. Father with a 4th grade education, my mom with a nursing degree at the age of 18, just with a strong will, strong backs, and a desire to work hard. And they raised us saying, work hard, stay determined, play by the rules. And in this country, people respect the rules, and you'll be able to do anything. These maps, they're going to dilute the voting strength, the representation for communities of colors. These maps are going to make it more difficult for communities of colors to progress. These maps are discriminatory based on the impacts on racial minorities. And as we heard earlier from our colleague, Senator Gutierrez, they split Native American tribes. These maps are unconstitutional and illegal. Mr. Chairman, you said yourself today that the data that needed to be used to draw, the only data, was decennial census data. I repeat, in the last redistricting, in the last census cycle, that gave us a redistricting 2021 cycle, with 90% growth being minority, we did not gain one additional Hispanic opportunity seat. In this map, yet again, we do not gain another seat. And just recently, as the Supreme Court is getting ready to debate and entertain some of the issues that are occurring, here we go. There's case law that holds that a good faith presumption applies to congressional maps when they are originally drawn by the Texas legislature after a decennial census. In a mid-decade redistricting such as this, the good faith presumption may not apply because the Texas legislature redrew majority-minority districts after it was made aware that the law regarding majority-minority districts is unsettled, and the constitutionality of the majority-minority districts is being currently considered by the U.S. Supreme Court in Louisiana versus Calais. The legislature will be acting in bad faith, dismantling existing majority-minority districts and creating new ones, knowing the constitutionality of those districts has yet to be decided by the Supreme Court. Members, as I read earlier in our Declaration of Independence, this country was meant to derive its just powers from the consent of the governed. Our democracy has been strong for a long time, but I worry about the future. This has gone too far. Why? Because it's the right of the people to govern it. I'm asking everyone that's watching, please do not give up, get involved, even though the odds are going to be potentially actively stacked against you. You have to show up. You have to show up every time. You have to vote because our government is representative of our communities. Today, just like our country, the Texas Senate, I feel like with these maps that talk about fairness, legality, compactness, yet you have Travis County sliced and diced like a pizza, Tarrant and Dallas and Harris. Harris, I think I counted 9 congressional districts in one county. 9. Bits and pieces, just grabbing the people they wanted for certain districts. That's not compact. That's not constitutional. It's not legal. You know, there was a senator long before I ever even thought about politics, long before I even was here, who used this desk, who fought segregationist laws, who fought anything he felt was against fair and equal representation for his communities. And that senator went on to be a U.S. congressman. And in San Antonio, Congressman Henry B. Gonzalez, whose portrait is hanging back there, he used this desk. We have got to take a real accounting of ourselves. Because, folks, what do we gain if your party picks up 5 seats here? What do you gain? But if you make the people of Texas lose faith in their government, what do you really gain? I implore you to vote no against this flawed map. Thank you, members and Mr. President.
Senator Miles, to speak on final passage.
I speak against the bill, Mr. President. You know, by now, I would think that all of you in this chamber know that I don't say much. But when I do speak, I mean what I say, and I say what I mean. From the moment I was appointed to this committee, Chairman King, I've been very clear, and I've made it very clear to all of you that I was going to expose this process for what it truly is. You know, we talk about decorum in this chamber, but there is no decorum to be had when you're being oppressed and the voices of your community, black and brown communities, are being suppressed. I've served in this legislature since 2007, elected by my peers in my community. I'm a senator, and I enjoy being a senator. But I will always be a black man first. In every session, I come to this floor and I tell you about these policies, from CRT to DEI to now this election bill and this redistricting bill. How much harm it will cause. And every time I hear from my Republican colleagues in this chamber, they tell me I'm wrong about it. They tell me I'm wrong. And every morning I wake up to a life. Every morning of pain for my people. If it's from CRT to DEI to the election process. So let me be clear. This map from HB to SB and back to committee substitute is just plain racist. This map is disrespectful, it is deplorable, it is discriminatory. And the actions of ramming it through the process is devious, damaging, and downright despicable. The Republican leadership followed through with the president's plan, aided by the Department of Justice, putting out a hit list for congressional seats in the black and brown communities of Texas. This plan seeks to discriminate against people of color and steal congressional seats. And yes, I mean steal. When you take what doesn't belong to you, it's called stealing. Fact, these congressional seats do not belong to any elected official, any one party, or any president. They belong to the people. The people. This is about citizens in this state of a district having the ability to elect a candidate of their choice. Of their choice. From the beginning of this process of mid-district and mid-decade redistricting has been a complete sham, as I said earlier, and a farce. You know, some of you may know and some of you may not care, but August 6th was the 60th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act in Texas, in this country. And Texas has been found guilty of violating the Voters' Rights Act every decade since enacted. Every doggone decade for the last 2 decades. As I said before, and I mean this, and I want y'all to hear this, you cannot be complicit in racist actions and get mad when someone calls you a racist. You can no longer hide the racism of your party. Once more, we face a map that does not reflect the truth of Texas, but instead manipulates and whitewashes it. They call it redistricting, but let's be clear, it's rig-districting. When you imbalance the voting of the guarantee one result, that's not democracy, that's rigging. And when you rig, the people's choice is taken away. Texas is the home of the largest black population in the United States. That should mean something in how these maps are drawn. But instead of recognizing that, that's the reality, this map seeks to bury it. It takes the voices of black Texans, splits them up, dilutes them, packs them, cracks them, and erodes black voices in this state. Let's dig a little deeper and a little closer to home. Houston's black population accounts for 35% of the state's overall black population. And instead of recognizing that and creating an additional opportunity, you pack Congressional District 18, disintegrate the black vote in Congressional District 9, move them to 18, and have the audacity to act as if you've done us a favor. The population has grown, but you've gone backwards with this map. Decreasing black opportunity seats from 2 to 1 in Houston and across the state are not gifts. Come on, y'all. We can count. We all know basic math. Packing Congressional District 18 is not representation. Destroying 9 is not representation. It is suppression. And make no mistake, suppression is rigged districting. In committee, over and over and over again, the chair reiterated, the map is laid out. Maps he admits he did not draw, that they were drawn race blind. And the bottom line to that is, it's impossible. It lacks knowledge. Everyone in this chamber knows that black folks in Texas overwhelmingly vote Democratic. That's not a secret to anyone. So when you set out to create more Republican seats, what are you really doing? It's dismantling the ability of black Texans to elect candidates who truly represent their community interests. That's common sense. Not to mention, the maps were drawn by a national Republican redistricting committee. But let me make it clear, there can be no fairness for Hispanic Texans if there's no fairness for black Texans. If there's no fairness for any of us, there can be no fairness for any voter in this state. But when you silence one community, you weaken democracy for all of us. And when you weaken democracy, you take the congressional seats away from people they belong to and hand them over as property. This map strips it all away. That's what this map does. It is a slap in the face of black voters. It's a slap in the face of Hispanic voters and every voter who calls Texas home. And if Texas is truly for one for all, then voting must matter for all people. In Texas, we have witnessed to the unrelenting massive assault on Voting Rights Act, diminishing the political voices of black and browns and marginalizing people unlike anywhere else since the Jim Crow era. This mid-districting or this rigged districting is just a tactic and another assault. You know, I was in a barbershop the other day when I got a chance to go home, Royce. This old 70, maybe 80-year-old black man came in, and he started talking about redistricting to me and this whole situation. And he described it like this. It's Jim Crow in a new Cadillac. The people of Texas have spoken through testimony, through protests, through their presence at this Capitol. Yet leadership turned a deaf ear, acting as if those voices do not matter. I once heard the four most powerful words in democracy: the people have spoken. But it's clear the leadership of this state and this nation don't want to hear the black and brown folks speak. And it's clear that the leadership in the state is not listening when 98% of the people who testified, who chimed in on this map, on this redistricting, spoke against it. 98%. 2% was in favor of this map. 2%. Let me remind you, black voices matter, brown voices matter. Every voice in this state matters. And when you deny those voices, you're not redistricting. Once again, you're rigged districting. You know, let's make a note. Whenever an issue of equality and rights, such as this map, comes up in Republicans, they often try to justify their action by saying, well, the Democratic Party was a party of oppression, and the Republican Party freed the slaves. Okay, thank you. But that's not an excuse. You cannot justify the unjustifiable. The Republican Party has become the party of oppression, and you are now the party of disenfranchising. Voters drawing racist maps by adopting voter suppression laws. What matters is the moment. What matters is now. What matters is what are you going to do now? Republicans in this chamber and the House have the numbers. We understand that. We as Democrats understand we're outnumbered. So you have the ability to do whatever you want. But I ask this, just because you can do something, does it mean you should do something? Lastly, if you allow me, let me speak to everyone in the sound of my voice, watching from the gallery or streaming online. This rigged districting is just another evil tactic to keep us from exercising our constitutional right of voting. Yes, the Republicans have stacked the deck, and this abomination is going to pass, but do not give up. Trump and the Republicans want us to be discouraged and dismayed. They want to give you a reason to stay at home on Election Day, but please don't. This is my call to arms. Your vote is your weapon. So show them that we can fight and fight back. Show them that we can get down. Show them that their voices in black and brown marginalized communities cannot be silenced. Vote in spite of. Vote because of. Vote because of or in spite of this evil map. Don't give them what they want. Spread the truth. Prepare for 2026 and beyond. Be the hurdle in their way. Take yourself and your neighbor, your friend, and get to the ballot box. We need to mobilize, prepare for the battle. Show Trump and the Republicans how here in Texas, we really get down. Show them who you are, and more importantly, show them whose you are. This is redistricting. Coined, rigged districting. We must keep our faith, keep our fight.
Senator Johnson, to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is, by any measure, an extraordinary step, a mid-decennial redistricting in a special session. The redistricting process typically takes a couple of years. This one's happening in a matter of days, maybe weeks. And it happened with the speed of the yank on a dog's leash. It's not dignified, it's not just, it's not legal. We've heard the explanation that this really isn't about race. This is just about Republican political performance. And we've heard that one before. We heard that something like that back in 2003. Tom DeLay led the push to redraw maps just 2 years into the decennial cycle. He succeeded. It was a disaster. He was also convicted in the Abramoff scandal a few months later, so I don't know if that portends well for this outcome here. But it certainly speaks to the character of such an act. I think this is a gross misstep for many reasons. It looks like you're going to get your 5 seats, but what really is the purpose underlying all this? I don't think it is just like Tom DeLay's, we want more power, we have the numbers, we can get it. That happens in Texas, in Illinois, California, New York, Oklahoma. It happens all over the country every 10 years in an orderly process that most of us don't think is a very good process. I think maybe privately we might all be relieved if the federal government and the state governments would join together and ban mid-decennial redistricting by statute or by constitution or by both, and enact independent redistricting commissions. Now, I've heard valid concerns that independent redistricting commissions in the end aren't all that independent in practice. And there's probably something to that. It's pretty difficult to cleanse a human being of all partisan leanings whatsoever, particularly if you're in a state that has a bent one way or another. But here's one thing for sure that wouldn't be happening if we had independent redistricting commissions. We wouldn't be doing it. We'd be figuring out what we're going to do with THC or flooding or property tax or the other things that we probably ought to be doing during a regular session instead of during a special session, so we could use the interim for the less partisan, less flashbulby process of figuring out what kind of policy we ought to pursue when we get here for our 140-day sprints. But that's not where we are right now. And so I ask you, as you embark on this process, which my colleagues have very, very articulately condemned with objective information, you're doing this at what cost? At what cost to public faith in our institutions, in our elections? What cost to faith of the public in not just our elections, but in their participation in the elections, in the outcome of the elections? I think you're undermining our faith in democracy. You're setting off a national gerrymandering. I learned how to pronounce that correctly. Is the legislator from Massachusetts who gave rise to the word gerrymandering, which is how we say it. His name was Gary. So gerrymandering, a nationwide gerrymandering war is now in effect because of us, right? Nobody else was doing this before. And in fact, I'm not going to say us. I'm going to say y'all as the majority. That's a consequence of this. But also think about the consequences to this institution. I talked about this last round. It's an act of compliance. It's passive. It waives any even pretense of that Texas independence of which we're all so proud. It was just a quick suggestion from the president that went to the governor that went to here, and serving up 5 seats in a gerrymandering war and undermining faith in democratic elections. And there's one other piece of damage to this institution and one other piece of undermining faith, and that is participation in the processes that happen in this building. And I'm talking specifically about hearings. Senator Miles brought up the hearings. 98% of people testified against it, 2% in favor. But after 6, 7, 8 hours of grueling questions and answers, Senator King demonstrated impressive stamina. What I didn't hear anywhere in there was any consideration for anything anyone said in hearing. What was the point? Are we dressing this up to try to make it look legitimate? There was no amount of hours of hearings. There were no number of hearings in any number of places geographically dispersed across the state or done virtually that could have legitimized what we're doing here. And my notes just disappeared. So I'll move on to the next part. Those are the damages. That's the cost. And the third thing I want to take up is the damage to the law, or the challenge to the law that we all now face. No one in here is a Voting Rights Act expert, but we all have artificial intelligence to consult and able staffs, and we all have a pretty good grasp that the Voting Rights Act looks not only at the intent to discriminate, which would certainly be avoided if a map is drawn without regard to racial data, but also the Voting Rights Act looks at discriminatory effect, intended or not, including historically throughout the district courts in the country, coalition districts where one or more minority groups is politically cohesive and combined in a district, whether intentionally when the district was drawn or by happenstance. But at the moment that we're standing in, there are districts, 5 of them now targeted, where minority groups, 2 or more, combine in a politically cohesive way to be able to choose the people they wish to put in office. And if they're split up, they will no longer have that ability, the result of which is lower representation by greater proportions of people, which doesn't seem consistent with the democratic ideal. In fact, it's not. It's so flagrantly in contravention of everything the Voting Rights Act has stood for since its enactment that you'd think it was a laydown. Your maps are dead. Now, I hope that is the case. But my feeling and my suspicion is that the plan here by the map drawers in Washington, D.C., and the team of lawyers that thought this stuff up, that assure all of you that these maps comply with the Voting Rights Act, that what they really mean is that these maps comply with what we think the courts might later hold about the Voting Rights Act. That the Fifth Circuit's aberrant view, effectively gutting the Voting Rights Act, will become the view of the United States Supreme Court. I hope not. I hope not. And it makes me sad that we would even attempt to avail of that in the middle of a decade. But here we are. And we will see how the courts come down on this. And I have hope that they will not, that they, the Supreme Court, will not decide that these maps are okay under some new, less helpful version of the Voting Rights Act. And these maps will go away. I don't know when. I don't know if it's going to be 1 year or 2 years or 3 years or 5 years. I mean, the judicial recourse isn't all that great either. So I kind of wish we would do things right in the first instance. But we're going to see this play out in the courts. And maybe in response to all of this, in response to the gerrymandering war we've set off around the nation, we will see some federal action banning mid-decennial redistricting. We will see state action and federal action requiring independent redistricting commissions. And maybe that comes as a result of the 26th election wave, when the electorate rises up and says, this is too much. Thank you.
Senator Blanco, speak on final passage.
To speak in opposition to the bill. Thank you, Mr. President, members. When our founding fathers met in Philadelphia in 1787, they sought to design a government that would endure. And it has done just that. It has endured. Our government, our country, our form of government, it's that shining light, that shining city on a hill. It's a testament to the rest of the world that America is a beacon of freedom, that it represents prosperity, but importantly, democratic ideals. And our founders understood that those constitutional principles and the very legitimacy of our government depended on fair representation of the people. James Madison wrote in Federalist number 52 that the definition of the right of suffrage is very justly regarded as a fundamental article of Republican government. Meaning representation was not a detail, but rather it was a cornerstone. And to preserve that cornerstone, the framers created a system grounded in regularity and in fairness, in regularity and in fairness. They required a census every 10 years so that districts would be adjusted to reflect actual population growth and population shifts. And as Madison further explained in Federalist 54, apportionment must be based on the aggregate number of inhabitants, so that representation remained faithful to the people themselves. And that's why our founders enshrined this idea of tying redistricting to the decennial census. Article 1, Section 2 of the United States Constitution mandates that an apportionment of representatives among the states must be carried out every 10 years. Members, apportionment is the original legal purpose of the decennial census, as intended by our nation's founders. It ensures that the process is not arbitrary, not political, but anchored in objective data, measured at regular intervals. It reflects growth, not advantage. It reflects representation, not power. And that is why this map and this redistricting bill gives me such concern. Mid-decade redistricting, absent a court order, departs from that constitutional design. It untethers the process from population, and instead, it ties it to political expedience. It risks turning a solemn duty into an instrument of political advantage. And some may argue that, there's no law prohibiting mid-decade redistricting. But members, just because there's no law that doesn't prohibit it, it just doesn't make it right to do it. And while the framers of our Constitution, they did not envision maps being drawn whenever it suited those in power. They actually intended apportionment to follow the census, so that representation would follow the people, not politics. That was a directive that they enshrined in our Constitution. So why are we ignoring that? Why is this legislature not heeding the warning of our founding fathers? Why is Texas bending the knee? Our founders, including Thomas Jefferson, understood the dangers of unchecked power. Jefferson reminded us that an elective despotism was not the government that we fought for. He distrusted any concentration of authority that ignored the voice of the people. And if redistricting can be rewritten at will, well, then we invite the possibility of maps being drawn every election cycle. The very despotism that Jefferson warned us against. And if the rules of representation can be written whenever politically convenient, then stability is lost. Fairness abandoned. And the people's faith in democracy itself is shaken. we must ask ourselves, will Texas continue to believe in the equality of their ballot when the foundation of equal representation will be easily bent? Will they still trust the principle of one person, one vote if that principle is subjected to manipulation at every turn? You know, as a veteran, I swore an oath in uniform to defend the Constitution. Many of us in this body wore that uniform. And many of us as elected officials swore to defend the Constitution. A Constitution that guarantees equal protection, a Constitution that guarantees equal voice, a Constitution that provides for equal representation of every citizen. And carving out maps for partisan advantage, well, that just undermines that guarantee. Members, the Constitution is not a suggestion. It's the foundation of our democracy. And it's our solemn duty to uphold it. You know, history is not only going to record the votes that we take today, it's also going to record whether we honored the vision of those who entrusted us with this responsibility more than 2 centuries ago. For these reasons, and to honor our Constitution, to honor our democracy, and to honor our founding fathers, I'll be voting no on House Bill 4. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gutierrez, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Rise at this moment. I wasn't intending to speak. I was asked by my colleagues if I was going to speak, and I really wasn't intending to speak very much because I thought we'd had our moment earlier and we kind of get everything off our chest. But I thought to myself, what do we do if we end up in the courthouse? What do people that have been disenfranchised have to do and show if we get to the courthouse? How do we prove that case? I was listening to my colleague, Senator Miles and Senator West and Senator Menendez, Senator Blanco, and so many others. I sat up in my office, had some dinner, a real quick bite of dinner, and I got inspired by their words. I thought to myself, well, what's this about? I mean, how do we prove this case? What's that binder look like? We talked about it earlier. What's that trial notebook look like? We have to show that the proponents of these maps, Senator King and others, used racial bias in the makeup of these maps. That's really what this is about. That's what all this questioning has been about all day long. The questioning in the House of Representatives was just yesterday. Was it yesterday? Day before? To show that there has been racial bias in the making of the map. So I figured, well, let's start with day one. We have a proclamation in the first session from the governor, and he goes off and he cites the Department of Justice letter that says that there was reverse gerrymandering, if you will, race-based considerations from the creation of certain coalition districts in 21. Even though the Attorney General said that there was no race considerations of any sort, even though everybody in this room, every Republican in this room voted for those maps, even though Senator King himself suggested that he was going to vote for those maps because he felt that they were fair, not racially drawn, and within the Voting Rights Act. And so here we are, all of a sudden, with new maps, and now these maps, supposedly, are not racially drawn in any way. The proponent of this bill would have us suggest that he lives in a world of blissful ignorance. Says, I don't know. I didn't look at race data. I relied on my lawyers. I didn't see their analysis. I didn't read their analysis. Even though he got an opinion from them that none of us have seen. Even though he acknowledges that they likely did ecological inference analysis and they likely did racial polarized voting analysis. They didn't give him a report. He didn't ask for a report. It's real simple to say, well, I didn't use race analysis. I didn't use race data into consideration. Other people did. Other people did. He said, I didn't, over and over again, we've heard for weeks, I don't know who the map makers are. Never met the map makers. We have that on audio tape over and over. Never met the map makers. Don't know who they are. Don't know who the map drawers are. And this might seem like an attack on Senator King, and I don't mean it to be. But the fact is, we've got to find out who the racists are. Now, it's not Senator King. It's the map makers, the people he's never met. Those are the ones that use the race data to pack and crack these districts. I'd love to know who they are. But we find out today that in actuality, he had met one of them. Even though he said over and over again he didn't know, he had not met with him. We find out today that Adam Kincaid was his friend for many years. Talked to him 2 months ago over the phone. Met him at the ALEC Republican Conference. Last call was this Monday. He called him to tell him, hey, we're making changes to the map. Senator King would have us believe that, okay, I got to go. That was the end of that call. When he says that, ask for someone's number. How long was that call? I imagine we'll find out. Imagine that lawsuit. We'll uncover phone records and data. They'll show us how long that call was. We'll see if there's any text there. Somehow, miraculously, districts, almost 7 of them, end up cracked back down to the margins, where minorities are just over a 50% threshold. But there was no race data in the offing, according to Senator King. According to Senator King, there's no race data in the offing. So we have the DOJ's letter that shows us that race was a consideration. We have the governor's proclamation that cites the DOJ's letter. We come now to the blissful ignorance that we've heard all day long today. It's the best way to try this case, to not know, to not say. That's what he's told us. It would appear to me that our friend is a great lawyer, a great witness. But it is clear to me also that 444 precincts were broken down to the block level. 444 precincts were divided down to the block level. And the only way, and when you do that, the only data that you have that gives you the race data that you're looking for is census data. Someone looked at the census data to break down 444 precincts. And we look at some of the principles of the Voting Rights Act as we try to keep precincts whole. And we've all known that. We've been over this, some of us for 2 and 3 times over the last 10, 15 years. We've dealt with this. But in this map, 444 precincts were broken down at the block level. And so I know many of you would like to remain in blissful ignorance. I think that the people of the state of Texas deserve a little bit more transparency than blissful ignorance. I think that the people of the state of Texas deserve real honesty and real answers. And as I said at the very beginning of this thing, they deserve that our time not be wasted on this crap. That they deserve that the real issues of the state of Texas be addressed, rather than some political witch hunt for Donald Trump and his cronies. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Cook, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I rise tonight to speak in opposition of this bill and of the entire process. Earlier today, we heard what sounded like just a joke or a quip about adding the word expeditious to the fruits of the Spirit. And I just want to say how disrespectful it is to my constituents, to all of our constituents, when we joke around about how we need to be more expeditious about redrawing all of the congressional lines in the middle of a decade with obvious, serious consequences for Black and brown voters. This process should not be done quickly. It should not be done behind closed doors. It should be done very publicly and with as much warning as a decennial census gives us. There were also comments about when one is sponsoring a House bill, that one does not do one's research or homework or carry that bill as though it's somebody else's baby, which we all know that it is. And so I just want my constituents and the people in this chamber to know that when I pick up a House bill, I do my homework. And I do learn everything that I possibly can about it. And I assure the person for whom I'm carrying it that I am going to care for it the way that I think that they would. I think that's how you get good policy. The concept of one person and one vote is a deeply empathetic concept that centers on human dignity. I truly believe that each one of us is actually a child of God, and that how people feel matters to me. Every single person in this state is just as much a human being as I am, and that's why they deserve to be a part of the processes that shape the change around them. To disrespect that is to disrespect the concept of humanity entirely. And I just want to say how painful it is to watch many of the members in this chamber be completely silent throughout this entire process. But sometimes when there's moments off the mic, there's a little bit of honesty about how broken this is, how unnecessary it is, how really no Texans are asking for this. Maybe even a joke about how the map in Houston now looks like a hurricane because that's the only way to squeeze out more Republicans. That is a hurtful statement to me and to so many people in my district, especially the Black and brown voters. Throughout the process of SB4 and HB4 moving through this legislature, the people's voices have been ignored. There were no Senate statewide regional hearings, unlike those held for every redistricting process in all of Texas history. Texas House was no better, with a meager 3 field hearings, and at the Houston one, almost 1,000 people showed up. But thanks to confusion and disorganization, my opinion, disrespect, and a lack of access for folks who use sign language, hundreds never got the chance to speak. Afterward, I joined my House colleagues to hear the people's testimony for 2 hours at Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church. Since their voices were not a part of the official record, I would like to take this moment to enter some of their words into the record tonight. Savant Moore, a proud CD18 voter, said, "This district isn't just lines on a map, it's a legacy. Where Barbara Jordan made history, where Mickey Leland marched for the poor, and where Sheila Jackson Lee defended those that no one else would. So when you propose a redraw of CD18, you're not just moving boundaries, you're moving the soul of our community. We didn't come here asking for change. We asked to protect what generations of people built." Another person, Debbie White, said, "Gerrymandering denies communities their rightful voice in Congress. It fractures neighborhoods like the 3rd Ward, Acres Homes, and 5th Ward, communities that deserve fair representation. Redistricting should reflect population growth and the diversity of our state, not suppress them." Coretta Brown said, "Will you allow yourself to become a cheater of democracy? Will you sit silent while standing on the shoulders of giants like Barbara Jordan, Mickey Leland, Thurgood Marshall, and Sheila Jackson Lee? We've seen this before. After Reconstruction, Black representation was violently, and I mean violently, stripped away. Communities lost rights and progress for nearly a century until the Civil Rights Movement reclaimed them through the struggle and sacrifice. If you allow this redistricting to happen, you are choosing to disregard that legacy." Gretchen Brown said, "I grew up in both the 18th and 9th districts. Make no mistake, these districts didn't just raise me. They grounded my values, my vision, and most of all, my ability to fight." 77021, 77033, 77048. If you're familiar, that's up and down MLK Boulevard, but also most of Houston's South Side and also Missouri City. Representation matters. It really does, which is why I called out those zip codes and parts of town. These parts of town are often overlooked. Last on the list, redistricting. It shouldn't erase the neighborhoods that built us, that built me. It should reflect our voices, protect our legacy, and ensure the next generation sees leadership that feels local, lived, and truly theirs. And yet, today, this body passed a map that tells my constituents their voices are expendable. The changes we're witnessing are fundamentally altering the makeup of congressional districts that have historically provided representation for communities of color in Houston. When communities that have worked together for decades, shared schools, churches, and struggles are suddenly divided, you do silence their voice. You weaken their ability to advocate effectively for healthcare, infrastructure, housing, and every single basic need. You destroy legacies, relationships that have spanned generations, and collective memories that teach the next generation. These maps are racist, and they are devastating. Plain and simple. It's one thing to do this every 10 years, and it's another to fly in the face of every constitutional rule and do it mid-cycle. It's arrogant, and the greed is insurmountable. I would like to close with a quote from the Barbara Jordan, whose picture, of course, hangs on the wall, who represented both Senate District 11 and Congressional District 18 and many of the communities that I get to represent and serve today. It was the question to be answered in 1976 when Barbara Jordan gave this address, and it is still the question to be answered today. Let us heed the voice of the people and recognize their common sense. If we do not, we not only blaspheme our political heritage, we also ignore the common ties that bind Americans. Many fear the future's uncertainty and are distrustful of their leaders and believe that their voices are not heard. They seek only to satisfy their private dreams. They ignore the common interests, the common good. This is the great danger that America faces, that we will cease to be one nation and dissolve into a collection of interest groups and individuals, each seeking to fulfill private dreams, each seeking to satisfy private wants. If this occurs, who then will speak for America? Who will speak for the common good? This is the question to be answered. Today, we have seen the common good be cast aside.
Senator Echart, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thanks so much. We've talked a lot about Barbara Jordan in this chamber. And what a wonderful thing that we've talked a lot about Barbara Jordan. I choose to sit right next to her portrait because on days where I feel like there's just no chance of the minority getting heard in this chamber, no chance of having a chairmanship, no chance of being placed on a committee where we have actual expertise, no chance of actually participating in the formation of policy in this chamber, I look over at her and go, geez Louise, put on your big girl panties. Barbara had it way worse. Keep going. Right? It's so awesome to be able to glance to the right and know that we can keep going. That we can become a more perfect union. So I want to take you back in time to when Barbara was in this chamber and when redistricting was happening in the early 70s. And I'm going to take you straight to a book that talks about it. It actually has my father's name on it. In 1970 reapportionment, Texas had gained 1 congressional seat, and much as Echart worked to draw a seat for himself in 1965, now his state Senate allies, Charlie Wilson, Don Kennard, Oscar Mauzey, Babe Schwartz, and Barbara Jordan wanted that 1 new seat. Jordan was close to Lieutenant Governor Ben Barnes, and he supported her effort to get that new seat. White guy supporting a black woman to get that new seat. Echart went to Barnes's office to discuss the redistricting dynamics, and Barnes made sure that all the incumbents, including Echart, had districts they could continue to win. It was the incumbent protection era of gerrymandering. Yet he had to be careful. Echart had supported Jordan and loved the idea of her coming to Congress, but he had to give up black precincts in his district to a new district for her to win. Both he and Jordan were able to get what they needed. He kept his workshop district, and she got many, though not all, of the minority communities in her district. At the same time he got caught up in a rift among black allies, Barnes and most of the senators had come to like and trust Jordan. She worked well with them, and they considered her an insider. But Curtis Graves, who was definitely not an insider, wanted Jordan's state Senate seat. Barnes and senators were alarmed at the possibility and decided to block him. Jordan went to Lauro Cruz, who was on the redistricting conference committee, and asked where Graves's house was on the map. Jordan took out a magic marker and drew a line around his house into the district that extended into River Oaks, the wealthy white area of town, and the map was passed. Graves was furious. Knowing that he could not win, indeed the seat did go to a white person, he instead filed to run for Congress, and Jordan and Graves battled each other in the primary, with Jordan winning the nomination. Echart had to stay neutral. The reason why I read this, and it may sound familiar to you, this kind of horse trading, the politics of redistricting, that absolutely has been around since the beginning of our republic. Absolutely. But what you hear, the difference here, is that it was transparent. Graves knew that Barbara Jordan had drawn a circle around his house. Ben Barnes knew Who all was vying for those seats? And all the people who were vying for those seats knew each other were vying for those seats. There was no law firm that drew the districts behind closed doors and didn't share any of the actual analysis. There was no attorney-client privilege that kept them from knowing what was going on. That didn't happen, members. That didn't happen until the later 1970s and into the 1980s. And it didn't go on steroids until recently. This kind of cloak and dagger secrecy, this pretending that we don't know, is new. And it's dangerous. We must show integrity and leadership. We must be honest with each other and with our constituencies about how, when, and why we are reapportioning. When we do it every 10 years, but most especially when we do it in an unusual mid-decade redistricting effort. This idea of doing redistricting behind closed doors with lawyers under attorney-client privilege in the middle of the decade is very new. So if somebody tells you everybody does it, this is how it's always been done, look at history. We've heard a lot about one person, one vote. And a lot of people, I think, assume that that goes all the way back to the beginning of the Republic. It doesn't. One person, one vote is a concept that was derived by case law in 1965 in connection with the Voting Rights Act. Before that, politicians were almost entirely white and almost entirely male. And while the Congress was apportioned by population, state legislatures could draw congressional districts of any population to satisfy their political benefit. And that's how the U.S. House of Representatives remained almost entirely white and almost entirely male. The one person, one vote concept and the Voting Rights Act changed that and ushered in an era where we started to become a more perfect union, reflective, having representatives that were reflective of the actual population of the United States. So, in closing, by bringing redistricting into mid-decade, just in time for a midterm, and doing it with a law firm under attorney-client privilege and pretending that you don't have access to the information that they used, is going to take us backward. We will ignite a redistricting civil war across the United States, where the minority in each state will be disenfranchised by a hyper-politicized and secret process. So for those who are listening who think that this is just Democrats bellyaching, in another state, it It will be the Republicans bellyaching. Look at what the Republican Party chair in California is saying about the threatened redistricting there. It sounds really similar to what we're saying here. So please think about what we're doing here. We are going backward. We are going pre-Civil Rights Act. We are going pre-one person, one vote. That is what's happening here. We are going back in time. And it's not better back there. Read the history. It's not better back there.
Senator Hinojosa from Nueces.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise in support of House Bill 4. Members, these maps, which actually increase the number of majority-minority voting districts, have one goal: to make sure the people of Texas have their values represented in Washington. Yet every time minorities shift politically, we hear the same tired excuse: racist this, racist that. It's all we've heard all day long. Quite frankly, I'm done listening to it. It's time to put an end to the outdated belief that you can predict political outcomes based on the color of someone's skin. That idea is wrong morally and factually, and I stand here as living proof. You see, in 2022, my district, Senate District 27, seated in the Rio Grande Valley, was drawn to favor the other party by at least 4 percentage points. But I didn't lose by 4 percentage points. I lost by less than 1/3 of 1%. But where was the wailing and gnashing of the teeth like we hear today that an Anglo woman won this majority-minority district? No, it was quiet. Where was the outrage and the cries of racism? Or am I not minority enough simply because I'm a Republican? No, there was never any outrage after the results of my first campaign. And guess what? There shouldn't have been. My majority-minority district decided to elect an Anglo for the first time in over 60 years based off the promises she made in her campaign. She won fair and square. But then she came here to Austin and voted her own values that did not match our South Texas values. And I had the opportunity to expose that during our rematch. Only in 2024, during that presidential cycle, I was up against even greater odds. The data indicated that I should have lost by at least 6 percentage points against an incumbent with unlimited resources. But yet, instead, I won and became the first Republican to hold Senate District 27 since Reconstruction. I didn't win by ignoring voters. I won by listening to them, by asking them what they believe, what they value, and what kind of Texas they want for their families. And the response was absolutely clear. You see, people in South Texas and across the state want strong families, safe communities, low taxes, secure borders, and the right to live their lives without government overreach. We do not support men and women's sports. We do not support abortion on demand. We do not support tax hikes. We do not support open borders. These are not just talking points. These are the words and values of the people that I represent in South Texas. And therein lies the truth, members. The other party lost us Hispanic voters. They lost us when they shut down our churches during COVID. They lost us when they dismissed faith, family, and the sanctity of life. They lost us when they stopped listening to the very people that they claim to represent. And they keep losing us more and more and more, especially in South Texas. This is not a racial shift. This is a values shift. And no amount of shouting racism is going to change that. The people of South Texas have spoken, and Washington, D.C. now needs to start listening. We have all seen the political shift in South Texas over the past several years. It came to a head this last election. I won my seat. President Trump won counties all along the southern border that had not voted Republican in generations, if ever. President Trump won with 55% of the Latino vote and doubled his support among black voters from where it was in 2020. So let's stop pretending that this is all about race. It is about values. It is about representation, real representation. The fact that we're redrawing the maps is to ensure that as these shifts have happened and continue to happen, that the people are able to have representation that reflects their values, not their last name, not their skin color. These maps give Texans a voice that reflects their values, not outdated assumptions about race or party. That is why I support them. Because our job is to ensure that the people of Texas, their voices, their families, and their priorities are represented at our nation's capital. So if you're worried about losing minority votes in this next election, stop blaming maps and start looking in the mirror. Stop judging people by the color of their skin and start focusing on the content of their character. And with that, members, I proudly stand and look forward to casting my vote in favor of House Bill 4. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator Hinojosa. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I wasn't actually going to give any closing remarks, but there's been so many things expressed alleging or suggesting why I'm carrying this bill. And so I wanted to make it very clear why I support this map. The Biden years were devastating to the United States. But since we've had a Republican majority in the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate, and since we've had a Republican president, we have seen remarkable changes in America. We now have a secure border. We're seeing an incredible slowdown in the flow of deadly fentanyl. We've seen a continuation of historic tax cuts that were about to expire. We're seeing an incredible reset of world trade policy, all in favor of America. Our military, it's back in the business of national security, not social experiments. We're standing up to Iran. We're standing up to China. We're standing up to Russia. We may even soon see an end to the Russo-Ukrainian war, which has taken uncounted lives. We're seeing an end to the foolishness of men and boys in women and little girls' sports. We're fighting anti-Semitism, on our college campuses, which grew so ugly and so rampant. We're seeing the deportation of Venezuelan gangs and dangerous cartel members, which had come in. I will tell you, I was a cop in 1980 during the Cuban boat lift, and Castro opened the prison doors to what we estimated was about 10,000 hardcore criminals. They were murderers, they were rapists, they were drug dealers. They spread out across the United States. I dealt with some of them in Fort Worth. It took the law enforcement community across this country years to work through those people and get them in jail and away from the citizens. During the Biden years, there were hundreds of thousands of hardcore criminal gang members, criminal gang members, hardcore criminals that came into the United States. I'm telling you, our grandchildren will still be seeing the effects of those hundreds of thousands that came into America. I could go on, but I just want to say that this map, from my perspective, it has nothing to do with race. It's been repeatedly said that it's about race, that it's racist. It has nothing to do with race. It has everything to do with good policy. Because this historic process, the amazing progress that's been made in just 8 months, all of this will end if the Republicans lose the Congress. And it's become incredibly apparent to us in recent months the amount of gerrymandering that has been done in blue states. And I'm convinced that if Texas does not take this action, that there is an extreme risk that that Republican majority will be lost. And if it does, the next 2 years after the midterms, they will be nothing but inquisitions and impeachments and humiliation for our country. That's what we saw during the Biden years, and that's what will happen again if the Republicans lose the majority in Congress. And that's why this map is needed. Now, as to the map itself, just a couple of quick comments. I adopted HB 4, which I have said repeatedly was not drawn by me, but I adopted it because it accomplished my 3 goals. Those 3 goals were that it be legal, that it improve the political performance for those seeking Congress as Republican candidates, and that it improve compactness. This map clearly meets all 3 goals. A lot of questions today were asked about the use of racial data. It is my understanding that race was not used in the drawing of this map. And I can say unequivocally that it was not used in my consideration of HB 4, not used to any degree. Now, I think it's important to note that despite all the criticism of this map, no alternate or substitute maps have been offered by a Democrat as an amendment. Let me repeat that. Despite all the criticism today of this map, there was not a single floor substitute offered by the Democrats, nor was there a single amendment offered. Additionally, throughout all the hearings, no one presented an analysis of data to demonstrate that this map violates any law, not one. Throughout all the hearings, House and Senate for that matter, no one presented an analysis of data to demonstrate that this map violates any law. We heard hours and hours of testimony, and we were not presented with any racially polarized voting analysis, Jingles factor analysis, or political cohesion analysis that suggested in any way that this map was in violation of the Voting Rights Act. Why not? It's because this map is legal as to all applicable law. This map is about policy. It's about continuing good policy. It's about overcoming gerrymandering in other states. And I think it is self-evident that because no analysis has been presented through any hearing or on this floor today, no data has been presented to show that it is not legal. I think it is self-evident that this map is legal in all respects. Now, with that said, just on a personal note, I do truly want to thank all the members that have served on the Redistricting Committee. It came upon us all pretty quick, and it's taken a lot of work and a lot of time, and it's been very difficult. And in fact, it's even sadly strained some long-time friendships. But I want to thank Vice Chair Creighton, Senators Hinojosa, Miles, Hughes, Alvarado, Paxton, Sparks, and Parker. Thank you for your time on this committee. And Mr. President, with that, I again will move final passage.
Members, we're going to take a break, a dinner break. Our staff has been up here since 10 o'clock this morning. We'll recess until 11:30. Senator Parker.
Mr. President, make a motion to recess officially till 11:30 this evening.
Any objection? Hearing none. We stand in recess till 11:30. If you want to vote on the motion, the secretary can call the roll. The ladies have been here for almost 11 hours. They're going to get a break. When we come back, I understand there is a plan for a filibuster. And if that's the case, the senator will be recognized. We're breaking for a dinner break that they deserve, period. Senator, you have not been recognized. Sorry. If you want to object, we'll call the roll. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Echart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hinojosa of Hidalgo, Nueces, Hinojosa of Nueces, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Sparks, West, Zaffirini.
There being 18 ayes and 11 nays, the motion is adopted. Senate stands in recess till 11:30.